Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It is time for day 2 of the $250,000 super high roller coming at you from the Horseshoe on the Las Vegas Strip. The action will be hot and heavy all night as we play down to a final table or 10 levels, whatever comes first. And we're picking the action up here in the third level of the day. My name is Rem Parinkama, Donnie Peters alongside me to bring you this exclusive coverage in which we will try to highlight every single superstar that is still in this event. The feature table will change every 2 hours to be fair to all the players out there. So we're going to start with the feature table, including Mr. Daniel Negreanu, and then at every break, we're going to swap tables out and show you a different bit of flavor from this event. You can see the payouts on the screen, but Donnie, when you put it into spoken words, it sounds even more impressive.
Almost $5.3 million for the winner in this one. Top 11 spot will be paid. 5 players will win at least 7 figures. I mean, what tournaments do you win $5.3 million in? The main event, and I mean, there's only like, what, 3 a year maybe? And this is one of them.
This is the cream of the crop, battling for a monster payout, and we have a monster feature table for you right here. And like I said, every time we switch tables, it's going to be a different monster table. We're going to keep you updated as well on the players on the outer tables, so please stick with us here for a long and epic showdown on this wonderful Saturday night. All we ask of you today is to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It's going to be absolutely wild what we're about to see. And obviously, that's going to be presented to you by these superstars at the table. We'll run through all the names as we go, but of course, Daniel Negreanu is currently the biggest star at this table. Helmuth and Ivey still in the mix. We have plenty of other stars, including a young and up-and-comer, Mr. Leon Sturm over here, right next to Kristen Fox, and the winner of the 50K high roller earlier this summer. Of course, Jans Arends won the 100K. He busted at the start of day 2, so he's no longer in the running. But we have all the European stars in this corner. Henrik Hecklin is here, Artur Martirosyan from Russia, and Christoph Vogelsang. Donnie, Espen, your status here, the main event champ. Of course, there are no easy tables in this event, but this feels especially stacked.
Yeah, this table is a great table for entertainment and viewing purposes. Probably not so good of a table if you drew it, you know. That said, as you mentioned, every table is very tough when you get to a $250,000 buy-in tournament. So no easy tables in the room, and at some point you're going to have to go through some very tough competition. So maybe these players will get away the toughest table here, and then it'll be, you know, a little bit smoother sailing as they go.
Absolutely. These players all regulars on the tour at the highest stakes. I'm just going to guess that none of these people are strangers to each other. Maybe Leon Sturm is the only player that people don't have all that history with, except for the fact that they probably battle online, which of course we don't have as much insight into.
Yeah, I mean, Leon Sturm, 22 years old, so certainly the baby of the bunch.
Well, thank you.
You know, I would say he's the player that most of the other players are probably unfamiliar with. I would look specifically at Daniel Negreanu and Kristen Foxen because they are based here in the States. So I'm not sure how much they've battled, if at all, with Leon Sturm up until this point. Maybe they've played some earlier events at this World Series, but not a high amount of volume, I would think.
Whether you're watching this live or on demand, please don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. As I mentioned, featured table coverage today of day 2. We're going to switch tables every 2 hours. There's going to be a lot of people watching today. There's going to be a lot of people passing through. So if you're with us in the chat, if those questions come up, please help us out answering some of those questions so we can stay focused on the action at the table. We're going to take as many of your questions today as they come, trying to give you some interesting insights on these players. But above all else, we're going to be focused on the play at the table as Leon Sturm here, who raises it up with pocket fours.
Everyone pretty deep, as you would expect in a 250K buy-in right now. Vogelsang, the shortest stack at this table, working off 20 big blinds, but still not really in the danger zone just yet.
Hecklin going to make the call here from the small blind. 10-9-9, 2 diamonds on the flop. Open as straight draw for Hecklin. Backdoor diamonds. Let's see if Sturm continues here. Donnie Espen, your set over there on the left-hand side for us at the table. Really cool to see the reigning main event champ mixing it up with the high rollers right away. We now have back-to-back years in which that has happened, as Corey Aldemir is following a similar path.
Yeah, both of them in this field still. Karai is on one of the outer tables. I believe Espen might be in for 2 bullets, which is the max in this event, but after he won the main event, he said he would hope to start taking shots in some high rollers, some super high rollers, so it's good to see him out here battling with some of the best players in the game. Check, check on the turn. Deuce of clubs on the river. Might see Hecklin lead here. There we go.
75.
Kristen Foxen there looks like a celebrity.
Does. Hollywood Foxen.
Yeah. Incognito.
Those glasses are so big. I love it. I'm a big fan of the big glasses. Sturm's going to make the call, come along here to see the river card. Deuce on the river pairs the board. Sturm plays those 4s on this river. Let's see if Hecklin is going to take another stab. Henrik Hecklin, known as H. Hecklin online. Extremely accomplished in the high rollers, has been around for quite a few years. I'm just going to assume that him and Martirosian have played the most hands against each other of any of these players at this table.
I think that's a good assumption to make.
Is that my clock? Yeah. You didn't say 10 seconds? Yeah. I didn't tell you in time.
There is a clock in play. Players get 30 seconds for every action. Hecklin is going to come with a bet here, recognizing that he likely can't win unless he bets. Pot size wager here. Trying to put pressure on a lot of ace highs and a lot of smaller pairs that Sturm has here.
Hecklin has 11.5 million in career tournament earnings. He is Denmark's all-time money list leader, just ahead of former main event champ Peter Eastgate and, of course, the legend Gus Hansen. Just to give some context towards Hecklin's accomplishments. Well done by Hecklin there, Donnie, finding the second bullet.
Yeah, good follow through there after firing that turn.
Are you sure that you reset it?
I didn't look.
Sturm was just in a pretty tough spot overall. I mean, 4 is one of those hands, kind of got an open later position, but you don't necessarily love it.
Oh, okay.
It's not going to flop too well.
Okay. No problem.
Sounds like Hecklin there was just getting some clarification on the clock.
And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Daniel Negreanu. Has had quite a few cashes already. His vlog has been highly entertaining, but
yes.
I think it's safe to say that once again, after last year, this is not the summer that he was hoping for.
Not yet, at least. Deep run yesterday in the deuce to 7 triple draw, cashed. Didn't make the final table, and then came in late here today to start day 2 in this 250K. So Negreanu is making some runs. Also had I think it was a 16th place finish in the $1,500 PLO. So he's making some runs. He just, hasn't broken through yet, hasn't made the final table yet. So a lot of poker left to be played, though. This is, what, event 40 out of 95, I think. So, oh, he's singing.
I'm going to make a lay down. Oops, shit. Sorry. 10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds, guys.
Negreanu laying down the ace-10 offsuit against the raise from your stat. Martirosian in the small blind has the suited ace. Let's see if he's going to tangle here with the Norwegian pro. All right, chat, let us know who you are rooting for today. Is it all Team Negreanu, or do we have some local favorites? Perhaps you're watching from Norway or Denmark or Germany, maybe from Canada. Big Foxen fan, perhaps.
You know who is a big Fox fan?
We'll
Jeff Platt and Brett Hanks.
Oh, yeah, they need the points for No Gamble, No Future in the 25K Fantasy, which your team, Donnie, of which I have a small piece, is doing fairly well.
Sorry.
Yeah, please
I
don't
screwed
jinx
his
us.
action card, Arthur.
Long way to
slid,
go.
But I guess it caught air. This went up.
I actually made a little cameo on Daniel's vlog the other day when he came over to me about us, because at the time we were in first place. We've been bumped out of first place since, but still trucking along. Hopefully get some big results. We just had Ian Steinman finish 5th place at the $3,000 9-game final table, so
yeah, maybe he got it through.
a lot of fun to sweat that.
That was my hand.
Yeah.
With the ace of diamonds.
That's what I said.
Yeah, with the ace of diamonds.
No way. Not with the ace of diamonds.
Huh?
Not with the
That
ace
player
of
in the
diamonds.
gray hoodie,
Oh,
in
no,
case you
never
can't
mind.
see
Got
him,
10
is
of diamonds,
Christoph
ace of diamonds.
Vogelsang.
Yeah, that's what I meant, like with a 10 of
Yeah, I would have
diamonds.
gambled with ace 10 suited because I'm here to freaking play, yo. I'm not scared. Ace 10 suited.
It's a good hand.
I think ace 10 you should fold tens.
That's what I did?
Raise to 100.
As always, Donnie, fairly light-hearted atmosphere in these super high rollers. These players all know each other very well. It is really funny to see the difference sometimes between, you know, a 2K no limit where it can get quite tense, players playing for life-changing money, versus these events where these players are just sort of used to this kind of pressure on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean they've built up a nice camaraderie with one another. You know, good sportsmanship, all that sort of stuff. Obviously, the play will get much more serious the closer that they get to the money, with the top 11 paying, and then once they get in the money, reaching the final table, all that sort of stuff. But you know, generally speaking, you do see kind of a lot of chatter in between hands and whatnot. After Negreanu opened that king nine of spades, Hecklin flatted fives. Archer Matarosian coming in with a 3-bet to 400K. Chen, a little bit of a decision here. If you're new to Archer Matarosian, one of the best no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world, hands down.
Also a psycho. And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
I mean, that's why this hand for James Chen is closer than you would think.
10 seconds.
I mean, he ultimately gives it up there, but I mean, Archer's a guy who can be attacking with a lot of different holdings here. And Hecklin knows that as well. As you mentioned earlier, these two fairly likely have played a ton of online poker against each other. Also a lot of live stuff, Triton Poker Series, some EPT high rollers, etc. Hecklin ain't backing down. He's in there.
Martirosian, 8 million in career tournament earnings, third on Russia's all-time money list. Donnie, for you, who is above Martirosian on Russia's all-time money list? As I see 967 roll off the deck.
What's his winnings?
He's at 8 million. He's third. Chat, please play along without Googling it. I have one name in mind that I know almost for sure.
I have no idea.
All right, chat. Who's 1 and 2 on Russia's all-time money list? My first guess was going to be Ivan Demidov.
See, I thought of him, but I don't think he won enough in that main event to do it. Is it True Teller?
That could be a good guess. Oh, wow. It's Igor Kurganov and Mr. Truteller. Igor, by the way, Igor Kurganov,
No
18 million
Yes.
So sick.
in earnings.
Bad
Haven't seen him in a while. Ivan Demidov, 5th, 6.9 million.
A little bit. I don't know.
Hecklin checking the 9-6-7 flop. Martirosian
Yeah.
continuing. Hecklin, one of those hands pre-flop where, you know, he's in a good position against the ace-4, ace-3, ace-deuce suited hands that Martirosian might be 3-betting there.
Also, all the ace-king, ace-queen, ace-10, ace-jack combinations have missed as well.
Yep.
I was just going to say an 8 would be a disaster card here on the turn, but it is a 9. Does this change Hecklin's outlook in any way, Donnie? Because the same kind of range is still missing out on a pair at this point?
Yeah, I think Hecklin will continue the same as he did on the flop. I mean, it depends on the sizing here, what Martirosian is going to do. That 9 seems like it's going to be a tough card for Martirosian to barrel. That said, this guy is 15 feet above the rim. So I'm sure if anyone can figure it out, he can. He does check behind, though.
Deuce on the river. Hecklin with the check mark, but he needs to reach that showdown stage. Of course, the leveling war between these two guys cannot be understated. Longtime rivals, both on the live and online felt. If you are just tuning in, we are doing a long stream today of day 2 of this super high roller. We're guessing this is going to go for about 8 hours. So you better get your coffee right. It goes check, check. Hecklin once again chipping up here with pocket fives, Donnie. Really well done by the Dane.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so far so good. Both those hands that he's been involved with.
From here, I'm like,
One
really?
against Sturm,
Like,
and then that
okay, he
one
must
there.
have some read I
Very well
don't. I
done.
don't know.
The other guy mucks too.
Yeah,
right?
he must.
Natural 9, of course he would muck back. You know?
Hecklin chipping up to 7.5 million. Takes control of this table. Sitting on 151 big blinds. Christoph Vogelsang currently the short stack with 18 bigs. Only 915K. The other players all relatively comfortable. Negreanu on 37 big blinds with 1.8 million. By the way, if you are following the live reporting on WSOP.com or Poker News, please know that we are on a lengthy delay for the integrity of the game because there's multiple tables still in play. Any spoilers in the chat, you'll get a lifetime ban. So don't even check the chip counts there. Don't even check who's busted. Just leave it alone. Enjoy the stream for what it is. This delay is longer than usual because it's a day 2 stream. We're just trying to be fair to the players. They are kind enough to work with us here and allowing us to stream this. So just shut down the window. Shut down the tab of the live reporting for the day. Or if you just do want to watch both, just don't say anything in the chat. All right, Sturm here with 4s, raising it up to 100K. Action folds around to Jorstad in the big blind. He's going to make the call with 10-5 suited. Oh, out come the glasses. Donnie, who has better glasses, Foxen or Jorstad?
Well, it's hard because I think they're the same.
They look very similar, I agree. Jorstad is going to check to the aggressor.
Bet 65.
Small continuation from Sturm for 65,000, and Jorstad's going to lay this one down.
A little Greg Raymer there. Glasses on in the hand, glasses off, fold the hand, you know?
It's a shame there's no no fossil reptile reflection.
I mean, he has a little Mario thing there.
But the next mission is to win the main with it. I want to be in an extremely exclusive club of only me and Doyle.
You want odds
Nobody
on
else
winning
has.
the main with the 10 deuce?
I don't play the hand heads up under any
I'll have a
circumstance.
watcher. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Heads up, but if you guy has 3 bigs, I'll just fold because it's not a good hand.
What if-
sit
what if-
here,
what if
what-
he- what
it's
if he
embarrassing.
limps?
To
What if
people,
he-
oh, look at me, 10 deuce. I
What
want
if
to
he
play good
limps
cards.
and you flop a full house?
You're right. You got a point.
What if
Okay?
the other
Take
guy's
that
like
back.
4 stall in?
Yeah. Well, then I'm then I'm in. Otherwise, it's embarrassing. You want to have good cards in your picture. You know, ace, king, spades. Oh, look at me. I'm a professional.
No.
Not like 10 deuce offsuit.
Like I said, I want to be in a very exclusive club.
Yeah.
2 people, me and Doyle. Grace.
Raise to 100. I saw green light, I hit it. Sorry.
Chen raising it up with ace-8 offsuit. Sturm in the big blind looking down at ace-queen offsuit. Sturm on 30 bigs.
Is this like the worst TV table of all time? Like it's... Yeah, but this is much higher than normal. I feel. Maybe it's just the chair.
Sturm moves all in for 30 big blinds, Donnie.
How much is it roughly?
A bit more common these days to see these big shoves.
Yeah, I mean, your extremely premium hands, I would guess that if he had an ace-queen suited, he would just opt to 3-bet to some, you know, normal sizing or more normal sizing. Here, the ace-queen off, you're happy to get a fold. There might be times when you fold out some better hands. Maybe you fold out 5s, for example, stuff like that.
Right. All right, Sturm's going to take this one down. All right, chat, I have one task for you. Let's get to 1,000 likes in the next 10 minutes. It'd be great if we can spread the word to the rest of the world that this stream is going on right now, and liking the video helps a lot with that. Closing in on 10,000 viewers, so only fair that we have at least 1,000 likes.
Is that a stream table?
The triple draw, the 10K triple draw.
It's also a stream table.
I think so.
Is that tea?
Hecklin here, small pair again. He's going to raise it up.
Raise to 110.
Pocket 4 is just, that's the hot hand today.
It is.
Sturm's had it twice, now Hecklin gets it. Hecklin, of course, had pocket 5s already as well, so got some small pairs moving around.
Donnie, James Chen, maybe a bit more, I guess, underrated or lesser known to the general audience. What can you tell me about him?
A Taiwanese player, you know, really makes a name for himself or does well on the Triton Poker Series, you know, in some of the bigger events around Europe. A lot of the European players, I would throw Hecklin into that group, even like a Leon Sturm. You know, they don't always come over to the U.S., but World Series of Poker is just a whole different beast, and they all make it over here, so that's why you're seeing James Chen over here battling. Has had some success on the World Series or at the World Series of Poker before. Very good, well-experienced player.
Do you think this is a good flop for him?
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, he could have pocket kings. It could have come king, king, jack maybe, but you know, nevertheless,
He'll take it.
very good flop.
Hecklin drawing to runner 4s, and if that happens, this hand is going to go viral on YouTube. So let's root for the bad beat of all bad beats. Joking aside, though, Hecklin going to stab here, and Chen going to try to find a way to make the most money possible.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Chen here, I mean, he's probably only going to get one treat of action, unless a 4 comes, of course.
Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett in the chat, helping us out, moderate, much appreciated. The rebuy period is indeed over. Payouts have been announced. We'll touch on the payouts every now and then, but at this point in the event, we're still quite far away from the money. The final 11 will get paid, and I believe there's $5.3 million up top for the winner.
Yeah, just under 5.3. I think it's 5,293 is the number, and then it's over 400K for a min cash. Looks like Hecklin is going to shut this down here. Chen probably not really loving that turn card.
Chen checking behind here. 6 of clubs on the river gives Hecklin a small flush, Donnie. If you're in Hecklin's shoes here, Donnie, do you want to lead this a lot of the time, or is your flush so weak that you'd rather check call?
I would rather check call. I'm not even sure if I'd be check calling, rather just check folding. But yeah, it's also going to depend on sizing here. We know Chen is going to be betting this.
If you're in Chen's shoes, what kind of sizing are you looking at?
A lot of times here you're going to see a smaller sizing or a very large sizing.
Goes about half pot here, 250.
Hecklin now going to need to figure out if his hand can pick off a bluff and what bluffs Chen may have. Oh, he is going to pay it off. Look at that.
All right, Chen's going to show that beautiful flopped full house, and the Taiwanese pro is going to take down this big pot. Crucial pot for his stack. Donnie, someone in the chat says, expert commentary. quoting you, saying, here you will see a large size bet or a small size bet. Can you give some context as to why you say that in that specific way, given that spot?
I mean, I think a smaller bet could do a couple things. One, it can maybe induce Hecklin to kind of freak out a little bit with the check raise, you know, thinking that, you know, you're just betting small with, you know, some more marginal hands. And then you can obviously re-raise or pay it off, you know, depending on your holding there. A small bet can also be a way to lock up some value. You know, so something like 150 to 250K. We saw Chen there go to the bigger half of that, 250K. So we're, like you said, about half pot, a little under. But then also sometimes you're going to see overbets there. You know, you see a lot of these players overbet with the nuts or bluffs a lot. So that might also be a tricky spot.
110, 100.
You're not going to make a loser table in 10, are you?
No. But you know, there's objective reality and there's subjective reality, right?
So yes, it is not a straightforward answer in a spot like that.
I mean, there's poker these days, there's never a straightforward answer, and usually the right answer is it depends.
Right.
Now, I can't just sit here and respond to all of your questions with it depends, but that is generally the right answer in a lot of spots.
Exactly, exactly. But yes, there is some kind of balancing going on in all these spots. These players try to decide in a way that it never gives away. Like, it never gives away a singular approach to a spot, to always keep their opponents guessing.
Yes.
So even though the spot might be very similar or maybe even the same, they might take a different approach each time to mix it up. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. We very much appreciate it. My name is Remco Rinkema. We have Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. This is, in my opinion, one of the most exciting days of the WSOP so far, as we get to watch a wide array of top players play in this 250K super high roller. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Is it lunch? Is it dinner? Is it breakfast time? We're going to be here for 8 hours, so you guys might go through 2 or 3 meals over the course of this stream. Please, you know, hang with us as we will play down until the end of this day on the stream, which hopefully is down to a final table, but potentially they're playing just 10 levels. Tomorrow, the final table of this 250K will be on PokerGo.com. So this is a beautiful bit of lead-in coverage, so you have the full storyline when that final table kicks off tomorrow. Also, if you want to multi-table today, on PokerGo.com, we have the final table of the 2K No Limit with more than $500,000 up for grabs. So watch both. Be entertained by an incredible amount of poker action over the next few hours. All right, we got spades going around here. Martirosyan versus Hecklin, round 2. Martirosyan raising.
Could be a fun flop, Remco.
And
look at this one.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
This is about as juicy as it gets.
Martirosyan flopping second pair and the second nut flush draw. And Hecklin open-ended with a flush draw. Hecklin did check first to act.
Get 2 10s. Probably not. One more break then.
Going back to your comment on the previous hand, as far as it could be a large bet, could be a small bet. In this case, it could be a check raise, it could be a call.
Yes, for sure. Martirosyan sizing up on this flop. I think it was 295 was in there. He bet 210. That type of flop is probably going to favor Hecklin's range quite a bit, so Martirosyan might want to
4. So it'll be later than 10:30.
really put some pressure on.
Delays.
Jack on the turn, giving Hecklin the lead, but we know this hand is far from over. Check, check.
Oh my God, this river card is disgusting.
Here we go.
Absolutely disgusting. Hecklin making his flush, Martirosyan sitting right behind him, waiting to drop the anvil on his head. Once the Dane leads out here, which I'm assuming he's going to do, I guess he's not. I guess he's going to check, maybe check raise, which makes the damage even worse.
Yeah, if he's checking here, I'm guessing he's going to be going for a check raise. I can't imagine there's ever a world where Martirosian is checking back. Oh no,
Oh, he hadn't checked yet.
he
That
hadn't
was,
checked it. Okay,
I was going to
little
say,
graphics error there.
I didn't see him tap the table in any way. Hecklin there leading out.
So it looks like 575K into 715. So healthy bet here.
Martirosian started the hand with 80 big blinds.
10 seconds.
Very curious to see what sort of sizing Martirosian goes with here. Honestly, if he just ripped it in, wouldn't totally hate it.
What?
Wow,
And there is-
massive raise coming. Oh, wow, Hecklin snaps it off, and he's going to see the bad news. Disgusting cooler. Just look at the way that he, like, basically throws his chips into the muck. What a crushing hand for the Dane.
What was the other
Did
hand?
we get a confirmation on the raise size, Donnie? 2.65 million from Martirosian. One moment you're just crushing the table. The next moment you're just, you know, back to the middle of the pack.
Because like you just let it run, like until he acts, then you stop it.
I use one.
Yeah, you use one. Yeah, you just let it go all the way. If it gets to 2 minutes, we know he owes 4.
The reason was that whenever he didn't announce that there's a 10-second warning, then he wanted to give him 10 seconds more because he didn't
Yeah, but
get
that's
the warning.
he shouldn't even do that.
But that's why he did it.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying he shouldn't have even stopped
Yeah,
it
sure.
at that point. Like,
you-
'cause then we're like, oh, I was so confused. 44, he stopped. Like, yeah, just let it run.
But even like when you don't announce it, if it goes over 30, you owe it.
You still owe it, right? It's plus here. Yeah. Even if like
All right,
that's what I was
Martirosian
gonna
up
say
to
earlier,
7
when
million now. Grabs the table
Even if
chip lead.
he didn't announce it, it still owes.
Donnie,
It's
there's
not like you
nothing
can
more
say, oh, dealer
dangerous
didn't say
than
anything.
Martirosian with a stack.
No, the guy is an absolute beast. And now I'm guessing he's only just going to ramp up the aggression.
So he didn't go all in, right? Just raised.
I guess. So,
No, he
yeah.
didn't go all in. He went just about all in.
Yeah, but
Pretty close to
I
it.
got
Did
good
leave
cards,
some
too.
chips
I
behind.
I know. Sometimes I know things. I just know it's gonna be good. And if not, I'm gonna pretend they're good. Watch. It's called next level shit here.
Who is better at deck reading, you or Sean Winter?
Sean Winter, he's the nuts. He's not only good at deck reading, but reading the actual hand you have. You know, it's
What a hand that was. Wow.
That was absolutely insane.
when they're trying to get the money for the rent.
If you're just tuning in, we are live right now, coming at you from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. It is the night of the Golden Knights Parade, Donnie,
Oh, yeah.
which will be happening a few feet away from us, and we won't be able to see it.
You're working with about 1.2.
We are on a lengthy delay to accommodate streaming on day 2.
Whatever.
It's a little bit trickier than streaming the final table because you're streaming with multiple tables still in play. Of course, lots of information to go around here. Action on the Negreanu here.
275. Told you. I was
3-bet
gonna
here
get
on the
the
button.
hand.
275.
I literally freaking, what do you call it? What is it that manifested it? Oh, sorry, didn't do it yet. I told you I was going to get a good hand on the button. And look, I got the best card you can possibly get. Boom. You can't get a better card than that with the paint on it and everything. Oh, this shit works. Feel it and it comes.
Imagine being Leon Sturm,
I
Donnie.
told you. I did tell you before.
22
you raised,
years old.
So blame yourself for that open.
He's getting the full Negreanu experience. Vogelsang in his traditional poker hoodie, always wearing that thing at the table. Action again, full to Sturm. King Jack offsuit.
Raise 100,000.
Another 3-bet coming against Sturm. This time it's Kristen Foxen attacking. Another fold here from Sturm. At some point, he's going to need to fight back.
I did 275. She's like, oh, is that the number? Then you did it.
It was a good number. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah.
Great mind.
Yep.
Stefano's in the chat saying,
like Doyle
is
lost
PokerGo
the
not
play.
letting Negreanu vlog at the table? Daniel Negreanu can do whatever he wants.
I mean, I don't think he's going to turn the vlog on right now, but you know.
Just so you know, Negreanu doesn't film all day, every day. He just grabs the phone every now and then to get some footage. And I'm pretty sure
Does it count
that
if
if
I
we
win
see a
the main
Negreanu
event?
all in at this table,
Buddy, you
he's
can
going to whip
shoot
the
it.
phone
It's
out
gonna
and
get
he's going to get some
Fair
footage.
enough.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened when he went deep in the PLO the other day, the $1,500 PLO. I believe his little phone with his, whatever you call it, gimbal, little tripod thing, whatever it is on a little table right next to him.
Yep.
Can't see it because it's below the table, but it's there and it's ready to go.
Your stat raising it up to 100K. Foxen folds to ace-3 offsuit.
This gives me super high rollerball vibes with Negreanu.
Yes.
This is how he was acting. Obviously, he went on to do very well and win that event. I'm getting the same sort of vibes from him. You talked a little bit earlier about how the summer hasn't gone maybe as he hoped, some deep runs, but ultimately, you know, no final tables, no gold yet. But maybe this is the one, and this would be quite the one to win with more than $5 million up top for the winner.
Chen is going to defend his big blind here with Jack-9 suited, and he's going to check to Jorstad. Jorstad going for the statue look here. He's totally chill and relaxed in between hands, and as soon as things get serious, he puts on the poker face.
Bet 75,000.
Jorstad bets 75K with a bunch of backdoor draws. Chen's going to come along here, see a turn. Three of diamonds gives both players chances at making and hitting a backdoor draw. In Chen's case, that is a flush draw, and yours that has a gutter ball.
Yeah, good turn card here for Chen. One of the ones he wanted to see.
Is Christoph Vogelsang checking his pulse?
Yeah, I don't really know what he's doing. Probably.
Three on the river is going to pair the board and give Jorstad a winning ace high with the two pair.
I would expect we'll see a bet here from Chen. I think it'd be hard for him to figure out that his jack high would play as the best hand here. I mean, what is Espen opening under the gun that can't beat jack high? If you check, he's probably just going to check behind the ace highs. He's going to come with a bet here.
225,000.
225. So if you'll notice, you know, you talked about the sizing earlier on the king jack hand, right around the same sizing, about half pot or so. Here he's on a bluff. Before he was on total value. So Chen seems to be balancing pretty nicely overall. And we'll see if Jorstad can figure this one out.
10 seconds.
He does. Look at that.
Jorstad figures it out.
He's the main event champ for a reason.
Calls with ace high and takes this one down.
I mean, I'm going to guess that patch there, the GTO wizard, I mean, he probably, you know, studied up on that spot a little bit.
Donnie, would you say that would you say that the people at home should try it out?
Yes, they should. Look at that. The #1 app for poker players is GTO Wizard. Head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to receive 24 hours of free access and also receive 10% off your first purchase. I use GTO Wizard regularly. Espen Jorstad uses GTO Wizard regularly. A lot of these players practice GTO, and you can learn all about it and improve your game over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo.
That is the smoothest ad insertion I have ever seen in my life.
I mean, I would flip it.
Can I do that?
Sturm 4s again.
Oh
All
my
he does is get 4s.
Mine.
May the force be with him.
See, that Sturm there, folding pocket 4s under the gun, is more like what I expected to see from him last time he had pocket 4s under the gun. Being a little shorter on chips, 25 to 30 big blinds. Facing some aggressive players behind you. 4s not flopping too well. This time he does give it up under the gun. Folds over to Hecklin. He's going to open the ace-9
110,000.
from the hijack seat. Pocket jacks.
Wow. Martirosian is just keeps picking up big hands. Just going to call here in position, though. Potentially inviting Jorstad into this pot, Donnie.
Yeah, we'll see if Jorstad wants to come along here. I wouldn't hate it if he came along. I wouldn't hate it if he folded too and just took a little more conservative route. Obviously, 10-8 off. You're going to have to play against 2 aggressive players in position, so worth proceeding cautiously with. He is going to just call here.
Just a big blind before?
Glasses go on. Things get serious.
Deuce, deuce, 7 on the flop. Nothing really there for both Jorstad and Hecklin. Martirosian with a big lead here with the overpair.
Really? Sorry.
Donnie, did you see the tweet by Alan Kessler about his cheesesteak?
I don't know what that was. I mean,
Alan Kessler ordered a cheesesteak, no cheese, no onions, no peppers, extra meat.
so it can't be a cheesesteak if you don't have cheese. And then he ordered onion rings, but didn't want the onions on the cheesesteak. So he's not a real human.
Twitter is the best during the World Series of Poker. Alan Kessler keeping us all entertained.
I just like how he was giving it to your boy, Jans Arons.
Oh, that was great.
And then Jans just, you know, 3rd place in the 50K, wins the 100K, just gives it right back to him. Kept those receipts
from the top rope.
Just threw them right back in Alan's face.
Martirosian here bets with pocket jacks. Everyone folds.
Yeah, usually I should 3-bet. Just fold.
Who's it going to be?
Yeah.
By the way, I do want to give a shout out to Alan Kessler, who brought in a ton of snacks yesterday. 1 per person, but he had enough for half the room, it felt like.
Good luck, James.
Good luck.
Good luck.
We're going to lose James Chen here as tables are getting balanced. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we have a lot of new viewers, I can tell. We are changing tables every 2 hours for the integrity of the game. These players are playing for $5.3 million, so it would be unfair if we have the same players on the stream all day long. There are, I believe, Donnie, 5 tables left in play, and we are playing down to the final table today, or 10 levels, whatever comes first. We are in the 3rd level of play right now, and we will stream until the end of the day. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. All we ask from you is to smash that like button. Let's get to 2,000 likes on the video right now. And then also our goal for the subscribers is to hit 421,000 today. So if you're not yet a subscriber to our YouTube channel, do it right now. We only need about 800 more to get to 421,000. It'd be much appreciated if you would want to join us there. We have a lot more streams to come, but this is probably one of the best of the summer given the level of play. Martirosian here picks up kings and comes in for a raise.
That must be so upsetting for a player like Martirosian, who's aggressive by nature.
I came 13th in that tournament.
You get kings and
yes, I couldn't.
nothing.
First he gets jacks, doesn't 3-bet, plays it cool. Now he opens, no action.
Yeah.
Alex isn't for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an option, right? I like triple draw a lot, so I
Yeah.
didn't want to skip it.
Fun, yeah.
I fancy myself pretty darn good at it. I wrote the chapter in Super System 2 many years
wow.
ago. And I had somebody come up to me and say, you know, that's like one of the 2 chapters that are still relevant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for the most part. There's a couple things I left out
Sure.
because we didn't know yet, and then they figured out
That's crazy.
some maths. But it wasn't that I went against it, I just omitted it.
Sure.
I think that was my first poker book.
Was it?
Yeah.
There's a spot where you can draw 2 on the last draw that I didn't have in there. Just because, that's all. I mean, if pot's big enough, you can, anyway, not important, but I didn't have that in the book. It said, you draw 2 on the last card, fold,
110,000.
which is mostly correct.
Maybe I should release a second edition
Yeah.
where you have that.
I'll just write it in.
Negreanu referencing his chapter in Doyle Brunson's Super System 2.
There's a few of those poker books that stood the test of time, but not many. There's a few that stood the test of time. I think Theory of Poker by David Spansky is still like,
10 seconds.
the way I remember it anyways, still has like some relevant concepts. Maybe
I don't
I'm
know
wrong.
about that. I think there's some.
Vogel saying here, finds Ace King, hasn't played a hand yet, but this one, of course, he is going to go for it. Water Road puts 110K out in front of him.
None of the ranges in the books are going to be relevant, of course.
What's that?
None of the ranges in these books are going to be relevant.
Well, we didn't
In that
have that
sense.
word back then.
Yeah.
Like, that word wasn't.
Yeah.
Range, yeah.
No.
Yeah, what was the equivalent, or what was something similar? Like if
There
you were
was
trying
nothing.
to say
Like you would never use it. I figured he had something good. And if he didn't have something good, he might have like a king 5 suited.
yeah,
Or he's got the nuts.
yeah,
That's the range.
yeah.
But there was no like,
Yeah.
the word didn't exist.
That was more than last time.
Yep.
What was the hand before that we had?
It's funny how
I
Negreanu
was
is
just
the
big
elder
blind, so I'm
statesman at the
sorry.
table, like, you know, telling the
word
kids how it
blocker
was back in
only
the day.
showed
Yep.
in PLO
Yeah.
when you had the ace of hearts and 3 hearts
Yeah.
and on. You said, well, I had the ace blocker. There was no like,
Yeah.
hold them, blow me blockers. Stupid
Yeah.
idiot. What are you talking about? Why is this fucking. When you 3-bet somebody way back when, you mounted them.
Oh,
So he opens for 500. I mount him to 2,800,
wow.
which is about the size they would do at 1 and 2.
Yeah.
500. No, 50 and 100, 500, 3K. And they have
Great.
10K stacks.
Yeah.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
The bigger the
Imagine
raise under the
just
gun, the more likely.
Putting
it's
yourself
jets,
back then. Oh
tens.
my God.
That's it.
There was like a famous hand with Kevin McPhee and I think Vanessa Seltz, where it's like raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, like insane. I was like, what is going
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
This was just like 10 years ago.
Yeah, there was a little period between 2008
Yeah, it was
where
fun.
everybody started being like, oh, you 5-bet me? I'll 6-bet you, bro.
Yep.
You 7-bet you, bro. I have A6 off, bro.
Yep.
It was like
Yeah.
That is coming back a little bit though.
the
Because
6-bet,
the-
Yeah.
A6 off,
It's
but it
fun.
was very prevalent
It's
in
more
that
fun.
time.
I bet. But it's,
Like
I also
everybody
think
was
it's fun.
doing
Yeah.
it.
It's a lot of leveling and
Yes.
you don't really get to an actual conclusion sometimes. so
Yes.
Yeah.
But back then you wouldn't call 3-bets. You would rarely call 3-bets. There wasn't too much
Ah.
calling. You just keep clicking it.
Yes.
till one
They were
pushes
always
out,
clicking,
basically.
yeah.
But this is
Just
what
click it till one guy pushes out and then.
Yeah. Remember the Joseph Chong
Ace
A6?
Oh, yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
on FTs,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
And those guys they either got better or they're serving French fries right now because it was way too aggro,
Yeah.
man. Like
I love Joe.
6-betting. I don't think I've 6-bet no limit hold'em.
Ever?
I mean,
It has to have happened.
when? Like it's so hard to
You've been
get
playing
6
for so
bets
long,
in.
it has to have
I know,
happened.
but I just call. I don't know. What am I gonna free raise for? I just call. I don't know. 5-bet, 6-bet, 7-bet.
I played a 5-bet earlier actually.
You did?
I got 5-bet
You got 5-bet.
by a friend who just left us.
Ah.
Even a long time ago, like 15 years or 20 years, you didn't do
This is
6-bet?
what I mean.
No,
it has-
especially back then. I didn't 3-bet at all. I didn't even 3-bet. I didn't 3-bet for 20 years. I just saw the flop every time. Anything, just no 3-betting, unless I had nothing. That was it. Like I play now. Nothing changed.
Raise.
What do we got? 110?
When Daniel talks, we are quiet, just so you guys know. We want to hear stories from the past as much as you guys do. But do let us know in the chat. Have you ever 6-bet? Donnie, what's the last time you 6-bet? I don't think I've ever 6-bet in my life. I've never had enough
It
chips
would
to
have
6-bet.
to be something online.
Right.
It's very hard to do it live. I mean, one, you have to be against players that pick sizings that allow you, given the stacks you play in a lot of live tournaments. You know, a lot of times you'll just get to a 3-bet and then the person will just rip it in.
Right.
Like, you know, so you can't even do it.
In cash games, I guess it's more possible.
Yeah.
Deeper stacks.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably happened like playing in like some fun home game style cash game where you're messing around with your friends like, oh, you raise, I re-raise, you know, you're just kind of clicking it back and forth.
No, you mount him, Donnie.
Oh, yeah, mount. Sorry. Bring it back, baby.
Negreanu bringing us back to about 30 years ago there. Meanwhile, got 3-way action on this flop. Foxen flopping top pair. Negreanu with 2 overs and a flush draw.
Bet 200,000.
Action pre-flop. Foxen raised the button. Both blinds called.
Can't imagine Negreanu's going anywhere here.
Call.
10 on the turn will be fun. Turn card is a 9. Equally fun, perhaps. Negreanu picks up a gut shot along with his flush draw and the overs. Foxen still with the best pair.
See, you had like queen 10 of spades.
Hmm?
You had like queen 10 of spades.
Jack 10 of spades.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not folding that, am I?
Yeah,
Bet.
sure.
260,000.
Foxen's going to continue with the aggression here. As you hear Martirosian and Heckland in the background having a conversation about that big hand that they played when Martirosian had the king high flush against Heckland's jack high flush.
Donnie being out of position here for Negreanu. Given his odds, still fine to call, but does make it a little bit trickier because if you miss the river, you're almost always going to lose this hand.
Yes.
River card. It is the 3 of spades. Negreanu catches exactly what he is looking for, and now the question becomes, do we try to get a check raise in, or are we going to lead small here perhaps, Donnie, to get some value from a hand exactly sort of like what Foxen has?
If he puts Foxen on a hand like she has, he'll lead because she'll likely check behind, and there is a very small lead.
That is a very small lead. Wow, how do you feel about this, Donnie? 100K into 1.3 million.
I like it. You know, it can be a good way just to get that extra 100K of value. You know, lock up some value on this hand, which is always a good thing to do. Or it could, you know, induce a raise.
Flush.
It's going to be a call here. He's going to get that extra
Almost
100K
put it
out
on
of
the
it.
turn. I said, nah, let's make it first. Big turn card.
Yeah.
Good recognition though there from Negreanu on the river, because my guess is that if he were to check that, she would just check behind. So, you know, he was able to get that extra 100K out of Kristen Foxen. In a way, I'm sure she's kind of fine to pay it, see his hand, see what he was playing with, get some information that way.
Daniel Negreanu chipping up, now sitting on 2.7 million chips.
53 big blinds, so pretty deep.
The fans love it. The fans love it in the chat.
We'll put some Negreanu emojis in there. Let's go.
Yeah.
I gotta get on that.
Throw those emojis in the chat. By the way, we have our little YouTube community sideshow action. If you want to join that for some special emojis, you can unlock those by joining our YouTube community. This will also give you a special name color, which means that you're going to get more shout-outs. That's all it really means. But it is fun. We're having a good time. We're going to be here every single day streaming something from the World Series of Poker. Judging on the chat, I think we have a fair amount of Negreanu fans watching.
I want to know, does anyone out there dislike Negreanu? Like, do you ever hear that? I don't ever hear that. Everyone loves Negreanu.
I think so,
I mean,
too.
does anyone out there actually be like, I don't like him?
Well, I mean, now that you've said it, they're going to come out of the woodwork.
I mean, like, Helmuth, it's probably 50-50 when you ask people. I hate watching that guy, but I watch him anyway because I hate watching. Or they love Helmuth. right? He's very polarizing. Daniel seems just universally loved.
Raise 225,000.
Hecklin completes from the small blind. Martirosian is going to raise it up. And there's a Jason Zambricki. Welcome to the rail. Appreciate you joining us.
Fun one here between Hecklin and Martirosian. Should see a call here from Hecklin,
10 seconds.
at least.
Donnie, I feel like when we add 500 more YouTube subs to the channel, you should give away 50 subs to the YouTube community.
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
Okay. If once we add 500 subs to the YouTube channel, from now on, Donnie's going to give away 50 community subscriptions. There you go. Hecklin lays it down, and
No, Hecklin limp 3-bet.
Oh, wow. Am I not paying attention?
Yeah, he made it 825, and Martirosian quickly flung those cards into the muck.
Wow. Sorry for that. Guess I wasn't paying attention.
Don't worry, Thunder. The invoice will be getting sent.
Oh, look at that. Brent Hanks in the chat, trying to learn a thing or two from these high rollers.
Raise.
In a shocking turn of events, Brent Hanks has made a day 2 at this WSOP.
What did he make? Like today?
Well, no, I'm just saying in general. He has 3 cashes already at this year's World Series of Poker.
Card is a bit stuffed.
I know our guy, Mr. Hanks, is known as a bit of a funny man, but I personally have learned a lot from listening to his commentary and think he's extremely insightful.
There's just some dirt out there.
One of the most underrated minds in the commentary booth, for sure.
No, it's because it was. I saw it before I took the sunglasses. These are dirt here.
Veen mentioning that Ivey and Helmuth are on the outer tables. Yes, that is correct. But we will be cycling through the tables throughout this tournament. I believe Ivey is up there among the chip leaders, you know, kind of towards the top. So I'm sure we'll get him on this table at some point.
Yeah, so he knows who raised. It's kind of part of poker.
That's fair.
Yeah, right? Like,
Yeah, what if someone gives away a huge read or something?
you're like, wait a minute, what?
He's not here.
And it's just like Bogey plus.
We're waiting for a player?
When they're just like, oh, here's your hand. I'm like, oh, what's happening? Yeah.
Yeah, so they're moving a player up. And they don't want to deal the cards because they want that player. They could deal the cards and wait, right? But they want that player to like have the reaction of all the other players looking at their cards, possibly pick up on anything. So,
like for example, you raise under the gun, Espen, you raise under the gun, and I tank in middle position. Then he knows I got an ace over there, right? But if he's not at the table, he doesn't see that. You get it?
I believe the player that we're
So
getting
like,
is Dan
if
Smith.
we dealt him in and then he just shows up when it's his turn, he misses anything else.
It's like, hey, it's like he's the big one, folded to him and button.
Like what if I use a time bank and he doesn't know?
No, I didn't.
Donnie, can you look into how many players
Say
are
you raise
left
under the gun, I use a time bank
in the tournament
and then he's
at this point?
It's like,
Yeah. No, of course.
Because the fact that we lost
32.
32. Got
Yeah,
it.
because
King down.
Dan Smith's table is breaking. He drew this seat. So he's moving on up there, and there you see Mr. Smith.
Okay, I can't wait for it.
Foreman Chad there, going to get his chip squared away.
Oh, nice shirt by Dan Smith.
Oh, yeah. Francis there is going to get him mic'd up and get this underway.
By the way, shout out to our entire crew working these horseshoe streams. We got Brad, Aiden, we got Francis on the floor. I'm not sure if we have Rob on graphics today, otherwise it's Kelly. There is a lot that goes into it, and we're doing it with a small team, and it is really awesome that this year we have this additional streaming table that we can do some additional coverage on. I believe that between the PokerGo main channel and this YouTube channel. We're doing about 30% more live streaming this year compared to last. The final table tomorrow of this event will be exclusively on PokerGo. That, of course, the main broadcast with a crew that is about 10 times the size.
They switched tables.
I didn't know they streamed non-final tables.
They just did an impromptu YouTube one.
Daniel Negreanu,
We just
spreading the gospel.
For it.
Not
Sorry,
totally
what line is
impromptu. We have done this before already, this World Series.
I've been preparing for today for like a week straight.
We did the 25K day 2.
110,000.
Negreanu here. You know Daniel loves a good suited connector. 9-8 suited here.
Oh wow, we got a 20 YouTube Unity sub donation from Jimmy Bluffett. Much
Ooh,
love,
baby.
Much love. I'm not going to name everyone who received one, but that is awesome. Thank you, Jimmy, for that.
The high morale hand the reason you have so many hits, or?
I bet 800,000 into a pot of 1.6 million, and then chance raised to 870,000 total with the nut low. And I reluctantly called. Now you're 3.2 million.
I just read the hand.
That does
It has to be stupidity.
I mean, of course it's a horrible play. But for me, it's
Oh,
very high
oh,
morale.
I see. Yeah.
Bet 120,000.
He was bluffing the bluff.
It's a good flop for me.
He was
Not
hoping
me.
to bluff.
Not you. Nope.
No, no, I just got some chips. I felt
Fair,
risky.
Fair,
Looking for
fair.
a flop.
It's on the river.
I mean, it's
I had exact same
between
problem. The last one that folded it.
board
but
is
chips.
Yeah.
It is not
Fair.
quite literally the worst
10,
hand.
6,
Suited,
3,
connected-ish.
Jack,
Yeah,
King.
8 hearts.
Yeah.
So
Pretty
missed
As
flush
issue as
Yeah.
it gets.
Yeah.
He
What's
bets
suit?
800K. The other guy
Okay,
goes
I
all in
dive
for
for
870.
No, he's
We're not in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, you bet. Oh, I see.
He calls. And he has
yeah, of course.
about 5-4 of the flush draw. Yeah,
Daniel,
so
who do you think is oldest?
Raise.
Leon or Super System 2?
the 1% pot or something.
I think that came out.
Who do you think is oldest?
I don't remember when it came out.
I had a
Probably
value
close.
bet. But was not expecting to win.
It's a
How
book
old
by
are you?
Noel Brunson.
How old do you know? 22?
This is why we don't fold.
Has to be close, right?
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh well.
I also like how for the biggest tournaments, they put you in the places where it's like hardest to protect your hand. People just like peering over like this. Like,
Raised to 135.
Shout out to Wayne E. Welcome
I
to the
hear
rail.
you.
Much appreciated.
But it doesn't bother me.
you're in the seat. You know, you could be sniping me. I can't be sniping you.
I should just hire a guy with a Danish flag to stand behind you. How do you feel about it?
Can any of these people be Danish?
I mean, potentially.
No,
yeah.
but like looking at them, you have an eye for Danes, I would.
Yeah.
An eye for Danes.
Him?
Also, I feel like if I ever snipe you, I've earned it. I've earned it.
You put like 5.5?
Things like 5.
And then Chance was like, oh, I just had the ace-9 of diamonds one time. And I'm like, Chance, of course I can have ace-9 of diamonds.
Flop here between Martirosian and your stat. Jack 9, 4, 2 spades
Time was
on
gonna
the
show up
flop.
the second day.
What did I tell you?
He said it was going to happen.
240.
Now it's 240.
Martirosian gonna bet this one and take it down.
Did you play the Raz that night?
Wasted. I literally, I was so out of line. Every time someone raised me, I'd be like, this fucking dumb idiot. Like everything, like dumb fuck came out of my mouth. Oh, that was like the only phrase. Brian fucking you. It was fucking Brian fucking you. I kept saying Brian fucking you. I was on one.
I mean,
yeah, you were hilarious in the vlog. You just were lifting every single human being you could.
I put him on my shoulders.
Yeah, and you wanted them to put other people on their shoulders and lift
Honestly,
them
that
both.
was entirely a bluff.
Okay, you
I
literally
knew I
was lifting
couldn't.
people and be like, get on his shoulders and I'll lift you both. He was.
I mean, I have a video of him lifting Henrik.
Yeah, I believe it.
There is evidence that
Alcohol
Dan
makes
Smith
you
can lift
strong.
Henrik Hecklin on his shoulders.
We're at 36.
Pretty good.
It was in the Bahamas. Dan Smith, big time power lifter, I guess.
I guess so.
Big into squats.
135.
With some of the spoilers happening in the chat, I'm gonna give some trusted people mod rights in case they want to help out. Digital Warfare Records, I'm gonna make you a moderator. You've been around for so long. I'm gonna trust you with that. Anyone who spoils, banned for life. Russell, I'm gonna make you a moderator also.
Wow, Digital Warfare and Russell getting the upgrade.
Getting the upgrade to moderator. There you go. It's a team effort here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a team effort. Banana there for Christoph Vogelsang. Let us know in the chat what's your favorite fruit. Emojis only, please. All right, here we go. Smith versus Sturm.
Bananas are great.
Big time banana fan. There we go. Keep that fruit coming. Smith bets 100K. Sturm is going to lay it down.
So
Action
that
is,
stuff all adds up and
this is
makes
sort of like
sense.
watching the ocean, Donnie.
I woke up with
It's a little
Josh
back and
carrying his
forth.
license in my pocket.
I know, he told me. So random. How does that happen?
Looks like I can add another emoji, so I'm gonna
Oh, wow.
fire one in there. I know exactly which one we're going with.
I was thinking maybe Vogelsang hoodie. Just tuning in, we are streaming all night tonight. Looks to be about an 8-hour stream. We're going to try to get down to a final table in this $250,000 high roller event.
If you show me real quick how you got rid of it. Just slide it. Just slide it? Okay, thank you. Raise. 135.
Jorstad raising it up here from the button with ace-5 offsuit. Sturm in the small blind with an appealing-looking jack-9 of diamonds, but Sturm only sitting on 16 big blinds. Donnie, 16 bigs with jack-9 suited in the small blind. Is that a consideration for a shove?
I think it's a consideration, yes, especially against a button open specifically. There it is. There's the all-in.
I'm adding Michael Boyle as a moderator, too. Another one of our trusted friends in the chat. Just looking to beef up our mod squad here as Sturm takes this one down.
I'm just thinking, given your routine, is you put them like this. I would assume that it's going to be like so dirty that you can't see it.
No, then I'm cleaning them every time on the salt, you know? Like auto-cleaning system.
Wow.
Right?
I don't even know what these two are talking about.
I would have assumed this is one of the dirtiest things.
Or like bacteria-wise, it's like filthy. No, it's like
But given that you could see it.
yeah. They could
I
use
mean,
some
I guess I shouldn't be talking shit.
Oh, there we go. Matt M, another one of our big fans. You're also a mod now.
Weird. This cloth has one.
All right, I added the new emoji.
And it's been like that for like a long time.
It's fitting for this table.
I'm guessing.
Oh man, I'm trying to guess who it is. Is it your stats, Mario
That's your main bucket right here.
Yeah.
Card Protector?
It's in the justice when they're not.
Cool.
No,
Chris-
that's a good one.
Yep,
Kristen
they're
Foxen?
5-4 clubs.
Your stat, ace 4 suited, contemplating a raise here. Hasn't put the glasses on yet.
Pointed at me, and I thought he was like trying to make sure I didn't muck my card.
Oh! It is Negreanu's clown face.
130.
Big fan.
You know, he's having a good time. I feel like, why not? Bring out the clown face.
Sturm, once again with the decision here, Donnie. He just shoved on your stat, picked up the pot. Now he's going to get king, jack offsuit on the button. How do you look at this spot?
Could be another spot where he wants to get his money in here. Could be a spot where he just calls, and that's what we're going to see.
Negreanu, ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. Are you more likely to call and see a flop 3 ways, or is this a good spot for a 3-bet?
I think you're fine to just call here. I mean, and he's going to do the opposite.
Negreanu gonna 3-bet here. Just announced not too long ago that he never 3-bets, or didn't 3-bet for 20 years, I should say. Right now, putting in 530. Your stat with one of those suited ace wheel cards.
We know what the kids like to do with the ace 4, ace 5 suited these days. Sturm flatting behind could be a troublesome spot, though.
Can't use my phone at the table. Gotta walk away.
There it is. There's the shove.
Wow. Your stat moves all in for 4.7 million.
This is going to get the job done, I would guess.
We can all see that Negreanu has the stronger ace, but this is a big and effective shove from your stat because it is extremely tough to make this call with ace-9, and Negreanu does lay it down.
Daniel looked like he gave a little bit of a face like, why did I 3-bet? Like, why did I do that? I just talked about how I never 3-bet. Now I'm 3-betting, and now I got to fold.
Can I get 2 Fijis, please?
2 Fijis for Dan Smith.
And sorry, and 2 for me also.
Shout out to Trey, $5 donation. He says, shout out to the DMV and to Tunnels. Word to DP. You a big tunnel guy, Donnie?
Like tunnels?
Yeah, you love
I
tunnels.
love them. You don't even understand.
I made Trey a moderator too, by the way.
I love
I got it
tunnels.
from the 1-drop.
I mean, the only tunnel we have in Vegas is the one like by the airport. But every time I drive through it, I mean, it's just great. I love.
Do you turn up the music?
I mean, yeah, I just love tunnels. They're great.
Big time.
Some of the best tunnels were on that drive from France to Monte Carlo.
Oh my God!
Along the coast,
That
then you got
is-
to the tunnels. You know,
That's absurd. That drive is
I
phenomenal.
love the tunnels on the East Coast, like the Philly, New York City, like that area. When you go to the tunnels, Boston as well. I love tunnels, man. I don't know. I'm a weird guy.
Big time tunnel guy.
Some would say I got tunnel vision.
I love it. All right, Negreanu got caught with his hand in a cookie jar, 3-betting. Decides to limp this time around with 6-5. Hecklin with 6 deuce is going to check. Nine deuce 4 on the flop. Negreanu is going to toss out a little bet here. Donnie, people are recommending you to take the tunnel from England to France, all the way underneath the channel.
I would have to go to England.
Yeah, just take the tunnel.
But I'd have to get to England. Are they buying my plane ticket?
I mean, who
Heard they're
knows?
really expensive these days.
Hecklin raising it up here with the deuce. Takes this one down. Negreanu takes another little hit to his stack. If you're just tuning in, this is day 2 of the $250,000 Super High Roller no limit hold'em, an absolutely stacked field. On the outer tables, we have Phil Ivey, we have Phil Hellmuth, we have a whole bunch of... Actually, Donnie, give us some more names of players that are still in the tournament to get people excited for what we'll see the rest of the night. I just want to remind you real quick that all we ask for on the stream today is to smash that subscribe button to get us to 421,000 subs and hit that like button while you're at it.
Martin Cabral, a very polarizing figure out there in the field. Chris Brewer, Jonathan Jaffe's out there. Dustin Bailey, businessman, you know, unknown player, but he was the overnight chip leader. He's out there still kicking around. Chance Corneth earlier had a little spat back and forth with Martin Cabral. Martin Cabral can obviously get under a lot of players' skin. Bryn Kenny, haven't seen much of him in recent months, but he's out there battling. Karai Aldemir, we talked about earlier. Him and Espen Jorstad, of course, recent WSB main event winners. Brian Kim, David Peters, Brandon Steven. Really is a who's who. Excuse me.
Yeah, it is a stacked field. We're switching tables every 2 hours, so every break, we're going to get some fresh faces in here. Right now, the main event champ, the reigning main event champ.
You're good, thank you.
Always good to see the player who wins the biggest tournament of the year represent the game well. Jorstad, one of the most elite players in the world right now. Even prior to winning the main, he was playing high stakes. But this, of course, has elevated his persona and his bankroll.
It's nice when you win 10 million.
I've heard rumors that winning 10 million is quite good. Yeah. No clue what it feels like, but sounds like a fun time. Fox in here, pocket fives, is going to raise it up. Vogelsang, meanwhile, still our short stack with 15 big blinds. It goes to show the structure is fairly slow, that he can just hang around trying to find a good spot.
On Negreanu giving up the ace-10 off there. Thought about it for a little bit and then thought better of it. Vogelsang here folds around to him. He's in the big blind with queen-8 offsuit. Vogelsang working on those 15 big blinds that Remco just mentioned.
All 125.
Donnie, people might be thinking, wow, Vogelsang's so short. Why is he calling here?
I mean, because you're only calling, you know, what, one more big blind? I mean, you can take a shot.
Best case scenario for Vogelsang, flops top pair on his short stack. The 10 of clubs, not too bad either to go along with that.
Sorry. After which level we have dinner break? Yeah.
Foxen bets 70,000 on the flop here. Is this a point in time, Donnie, where Vogelsang just sticks it in here, or would he also balance it out by calling?
I think just calling is probably fine here. I mean, he could also just jam it in. His top pair is kind of on the vulnerable side. That said, you know, both plays I think are, you know, certainly fine. We're gonna get a little check raise here though. Can't imagine Foxen continuing with this hand. She kicks it in. Hoodie comes off Vogelsang and he's gonna get the pot. Vogelsang with one of those top pairs that, albeit good, can be vulnerable, especially on a more wet flop.
What, sorry?
Dinner at 8.
Hmm?
Dinner up to 6 levels.
So 2 more levels and then break. Well, this level and 2 more. No?
Yes.
Yeah, this level.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Players discussing the dinner break. Don't believe we'll have a break on stream. Is that right, Remco? Maybe a shortened break here, but
correct.
Certainly not the dinner break.
We're going to make the viewing experience as good as possible for you guys. So we started on a longer delay, and then when the dinner break starts, our goal is to cut out most of the dinner break so that you guys don't have to fall asleep at the table waiting for the action to resume.
What do you mean, you guys? I would fall asleep.
Well, maybe you would, yes. So we might take a short little break during dinner, but not the full 60.
I fell asleep on dinner break yesterday.
Action on Vogelsang in the small line with ace-king suited. Foxen raised it up to 125. Martirosian 6-5 suited. Makes the call on the button. Vogelsang moves all in.
Vogelsang has some relatively easy decisions now. You know, when you're on the shorter side of things, it's generally makes your play very simplified, which is fine. Picks up a hand there, goes with it, gets it through.
All right, let's get to 3,000 likes in the next 10 minutes. Spread the word on today's stream. I came into today thinking this is going to be our best viewed stream of the summer so far.
Is that redraw 24?
Yeah.
What is this?
The ace of spades. Ace of spades. Hit the button.
I didn't even like see clearly what it was. I just know that it like came all the way up.
Sturm raising it up, king jack suited. Negreanu tosses his 5s into the muck. This tournament does have a shot clock, but sometimes, Donnie, the shot clock actually slows play down. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is kind of weird to think about it like that. You know, players will oftentimes know how long they're taking because they can just look straight at the clock and they'll try and keep it the same on every single street, you know, 20 to 25 seconds before they act. But if they're doing that every single time, like, then, you know, that adds up.
Card hit the timer and it kind of did this. And I'm like, hey, I need a new card. And the floor was like, happened to be what said he was watching. And he's like, I know for sure that your card wasn't exposed and you can't turn it over. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I just look down at 2 aces and I get a full double up. And then I brought
that is insane.
Like, yeah, I just happened to see that, like, it gets stable, you know? But it's like, it's a weird thing for him to be confident about.
Wasn't right?
Yeah.
I think I was on the table, but I'm
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, my head was down, I just saw the card wobble, and I'm like, come on.
That's bet 80. So good.
Yeah, they are good.
Hey.
Because if
Yes.
here's
Really good. Thank you.
Sturm finally gets to take one down. I feel like everyone has been picking on him so far.
Yeah, you know, he's the young kid. You gotta pick on him a little bit.
Is there a flop?
Leon Sturm, by the way, only 22 years old, won the 50K high roller at the WSOP earlier this summer.
Couple of clubs.
Back in the day, Donnie, and it sounds weird to say that, but you know, probably 10 years ago, the Germans were absolutely dominating the high roller scene.
Yeah, they were all 22.
Right, Christoph Vogelsang, one of the last remaining players of that era who continued playing. But back in the day, we had Tobias Rankemeyer, we had Philip Brusum, we had Fabian Quas.
You know, I think Fabian Quas
he's back.
Was playing the monster stack yesterday. I think so.
And I think that Philip Brusum is also back.
Wow, look at that.
But they used to dominate this scene.
Yeah.
Martirosian raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Sturm in the big blind considering it with Ace 7. By the way, if you want to watch more poker, right now, I believe, the 2K No Limit Hold'em final table live on PokerGo, so you can actually multi-stream and enjoy both of those. We're just trying to do as much poker as possible.
Yeah, more than $500,000 up top for the winner in that event. Had 1,962 entries. Sturm does make the call out of the big blind. Martirosian flops second pair, takes the lead. He's going to fire a continuation bet here after Sturm checks. Sturm does have the ace of hearts in his hand, and 2 hearts are on the flop.
Raise 250.
Check raise here from Sturm. 250,000. Going to the flop, Sturm was working with about 19 to 20 big blinds in his stack. Action on Martirosian. You saw him check his cards there. Might be looking to see if he had a heart or not. He does make the call in position. Seven of clubs on the turn. That gives Sturm a pair of sevens, but his hand still second best to Martirosian. Sturm with a little over a pot-sized bet remaining.
Sturm checks on the turn here. Action on Martirosian, who's taken off the glasses.
Well, you know, things are getting serious. Yeah, you just got check raised. I mean,
river card, 3 of hearts. Martirosian with the winning pair. Sturm with the ace of hearts, which of course means that he's all in.
I mean, he could rip here. He does have the ace of hearts blocker.
I'm half joking, but in a way, that ace of hearts plays a tremendous role in this hand with regards to the decision that Sturm has to make on whether or not he wants to put some money in the middle.
10 seconds.
10 seconds for Sturm. Is he going to pull the trigger or make some kind of move? Bet's very small. 125 is the bet from the German.
Too much of a hand here for Martirosian to fold. He does make the call.
And Sturm sees the bad news. Seeing in the chat, they need a stand-up game. I would highly encourage having a stand-up game in a poker tournament. That'd be really fun.
And the last person standing gets eliminated from the tournament?
The last person standing has to pay 1 big blind to each player.
I think you just get eliminated from the tournament. Your ass out.
It's just over?
Well, yeah, you're out.
That's hilarious. Would you guys at home, watching right now, play a tournament where there's a stand-up game once a level, maybe twice a level, once a level, and then you have to pay 1 big blind to each player if you're the last one standing? I think that'd be really fun. Ace check off from Martirosian. He's going to come in for a raise. Ever since I added those moderators, chat has been excellent. That ace-10 offsuit on the button here. Every option available, Donnie, here for your stat.
10 seconds.
I think you're going to lean more just call here. Ace-10 has, you know, a little bit too much value that you don't want to get blown off your hand if someone else comes over the top of you, as we talked about earlier, mounting them.
That's a Negreanu term. That's not our term.
No, yeah. He said that's a term for everyone back in the day. You know,
a 3-bet used to be called a mount.
10 seconds.
Sturm has 4s again.
Wow.
I mean, what is happening?
That is really funny. Donnie, is this a shove spot for Sturm?
It's a tricky one. I think at times he might shove. I think he might try and gamble here and just take a shot at flopping his sets. I would probably lean it's more of a shove than calling. But it's also tricky because you only have 12 bigs. Look at that, he does fold it.
Disciplined fold there
Thinks
from
better of it.
Leon Sturm. Ace-5 off for Foxen. It's only one big blind. Foxen started the hand with 35 big blinds. She's going to come along. All right, an ace on the flop would be a real spectacle right now.
We know Sturm doesn't want to see a 4 on the flop because that's just going to be, you know, a little bit of salt in the wound. It does come King 5-4. Sturm would have flopped. Like he has to leave, he has to leave the table.
He's leaving.
I'm out. See you guys later. I
going
can't take it anymore.
I'm going on break. Oh my God, that is painfully hilarious.
I'm done. That dinner break, I'm going early. Can't handle it.
I love I just got up right away.
Texting his friends.
He said, bring me tequila shots. I need something to soothe the pain right now.
I got 12 bigs. I didn't call 1.5 more from the small. Would have flopped the set. Probably doubled up.
Check as well.
Action check around on the flop between these three.
Check.
Just shy of $500,000 in the middle. Foxen's pair of 5s is somehow the best hand here.
Check. Bet 300.
Jorstad bets 300K after the action gets checked to him. Foxen lays down her pair of 5s. Martirosyan kicks it in as well. And Jorstad here with an easy bit of profit.
Worst hand on the turn of the 3 and gets done with a bet.
Once again, welcome to everyone watching this stream. We are doing day 2 coverage of the $250,000 super high roller. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. You can also follow us on Twitter. We're trying to stream every single day from the 2023 World Series of Poker. Today's a bit of a special one. We're very excited to bring you this kind of coverage. Tomorrow, the final table of this event will stream live on PokerGo. And for today, all we ask for is to just like the video and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 421,000 subs on the YouTube channel. The goal for the summer, by the way, is 500,000. People call me crazy, but I still think we can do it. It's got to take up a little bit, though. Let's first see if we can hit 421,000. Much love to everyone in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how it's going.
Raise 135,000.
Smith with a raise. Ace-jack offsuit. Jorstad with a very pretty looking ace-3 suited. Chat has noticed, Donnie, that Negreanu has gone a little bit quiet ever since losing that hand versus Jorstad.
Yeah. Made some folds, probably a little bit on the tighter side, but, you know, his stack dictates a little bit more snug play at this point.
390.
The table in general has gotten a little quiet, you know.
3-bet here from Jorstad, making it 390. Action folding around through the blinds. And now it's back on Smith. Look at that. Nashville, Milwaukee, Florida, Hartford, Spokane, Washington, Calgary. All over the world. India is in the house. Toronto, as always. Aaron Collins, thank you for watching.
I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just annoying.
Boston, Illinois, Finland. 5 a.m. in Finland, says Yori.
Yeah.
Much respect. I hope you're already awake and not still awake. Dan Smith is gonna make the call here. We're gonna see a flop.
That year. That was crazy. Nice to see you again. What's your name again? Steven.
Wow. Ace, queen, deuce. Donnie, we might see some fireworks. Top pair with the flush draw for Jorstad. Smith with top pair as well and a better kicker.
Well, yes, this is a good flop for Jorstad here, especially giving the action pre-flop.
Oh. Yeah. Hunt this guy down.
Shout out to Justin D with a $10 donation. He says, appreciate the work. I hope this is enough to buy 2 coffees from the WSOP Cafe. Probably not, so get 2 cups. Much love. Thank you so much.
190.
Smith checks to Jorstad, who is going to toss a bet out. 180K. Lots of options available here to Smith, Donnie.
No. Huh.
Smith, a very calculated player, of course.
$8-10.
There is the check raise.
Wow, this pot just got a whole lot bigger. And that is a big check raise, Donnie.
Fairly big check raise given what Jorstad bet. He bet 180, going up to 810 here. Sized pretty well that if Jorstad were to put this in, given Smith's stack size, it'd be good. Jorstad, he's going to just call here, which is certainly just fine. You're not really worried about hearts on the turn at all, of course, because you have the nut heart draw.
Turn card. 8 of spades. Now, all of a sudden, the odds swing in Smith's favor. Dan Smith, 2.2 million left, 2.5 in the middle. Are we thinking of shoving here?
I think that is certainly well within the realm of possibilities here to come from Smith.
Massive decision here. Remember, 5.3 million on the line for the winner in this event. How many are we down to, Donnie?
Oh, well, they did the redraw at 32, so at least down to 32, probably, you know, 1 or 2 less than that at this point.
There we go. Final 11 will get paid. We'll see the bubble burst tonight, hopefully. Hopefully on the live stream. 600 is the bet from Smith, smaller than his check raise on the flop. Donnie, speaking of like the price that Jorstad gets here, how do we feel about just flatting?
Well, I don't think you can fold. You have too much equity in this spot. Even if you are behind, you still have that heart draw. You know, you probably consider your 3 to be a good card as well. You're getting a good price.
Jorstad makes the call. Massive river incoming. Let us know in the chat. Do you want to see the heart or do you want Smith to win this one? This is a huge one. 3.7 million in the middle. River card. It is the deuce. Oh my God. We go from maximum drama to split pot action.
But if Smith moves all in here, I mean, Jorstad still would have to make the call for it to be a split pot.
10 seconds.
Big decision from Smith here. Jorstad, a statue. I wonder if he's breathing at all.
Seconds.
1.5.
1.5 million is the bet from Dan Smith, leaving himself with 140K left behind. Decision for Jorstad. Call to chop, or is this board scary enough for him to have to let this go, Donnie?
It's a really tough spot. I mean, I think you can rule out ace-king. So then it comes down to ace-queen, ace-8, ace-deuce. Ace-deuce probably harder to have given that there's all the you know, there's an ace and two deuces already on the board. In ace-8, I'm not sure how often Dan Smith is flatting a 3-bet out of position with ace-8. Might play the suited variety at times. Did Dan Smith take this line with a king-jack of hearts?
Jorstad does have time bank chips left in front of him. Oh, he lets it go.
Wow.
Wow. Dan Smith gets Jorstad off a chop. Join people in the chat saying boring river card. There you have it, Donnie. Dan Smith gets it done.
What'd you have, Dan? This hand. With the ace, queen, deuce, came at 8 on the turn. That was a deuce on the river.
It's like Dan
What'd
Smith
you
is
have?
thinking of what to
Ace.
answer with.
So the ace, queen, deuce, the turn was an 8, and the river was another deuce.
So what do you think I had?
Pocket 8s. Full house, pocket 8s. Is that right? That would be funny if it was, wouldn't it?
Which 2 8s?
Yeah, oh, no, it's my, I was the big blind. It's your button.
Ace of clubs, queen of spades.
Which 2 8s?
Shout out to...
Possible.
I mean, I'm guessing he had to put him on ace-queen. I mean, I don't...
Right, yeah. It's tough to find anything else
I mean,
there.
ace-8, of course, too, but, I mean...
It had dummy vibes. It had dummy vibes.
Shout out to Dead Money Dragon for the $20 donation. He says, is this enough for 2 cups? It better be. Thank you so much. More Canadians in the house. Chris Harris, $2 donation, says, Canadians in the house. Much love to all our Canadians watching. And everyone else, of course, from all over the world.
120,000.
Vogel saying, ace king off. Raises to
I'm gonna just
120K.
not say.
I mean,
Yeah, I would-
Russell
because
asked if it was a good
I think
fold.
it's
I mean,
possible.
I saw the card, so I
Yeah,
can
they
just
don't
say that it was not a good fold
They don't know what they're
because I
doing.
saw the card.
So he'll never be
Right?
on TV.
Or they're like, oh, we're gonna cut to this hand from the 1500 Raz.
Yeah. That happened to me once. I was so tilted. There was a spot where Chidwick check raised me on the river, and we were on film, and it was a big spot, and I folded, and I wanted to know so bad, and they did the whole camera away. We never got to see it. It was just, I didn't have anything. I was bluffing.
Yeah.
But I just really was curious, what the fuck could he have?
Yeah.
I had queen.
Pocket
nine.
fours once again make an
But it
appearance
wasn't
at this
about wanting to
table.
see
And that's the
good.
beauty of being on stream is you're
Pocket
like, I
4
get
seems
to
to be the hand.
I wanted to see. I didn't
Yeah.
think I was good, but I wanted to see.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
How do you calculate your check
Yeah.
raise me?
We've taken 15, right? Yeah.
15 break, and then
Try to chug my water.
I think we're done.
Okay.
That's not fair to keep us all,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
at 250.
Yeah.
C-bet from Vogelsang there, heckling with the quick fold. You heard Daniel Negreanu and Kristen Foxen talking there about being on the stream final table. And Daniel did correctly let Kristen Foxen know that at the upcoming break, this table will be cycled off.
Anybody know who that is? I do. We figured it
Might
out the
get
other
some
day.
copyright violations here with Mr. Negreanu singing away.
You know it?
I know the song, but I don't remember who made it.
Linda Carlisle.
That's right. That's right.
What year?
I don't remember the year. Maybe we were born. I don't know. Like,
17?
in that neighborhood.
Very Hammer
Ooh,
song.
heaven is a place on earth. Da, 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 da. Heaven is a place on earth.
William Benson, $2 donation. He says, hi, hosts. Thank you. Thank you, William. Appreciate you watching and donating to the stream.
Raise 120,000.
I assume Big Blind was going to call and I could stretch my legs.
Henrik Hecklin, ever since
Nope.
losing that big pot versus Martirosian, has been sort of steady, treading water. Meanwhile, Dan Smith, after that hand, is a chip leader at the table with 89 big blinds. Leon Sturm still our short stack.
That is part of the ante.
Ten deuce for Negreanu. He claimed at the start of the show he will never play that hand. Lets it go this time as well. Hecklin with ace 6 suited raises it up.
Smith 140, or sorry, Hecklin here 140K on the raise. Smith defending the big blind with king 7 off, ace 6 of hearts for Hecklin. King queen 9, Smith flopping top pair.
Check.
He checks.
As we mentioned before on the stream, these players know each other very well. A lot more goes into their decision making than just, you know, the poker that we see on the face of it. Smith with top pair checks to Hecklin, who throws out a continuation bet. Question for the chat: what is Christoph Vogelsang drinking? There's a few options there, Donnie. Maybe a green tea, some water. Probably not tap, maybe some kind of Fiji.
I'm gonna go water.
Big time water guy. Smith comes along here. We're gonna see a turn. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Hecklin still left with just ace high. Chat suggesting chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. Vogelsang wouldn't be caught dead drinking chocolate milk.
some people saying brain fuel. Maybe he's on Team Helmuth.
No shot.
Someone says, "What about soup?"
Hey, you never know.
Maybe he's a soup guy. I think Vogelsang is a huge soup guy. 100% soup guy.
Soup guy or like a broth?
Oh, that's possible too. Meanwhile, check. Of course, you know, joking is allowed. These hands are not that crazy and fairly slow, so it gives us time to speculate. If it is soup, I'm gonna think maybe like a little bit of a chicken soup.
Chicken soup for the soul?
Yeah, 100%. Dan Smith going to lead out here. 180,000 is the bet.
Hecklin doesn't look like a guy who likes to fold.
He also doesn't look like a soup guy. Hecklin does lay it down. No soup for you.
Get in the game right now with PokerGO. Play the new social poker game from PokerGO in conjunction with Gala Games. Just head on over to PokerGoPlay.com. You can check out what PokerGO Play is all about. Get in on the action. Mr. POTUS asking where Hecklin is from. That is Denmark. Sturm here with the king queen off. Sturm on 14 big blinds. He's under the gun, comes in with a raise. 120,000, so min raise there.
SF Whomper says, thanks for the commentary, gents. Unfortunately, all the spoilers just kill the fun. Have one on me. I'm out with a $20 donation. Just close the chat. Just close the chat. Put us on the big screen. Crack open a cold one.
I haven't seen too many spoilers.
No, but we've been very good.
I think it's been pretty good overall.
We've assigned a few moderators.
Yeah, we are on a delay.
Entertained? I'm not. I'm bored
Trying to
right
get rid
now.
of the
I'm getting
spoilers
embarrassed.
as we
I hope I
see
get
them.
something
If you guys
suited.
are spoiling, you're just a horrible human being.
Suited.
Never seen Gladiator.
Something suited. Oh, you've never seen Gladiator? I don't
Get
even
the
know that I
fuck
have
outta
either.
here.
I don't think I have either. Or maybe I have.
What?
Come
Wow.
on, you gotta watch it.
I think I've seen it. I don't.
It's good.
Yeah.
Never seen
In fact,
Gladiator?
It's legendary.
Who's the main actor?
I mean, even if you
Russell Crowe?
ultimately don't like it, I feel like it's that's one of those
Like, I know the
movies that
name,
it
I
just
don't
got
know
so
what it looks
popular
like.
that you just watched it.
When I drink it,
It's like a good gladiator, I think.
I feel like Daniel would love it. Dan Smith, not sure.
I also haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I know what he looks
But
like, though.
yes. I should know.
Leon Sturm says he hasn't seen it, but Leon Sturm is 22 years old, so he's got a pass. When did Gladiator come out?
Probably 2000? That's my guess.
Raise 120,000.
Donnie's looking this up right now.
I think I just heard producer Sean just say 2000.
Really?
It says 2000.
Wow.
On Google, too.
That is, okay, I deserve a round of applause for that. I just ripped that off. Meanwhile,
Which
Smith,
means that Sturm wasn't alive.
wow, that is also,
Which
that,
is just,
that hurts me a lot.
I mean, it's 2023, so he could have been
How
born,
come you
but
didn't
yeah.
make them spell your name correctly on the banner?
On the what?
On your banner.
10 seconds.
I haven't even seen how they spelled it.
Just with an O.
Can you count the bet, please?
No?
It's like a million.
For me, I want my real name up there, not my
Is
English
it all
version.
in?
990.
Smith raising it up with the ace and the mystery card. 120K. Sturm all in with ace-jack. 985K.
This is like the wild card hand from back in the day.
Well, the fact that Smith hasn't snap called means that he doesn't have a card that beats a jack. Right, Donnie?
Well, yes.
2, 4.
It doesn't mean he's not going to call because Sturm is on the shorter side here.
Start that clock. Let's go.
I wanted the extra half a second.
I know
Daniel.
you.
You motherfucker.
Smith does not want to fold.
Call.
Oh, wow. Makes the call. Okay, I guess here we go. Time for an all-in showdown. Smith is not going to like what he sees as he tables ace-8 offsuit. Leon Sturm has been hanging around for a long time looking for a double up.
Yeah. He's like, oh, what do you call with an ace and an 8? He wasn't even suited. What does he know? How do these guys get $250,000?
That's pretty much exactly what the chat is
Real
saying.
needles.
Negreanu knows. King 3-7 rainbow on the flop. There comes the turn. Dealer not wasting any time. River card, the 6 of clubs. Leon Sturm receiving a full double up, which he's been waiting for ever since we started this stream.
Leon Sturm has kind of just been bouncing around, not much to work with, you know, tiny bit up, tiny bit down here and there. But this is a nice big boost. The stack that he had gets that double up.
Cool.
Let's deal a hand. Why not?
Smith dips back below 5 million, just over 4.6 in his stack now. Still the table chip leader, but did take a hit there.
Leon Sturm recorded his first live tournament result in 2019.
What I would
guess he was
prefer
only
did
18
is
years
find
old.
The person who said something, like, get in his face.
His first score, Donnie, winning the 25-pound
25 pounds?
mini big bounty at the Lex Live event at Asper's Casino in London.
What year?
2019. Lex Veldhuis organizing his own series at Asper's Casino back then. And Leon Sturm getting his first live win. And also live cash, for that matter. Ever since, he's been raking them in, up to $2 million in earnings. His biggest cash, of course, coming just 2 weeks ago here at the WSOP. 1.5 million is what he took home winning the 50K.
Hecklin opening 2 jacks here. Kristen Foxen defends the big blind with 8-7 off. 9 high flop. Hecklin still well out in front here. Only 6% for Foxen. She checks. Probably going to see a bet here from Hecklin.
Bet. 235,000.
235 is the wager. Foxen gives it up. And Hecklin takes this one down.
My Twitter feed right now, Donnie, is full of people who are at the Golden Knights Stanley Cup parade. Lots of videos. It's absolutely insane.
I can only imagine.
And it's like literally happening right behind us.
I'm happy I'm not out there.
I wish we could have a live feed of that shenanigans.
Should have sent the high noon guys out there.
I know.
What are they good for? They're not out at the parade. Will Jaffe, Ryan DePaulo, Mincy, hammered, celebrating the Knights. That's the content that I'm here for.
Exactly. Right now, the content you're here for is Christoph Vogelsang with the burgers, as I affectionately reference to these beautiful 2 cards, pocket aces for the German.
Raise 120,000.
Call.
Left-handed call.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Almost slowly because we're going to break for a few minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Check. It's all right.
Negreanu with ace-3 decides to make the call. 6-5-9 rolls off the deck as the players are getting ready for a short break. Everyone taking their mics off in the loudest possible way so we get to enjoy that great feedback in our ears. Action on Vogelsang. The overpair in the backdoor draw. Negreanu with absolutely nothing. Vogelsang checks behind, hoping to perhaps extract some value on later streets.
No, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. So my turn. Let's see. What do I do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do, Christoph? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We definitely don't do that. We got to do. Let's go 150.
Negreanu leads out here for 150.
2 hearts, straights there, all the things.
Nice check back on the flop from Vogelsang here. Having the ace of diamonds in his hand certainly does help. Gives him a little bit more confidence here, not really too worried about what's coming on the turn. Taking a more conservative line, but one that can ultimately help him get some more value out of his hand. We see that the line did, you know, entice Negreanu to bet 150K, so Vogelsang getting a little bit more action from here. We'll see what the river brings.
He's not drawing it exactly dead,
Oh
but
my.
that 8 on the river is going to chop this up.
That is, they have to go to showdown though. I mean, Negreanu's coming with the bet here.
250 is the bet from Negreanu on this straight board.
Vogelsang has himself buried in his hoodie, as he often does.
I'm straight.
Which one?
I beat you for half the pot. Not the best run out.
Should have bet the flop.
Yeah, I would have been done. I was trying to go to break. I know. I'm like.
All right,
shit,
players
I'm
are going
I'm
on
like,
a
oh, no, I can bet now.
5-minute break.
Call and I said, no,
Guess
he's got
what?
big
After the
pair.
break, Phil Ivey.
Let's go.
Phil Ivey is coming to the main stage. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Phil, can you move
All right,
this tab
welcome back, poker friends. It is time for level 13. Cards are in the air momentarily. We are down to the final 28 players in this $250,000 super high roller event at the World Series of Poker. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. There you see it, 69 total entrants, 11 places will get paid, and the winner will take home $5.3 million. This is day 2 coverage. If you're new to the coverage, we're going to go all night until they get down to a final table, or until we play 10 full levels. We are now in level number 5. A new feature table every 2 hours. We're going to keep switching them out to make it fair for the players. And look who we have here. We traded Espen Jorstad for Corey Aldemir, so we still have a main event champion at the table. Bryn Kenny is back. Haven't seen him all summer. We have Ben Heath in the mix, Al the Carolus, and there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Phil Ivey. All right, Donnie, I was excited already, but now I'm even more excited.
Oh, yes. Ivey is in the building at this feature table. Cannot wait.
We have Steven Veneziano, Donnie, maybe the most unknown player at this table. What can you tell me about him?
Plays a few bit of our high rollers around the PGT scene. Pops in and out of the studio time and time again.
Take it. There's a little cold over there.
Also got Big Al with us, Al DeCarlois. He used to play quite a bit. Doesn't play as much anymore, Al. I think didn't he play the big one for One Drop, the original one back in the day?
He did.
He's played in some high stakes cash games. Doesn't play them as frequently anymore, but
sunglasses are coming out. Hats are going on. The lights are a little brighter here on set. We also have Brian Kim, Donnie, who you are very familiar with. Is this his debut in a super high roller?
It is, and he's in for 2 bullets, so he's doing the double debut.
No
holding back.
No holding back at all.
He did play the Triton 200K, the one where you basically had to get invited to play, but then the invitees, the businessmen or the VIPs, however you want to classify them, got to invite a quote-unquote pro. Brian Kim was invited in that one.
By the way, shout out to everyone watching right now. And we are only 10 subs away from Donnie donating 50 YouTube community subscriptions.
Oh, wow.
Only 10 away. So if you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you better do it right now. As we dive into this hand, Veneziano raising it up to 180K. Aldemir finding pocket 10s. Kind of an unfair fight.
Raise to 4. Come on. 500.
Aldemir makes it 500K. Ben Heath in the small blind quickly lets go of ace-9 suited.
Thank you.
Veneziano gives it up as well, and Koray Aldemir looking really dapper, Donnie. Takes it down.
Oh, yes.
Big fan of this look.
He looks like he owns a yacht.
Yes.
And,
yes.
You know,
Koray
he won
on
the main
yacht.
event, so he might own a yacht at this point.
Koray on the yacht. You guys are smashing that subscriber button. I love to see it. We're only, we're jumping through all these little marks, and we're only 60 subs away on YouTube from hitting 421,000, which was my ultimate goal for today's stream. But Donnie, you can pull the trigger.
Let's
because
go.
We just hit our number, so we're going to give away 50 YouTube community subs right now. Unless Donnie's credit card gets declined.
That is very possible. I tend to neglect my bills during the summer, so, you know. Almost forgot to pay my mortgage this month. There we go.
Wow.
They have been deployed.
Boom. By the way, Bryn Kenny raising it up with Jack-10 offsuit. Ben Heath finding kings on the button.
10 seconds.
450.
450 is the 3-bet from Heath. Big Al finds Jack-10 suited in the small blind. By the way, Al sitting on 8.8 million. He is our current chip leader at the table. Brian Kim, our short stack, on 17 big blinds. Action back on Kenny. He lays it down, and Ben Heath picks up the pot. Donnie, I absolutely love the fact that we get to switch tables. We had Negreanu on for quite a bit. Now we have a whole different table to get acquainted with. And still, did I say 29 players left? That's what it was, right, at the start of this level?
I think it was 28.
28 players left, so still quite a few players in the mix. There's a look at Phil Ivey. Haven't seen him.
Looks very confused.
Yeah, he does look confused.
Not sure what he was looking at, but he certainly looked puzzled.
Haven't seen him this summer yet.
Negreanu here. Ace king off. Under the gun, coming in with a raise.
180.
Pocket deuces for Mr. Ivey. He's going to call. Brian Kim folding one of those deuces from the big blind.
Let's see a flop. Queen 5-3 rolls off the deck. Ivey's pair of deuces, of course, ahead. However, it's going to be hard to get the showdown with that smaller pair.
Bet 150.
Since this is not an official final table, both music and massages are still allowed. Phil Ivey definitely making the most of that. Getting some work done on his legs. Maybe had a hard workout this morning.
I heard him before, like right when they were getting the play started. You know, Daniel always tries to get Phil on the vlogs. Phil hates it, you know, kind of shies away, all that sort of stuff. You know, Daniel kind of walked over to him with his camera, said, "Oh," because they saw each other first, and Daniel didn't have his camera, and then Daniel had his camera. He said, "Oh, you thought you could avoid me or something like that." Phil, and then Phil, you know, they said whatever, and then Phil said, like, you know, you need to come do yoga with me in the morning. And Daniel was like, "Oh, what time are you getting up these days?" You know, 7 a.m. And Phil was like, 5.
Wow.
5 a.m. He's a madman.
I mean, tell that to the Phil Ivey of 10 years ago, when he was still up at 5 a.m. playing the night before.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen, if anyone follows Patrick Antonius on Instagram, the 3K 6K mixed game at Bellagio has been going every day. Today, 6 a.m., Patrick had a story the game was starting.
Starting?
Yeah, 6 a.m.
Oh, my God.
So, I mean, is Ivey going there before play?
That's crazy.
I mean, that's wild, right?
That is wild. Brent Kenny here with the race. Ace-9 off. Ivey calling on the button with 5s. Let's see if Venetiano is going to come along here with 6-2 suited. You know what time I got up this morning, Donnie?
What time's that?
4.
Damn. I got up at 6:40.
That's sleeping in.
Yeah, you know.
Ivey versus Kenny here on a deuce 4 queen rainbow flop. We haven't asked this question yet as we switch tables. Who are you rooting for at this table? I'm very curious where our alliances are right now. Bryn Kenny, by the way, looking for a win in this event to retake the #1 spot on Poker's all-time money list. He's fallen behind a little bit versus Justin Bonomo, who leads with $61.9 million in total earnings. Bryn Kenny, of course, held that #1 spot for a while, sits in second on $57.7 million. Daniel Negreanu, meanwhile, the third player in poker history to eclipse the $50 million earned mark. He is in third, followed by Steven Chidwick, Jason Kuhn, Eric Seidel, David Peters, Dan Smith, Mikita Batsikowski, and then in 10th place, Fedor Holtz. Bryn Kenny hasn't been around all that much, but it has been funny seeing him play at the World Series of Poker again. Donnie, he cashed in the $800 deep stack event.
Wow.
Did not expect him to play an event like that, and then he balances it out by playing this 250K.
Did he register for the wrong event? King 10-3 here. Haldemir versus Kenny. Kenny was dominated pre-flop, but picked up the best of it on this flop, a second pair. 6 on the turn. Second diamond to the board. Kenny picking up a flush draw as well to go along with his pair of 10s.
Kenny's going to fire at it for 185, and that's enough to take it down. It's good to see that Phil Ivey still has tons of fans. Chat is overflowing with support for Ivey. It's cool, Donnie. We had Negreanu, the superstar, on our first table. Now we have Ivey. Hopefully, Mr. PH Nice Life will maintain it in the event for long enough to show him on our next table.
If anyone's good at just kind of hanging around in events, it's probably Phil Hellmuth. Phil there checking his phone.
Which is not allowed. Deuces for Ivey. Let's see if he comes in for a raise here.
Raise it. 160.
Deuces for a second time.
Oh, Kenny
Ooh.
finds
High.
pocket rockets, the exact same suit that Christoph Vogelsang had just before the break. Red aces for Bryn Kenny.
I just had a flashback to super high roller bowl when Kenny had the aces, Negreanu had the 3s.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was insane.
1 second. 525 an ounce.
Kenny makes it 525.
525.
Look at those eyes. I would never want to be on the receiving end of this type of stare down. You can say all you want about Steven Chidwick or Alex Foxen. This, to me, is the most intimidating face in the entire game. Ivey lets it go, and Bryn Kenny can rake this one in. Of course, he'd been hoping for a bit more action. I believe tomorrow's final table of this event is slated for 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on PokerGO. If you're just joining us, let us know where you're watching from, and please smash that like button. We're close to hitting 4,000 likes. I think we're on track to break some kind of record here for WSOP streams. It's incredible to be able to provide you guys with these live streams, and the day 2 coverage does hit a bit differently. Deeper stacks, get to see more different players. And with 5.3 million on the line tomorrow, it feels very fitting that we give you some extra hours of this event.
So when we get up, walk over there. Okay.
Veneciano raising it up with 10-9 off. Ben Heath with a tempting looking king-9 of diamonds. He's going to make the call. Ace 3, 7, 2 diamonds. Heath flops the nut flush draw. Not much out there for Veneciano. Ben Heath racing there to put together the chips to make the call as he was about to lose one of his time chips. Turn card 7 of diamonds gives Ben Heath the nut flush. Veneciano drawing dead. Ben Heath, 48th on poker's all-time money list, has earned 3.2 million in the last 6 months, up to 17.5 million in career earnings, slotting in just behind former main event champs Jonathan Duhamel and Martin Jacobson. Heath gonna lead on the turn here. Veneciano lays it down, and Ben Heath will win this pot. Ben Heath's biggest live result came in this exact event 2 years ago at the WSOP. He lost heads up to Adrian Mateos in that one. Back then, Donnie, in the 250K, 33 entries. This year, 69.
More than double.
Absolutely insane. This will be one of the biggest first prizes in WSOP history. Outside the main event, of course. Haven't seen Martin Jacobson yet, Donnie, have you?
Yeah, I saw him milling around in Paris the other day. I think he might have been playing maybe the 2K No Limit. But I've seen him a couple times walking around and whatnot.
Martin Jacobson has 3 cashes so far at the WSOP. 1 close call, finishing 28th in the 3K6 Max just a few days ago. For those that are just tuning in, we are switching tables every 2 hours. Negreanu was on the table for the first 2, and right now we get Phil Ivey. Aldemir getting in the mix here versus the Hall of Famer. Jack 10, Jack on the flop. Pair of 10s for Aldemir. Ivey with backdoors. Players have 30 seconds to act on each decision, and in events like these, they tend to use a lot of that time.
Bet 150.
Aldemir continues here for 150. Excuse me, Ivey was the initial raiser. Aldemir taking control of this pot now, betting his pair of tens. Donnie, Jimmy Bluffett asking, apart from the money, is it worse for these guys to bust this event or the main event?
Good question.
Meanwhile, Aldemir picks it up after Ivey lets go.
I mean, I feel like at this point it's kind of the same for all these guys in a weird way. I mean, they've just gotten so accustomed to, and I don't mean to like slight them or slight the tournaments, but get desensitized to it all. But I also hope that that's what allows them to be as good as they are.
Yep.
Is that they're able to treat a 250K just as they would treat a 10K, just as they would treat a 3K 6 max, you know, whatever it may be. They're on both sides. At times, not care about the money, be able to bluff it off, do things that, you know, if you were scared about the money, you might worry about. And then on the other side, give it your all, no matter what the buy-in is.
Here's Brian Kim all in with King Jack suited for 1.2 million. Veneciano to his direct left finds ace-10 offsuit, but he has a lot of players left behind him to act.
Yeah, Kim moving all in here for 15 big blinds. A little too much hand here. You don't want to raise, call it off. It's too good to fold, so just put it in for the 15 big blinds. If you get called, I mean, there are some hands where you're not going to be in the worst shape against, and then other times you're just going to pick up the blinds.
Ivey's going to let go of his big blind, and Brian Kim takes this one down. Brian Kim, of course, Donnie, made a splash in the main event last year. You know him very well. How does he look back on that experience?
I mean, bittersweet busting out. Obviously, great to run deep, but it's one of those things, and I think this is something that would be echoed by a lot of players that go very deep in the main event, is you get that close, and although it's one of those things, you say to somebody, you know, you're going to get 25th in the main event, you're going to get 30th, whatever it may be, you're going to make a couple $100,000. At the beginning of the tournament, you'd be like, yeah, sign me up. Where do I put my name on the dotted line? Let's go. Then you play for 6-7 days. You're that close to reaching the final table, to winning the event, winning millions and millions of dollars, right? So it's really bittersweet in the end. So great run by Brian Kim. He's certainly good enough to be back there someday if he ever gets the chance. He has a lot of experience playing high stakes cash games, and they often say that the main event favors players who have experience playing cash because the structure is very deep. It's so slow. It goes on for what, 7 to 10 days? You know, 2-hour levels. You're playing 4 to 5 levels a day. It's a grind. I mean,
Yeah,
Pry Aldemir did it.
I know, and Brian Kim finished 23rd in the main event last year. A few things break differently, and he's going to be at that final table. Of course, the one hand that sort of, you know, knocked him back, getting bluffed by our French friend.
Yeah, he got bluffed off queens. He also lost with queens later on against, I believe it was A7 and ace hit the river. That didn't knock him out of the tournament, but took him down pretty short, and then ultimately busted not too long after. The main event is just such a beast where it's one of those things that even when you get to the final 3 tables, you know, the final 27, you're so close, but you're still so far away, like in a weird way, because there's still 2 days of poker. There's so much play left. Like, it can take a while. Obviously, anything can happen in tournaments, so yeah.
Veneciano was moved away from this table to balance the tables. At this point, still 28 players remaining in this event. Brent Kenya raising it up with ace-9 suited. Aldo Carolus calling with 9-7 suited, giving Aldemir a tempting situation here with 7-5. Throw it to the flop. King 8-3. Not the most exciting flop I've ever seen.
No, everyone pretty much just whiffs.
I'm just like staring at these
So,
cards.
You know, it's a couple backdoor draws here. Kenny being the pre-flop aggressor, he's going to continue. This is a flop where, as the pre-flop aggressor, you know, being that person who was the original raiser, it's going to probably favor his range more so than the others.
The favor's huge. Yeah, the favor's huge.
It's hard for you guys.
So I'll make it any easier.
Oh, that was 2-seed, right? 2.
Aldemir not giving up so easily, having 2 backdoor draws.
2. They moved him over here. That's why.
Does decide to kick him in.
Not a big please.
The players in this event are playing for a min cash of $411,000. 5.3 million up for grabs for the winner. Final table streaming tomorrow on PokerGo.com. There was a 1 re-entry possible in this tournament. We don't have all the exact re-entries confirmed, but Donnie did say that Brian Kim is in for 2 bullets. Finds King Jack offsuit here on the button. Kim moves all in. Bryn Kenny, pocket 3s.
Close here. Kenny's on 40 big blinds. Brian Kim moving all in for 15 big blinds here.
$1.205 on
I think Kenny is probably going to make this call, but it's not an easy one.
Oh, wow, Kenny does make the call. We're going to see a real coin flip situation here as Brian Kim's tournament life is on the line here versus Bryn Kenny. Let us know in the chat, do you want Brian Kim to double up, or perhaps you want Bryn Kenny to send one more player to the rail? Pure coin flip here between the overcards and the pair. Let's see the flop. Jack 8-10. Brian Kim gets exactly what he was looking for. Bryn Kenny now down to just 2 3s. Running spades still a possibility as well. Let's see the turn card. It is the deuce of spades. Wow. All of a sudden, Bryn Kenny with a smile picks up some outs. Brian Kim stoic, in for 2 bullets. Can he double up here? It is the deuce of hearts on the river. He can find a double up. Brian Kim back in the game now, up to 2.5 million. All of a sudden, Bryn Kenny, the new short stack at this table, down to 24 big blinds. Stacks not as deep as on our previous table. Aldo Carolus sitting on 107 big blinds. Ben Heath second in chips with 79 big blinds. And then we have Brian Kim, Karai Aldemir, and Phil Ivey basically on 30 bigs. And Bryn Kenny now a short stack with 24 big blinds.
$250.
Raise it, 250.
Big race here coming in for DeCarolis. Coming in for a raise to 250K. Big blind is 80K. He's got ace queen off. Aldemir here on the button with pocket sixes.
10 seconds. Call.
Aldemir is going to make the call.
Heads up.
Wow, Remco, look at this. Ace 6-6. It's good to be the main event champ, sorry. Flopping quads.
400.
Bet 400.
The Careless blasts in 400. Given the bigger sizing pre-flop, the now more than half pot on the flop, I can't imagine the Careless is going to get away from this at all.
The question is, how is Aldemir going to extract the most possible value here?
I mean, I think you just have to call. I mean, he's
Call for.
doing all the betting for you. He's sizing it pretty large, so you can just call here.
Turn card, 10 of hearts.
Bet 7.
Wow, the Carolus doesn't hold back, continues firing right away.
It's a good thing Aldemir has a scarf on, sunglasses, a hat, because I'm sure everything going on underneath is jumping for joy right now.
Aldemir again with the call here. Only 1.1 million left behind. Let's see if Al's going to fire it all in there on the river.
Checked it.
Al does check on the river. Feels like only one option here for Aldemir, Donnie.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to try and get the full value here, so.
He does move all in.
All but 5K.
Al calls immediately. Aldemir shows quads.
And all Al can say is, wow.
That is the right thing to say in a moment like that.
75.
1,090,000.
1 million what?
90. 1,090,000. Sixes we finish.
Big double up here for Karai Aldemir. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I just thought I saw spades, and I was like getting really excited for the potential runner bad beat, but
it's okay.
Clearly he had no spades, but you know, since everyone in the chat called me out, you'll be on your own for the rest of the night.
All right,
I just lost my job.
See ya.
I got one wrong.
Taking auditions from the chat.
Yeah,
which chat pro would like to be a commentary pro?
Who from the chat is going to come over to relieve me from my duties here? How can you miss that?
I guess they just grabbed the wrong seat card. C2 is occupied.
Wait, are we getting another main event champ to join us here?
They told me I'm C2, but Chris drew C2. So does that mean he just listened to the
It's probably just the wrong seat card, right? Because C3 moved away earlier. There's no other explanation.
A little bit of confusion here about some of the players that are joining us.
So they must be down to 24 players now, would be my guess, right? 3 tables of 8. Shifting some players around.
Christoph Vogel can take his old seat right back.
Yeah, so Veneziano got moved off this table. Now he's back, but he's in seat 1. And then Vogelsang assumes seat 3.
You got that right.
Couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that.
Will yourself to it.
Donnie, question for you from Mer7, who comes with the $5 donation, says, why do high rollers keep one chip back on all-ins like he just did? Only see it in the tournaments 25K and higher.
Well, there are times when you do it to, you know, if you're going to be beat, then you still have that chip behind. That would allow you to win the big blind ante on the next hand if you do get all in. That sort of situation, I mean, it might just be something kind of a leveling game where, you know, Karai's not losing that hand ever. He has the nuts. So he's just doing it for, I guess, kind of showmanship in a way.
Right.
You know? Sometimes you'll see it where some players do it because ICM reasons, if there's a big pay jump, if there's some crazy action behind him, for example, if you go all in for all but your last chip and then the whole table decides to shove behind you, maybe you fold trying to ladder up if the money's high enough, you know, stuff like that.
I'm pretty sure this strategy will trickle down quickly to the lower stakes events, Donnie.
You'd see it from a lot of players in the lower stakes events, and I would suggest that if you see it from a player in a lower stakes event, then they are probably fairly studied, you know, or they at least watch the best players in the game play, and then they pick up on that.
Aldemir picks up ace-queen off, freshly off a double up here. Aldemir now on 66 big blinds. Vogelsang, after chopping with aces versus Negreanu on the final hand before the break, now still looking for a double up, sitting on 11 bigs here at the table.
Back in the same seat, too. Aldemir here opens to 170K. Heath giving it some thought with 9-8 suited on the button. He's going to make the call. The chips in play are red 5Ks, greens are 25Ks, those blues are 100K. As we get a look at Ivey getting a massage here as he throws in the call from the big blind, queen 7 of hearts. Some sharing of some cards here, some suits between all three of these players. So
it's
see
funny
what the flop brings.
It's funny how when we had Negreanu at the table, there was quite a bit of table talk. Negreanu getting everyone involved. Now we have the Phil Ivey table, and things are rather serious.
Would you talk if you were at a table with Ivey?
Absolutely not. I would buy one of those Christoph Vogelsang sweaters and just hide the entire time.
I think I would talk.
Talk to Phil?
Yeah.
Imagine if you're next to Phil Ivey.
Yeah, I would talk to him.
What would you ask him? How's the yoga?
Why did you tell me that I was bad luck to you one time in a tournament?
We got to get that story later. Here's a Jack 10-5 on the flop. Ben Heath flops an open-ender. Aldemir has a gut shot to the nuts straight. Six of hearts on the turn. Interesting card here. Both Ivey and Heath pick up a flush draw. Ivey with the better of it.
Ivey is going to lead here. Looks like 350,000.
How do you feel about this lead, Donnie?
It's a good lead. No one's expressed that they really want any sort of piece of this pot or to put more chips in. Ivey's got a decent draw here, so let's go for it.
Alder, let's go of his ace high. Action on Ben Heath. Donnie, in Heath's spot, how many of his outs does he assume are going to be good here? Because he has to also give the other players some credit for similar type draws.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you're going to assume the majority of your outs are good. Like I don't see why you wouldn't. But it also probably has to be some sort of combination of assessment. And what I mean by that is you can't just assess your hand based on this turn bet. You also have to factor what could happen on the river.
7 hits on the river. Perfect card for Ben Heath. Makes a flush, makes a straight, sorry. I just want people to make flushes today. That's all I'm obsessed about.
Well, you know, after we saw the Martirosian and Hecklin hand earlier, flush over flush for a huge pot, of course you want to see it now. This is obviously, at least in Heath's mind, a gin card because now he does have the stone cold nuts here. And as the chat is pointing out, he has a 7-card straight. Should get some sort of bonus for that. I don't really know what, but
he gets an extra buffet coupon. Ben Heath moves all in, effectively putting Phil Ivey all in.
It's going to be quite the hero call from Phil Ivey if he is to make it with just a pair of 7s in his hand.
Would also mean the end of his tournament.
Yes. Phil Ivey's combination of cards here might benefit him pretty good. He has a queen in his hand, so could rule out some hands like queen 9, king queen from Heath's bluff range. Also having hearts can be some heart removal from Heath's bluff range. Obviously Heath does have hearts, but that can be factoring into Ivey's mind here. Ivey does give it up. He didn't look exactly thrilled to be folding there, so, you know, spidey senses might be working a little bit in the mind of Ivey, but nonetheless, that is the correct fold. Heath takes the pot.
Phil Ivey now down to 22 big blinds. He's going to need some help if he wants to make a deep run in this event. We've seen Ivey play the bigger buy-in, no-limit events here at the World Series of Poker.
Ivey still giving I mean, the side eye to Ben Heath, making faces. What you doing over there, kid? What's going on, man?
It'd be funnier if he was more chatty. Yeah, Ivey's still looking for his first cash at the 2023 WSOP. Last year at the World Series of Poker, he recorded a handful of cashes. I believe 8 in total. His biggest, of course, that epic run he made in the 100K High Roller, which we streamed on PokerGO. He lost heads up to Alex Ponikovs. Ben Heath finished 3rd in that event. So they have quite a bit of history, Donnie. By the way, if you want to watch more poker action, we have the 2K No Limit Hold'em live on PokerGO right now.
Brian Kim raising from under the gun. Min raise off. Looks like 30 big blinds. Veneziano is going to come along with pocket 7s from the big blind.
Ace 3-5. Nice flop here for Brian Kim. Brian Kim going to continue here. Donnie, if you have 7s on this ace-high type flop, you do have backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw. Are you generally leaning towards always continuing versus a continuation bet? Because, of course, you know, he's not always going to have the ace.
Yeah, and this is a flop where, you know, Kim's going to rep this flop, being the under the gun raiser. Wow, look at that turn card. 7 of diamonds.
Wow.
This is a brutal card for Kim, because in this case, he has the ace with the best kicker, Veneziano. Turning set of 7s. Kim is drawing dead here.
Absolutely devastating turn card for Brian Kim. Just found himself a double up. Then you find ace king and you flop an ace. You think, oh man, I'm on the way up. How am I going to make some money here? And then you get this gut punch because Veneziano obviously is going to try to find a way to make this pot a whole lot bigger. Kim bets 525 here. Veneziano just with the call. River card, 6 of spades. Donnie, is this card gonna
could save
it?
Kim? I mean,
Brian Kim glancing over at his opponent. Like, what kind of range do you give Veneziano credit for here, calling from the big blind?
I mean, he can have a lot of cards here. He could have a hand like a 4-5, which can continue on 2 streets after, you know, you flop a pair. You can continue the flop, obviously, and then you turn a straight draw as well.
Brian Kim gathering his stack, looking over at his opponent, trying to see if he can get a reaction, potentially. No reaction from Veneziano, who is just, oh wow, beautiful check behind from Brian Kim. Potentially saving himself his tournament life. Donnie, this is some high-level play.
Yeah, smart check behind there. Hard to bet against a big blind's range there.
One player?
Veneziano can obviously have a lot of different holdings that can connect with that type of board coming out of the big blind, so Kim assesses the situation correctly and dodges the bullet, to be honest.
Wow. And Christoph Vogelsang is back on the move.
I thought it'd be you again.
What's that?
I thought it'd be you again.
There was a guarantee when that came out. I'm like, oh man, really? 3 times?
Tables are being balanced as we go. That is just the way that it goes sometimes when you're streaming an event that has multiple tables remaining. If you're just tuning in, we are switching out our table every time there is a break to make it fair for all the players to get equal time playing while having to show their hole cards. It sounds as though we've lost David Einhorn at one of the outer tables. Martin Cabral, everyone's favorite villain, up to 8.2 million chips after busting Einhorn, holding ace-king versus ace-jack.
This might be a spot where Brian King looks to 3-bet jam here. Veneziano min-raising from the small blind after action folded to him. Kim on 20 big blinds or so. All right, he's going to just call.
All right, blind battle of the aces. Ace-7 versus ace-10. Eight, 6 deuce on the flop. Veneziano's ace-high strongest here.
No, I think they're on a break and they're just counting chips and stuff.
Brian Kim happy to check behind here. Does have backdoor clubs. 10 of spades on the turn is going to change things quite dramatically. Veneziano now going to be very confident he has the best hand. Top pair, top kicker. Quickly reaches. Throws it in.
250,000.
The players look kind of no limited.
Despite the fact that Kim has a gut shot here, Donnie, hard to continue off the short stack.
Yeah, I mean, his stack, you know, might just make it very hard to continue in this hand, as you said. Doesn't have much playability there. He does give it up. Gives a little head nod as Veneziano rakes in the pot, chips up a bit, up to about 6 million.
It's quite tough, like, whenever you play the feature table, you have to play for a lot of hours. Like,
Brian Kim down to 18 big blinds now. Short stack at the table. Phil Ivey on 22 bigs, Bryn Kenny 23, and then pretty big gap between the rest of the table. Cry Aldemir is next on the leaderboard at this table. 63 big blinds for the former WSB main event champion.
I mean, 18 bigs would have basically been chip leader at the Gladiator final table.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Action folds quickly around to Veneziano, finds the legendary 10 deuce of the suited variety. Brian Kim from the small blind. He's going to make the call here versus Cry Aldemir. Aldemir happy to see a free flop here as he checks his option with ace-6. Blinds go up every hour. We're playing 40K, 80K with the 80K big blind ante right now. Aldemir bets 90K. Not much out there for Brian Kim, who's in need of a double up. Lets it go. Gives me a chance to let everyone know. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel. We're more than happy to provide you with this coverage on YouTube of day 2 of this 250K super high roller. And while you're at it, let us know in the chat, what's for dinner? Or lunch or breakfast. It kind of doesn't matter. Wherever you're watching from, let us know what you're having. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry myself here. Got a Greek salad waiting for me. I'm very excited to dive into on our next break. Yes, show us some love, smash like, and hit the subscribe button. Notification bell if you wish to do so. You will be reminded of all our upcoming content. We do daily highlights in the morning. We do some shorts. We do live streams almost every single day.
Raise 180,000.
There we go. Oh boy, you guys are making me hungry. Sorrel says pancakes with peanut butter. That sounds fantastic, actually. Ivey raising it up with ace-9 offsuit to 180K. Veneziano is going to make the call here in position with queen-jack. And there's Brian Kim, the shortest stack at this table, with ace-king offsuit. Wasn't too fortunate with ace-king just a few minutes ago. Will he get luckier this time around? Brian Kim moves all his chips to the middle. 1.3 million is the bet. Action folds quickly over back to Phil Ivey. He's going to get a count. Ivey giving it some serious thought here with ace-9. This is also for the majority of his chips.
90,000.
Ivey's getting pushed around a little bit at this table, has not been able to make anything happen. Donnie, do you think Ivey gets frustrated, or is he far beyond that and just realizing that, maybe this is just not his level?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more just like things aren't working out for me right now than total frustration. I think Ivey's probably past that overall. Does give it up here.
Action background of Veneciano. He's going to lay it down as well. Very big pickup here for Brian Kim.
Oh, yes. Phil Ivey now our short stack on 19 bigs.
All right, all players in the monster stack, if they haven't started, please have one player buy only 150 units. We'll be taking a dinner break at 9.5 minutes. We'll be breaking them off during the...
No, I give you a tip.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you need to get a call.
Nice playable hand for Al here. Pocket eights. But yes, all that dinner talk in the chat definitely got me extra hungry. Especially shout out to people that said pizza. That's always the go-to. I had pizza just yesterday. I went to Yukon Pizza again with my good friend and colleague John B.
How was it?
Oh my God, the best. Yukon Pizza in Vegas is my new favorite spot. It's a different style than Good Pie, but I'm a huge fan. Meanwhile, Phil Ivey finds pocket tens. He moves all in. Action quickly folding around back to Al. Bryn Kenny folds a nice looking ace-4 suited in the small blind.
Probably peeled that back and was see the ace first.
Oh.
You're like, oh, I'm gonna get there. Nope, it's just a 4.
Al with a decision here. He, of course, raising under the gun. Ivey not getting the action he had hoped for.
Nope.
Quite a disciplined fold there from Al, Donnie. It's easy to think, oh, Ivey might have or will have lots of, high overcards in his range.
Thank you.
The way Ivey is sitting, it's microphone being blocked, so it's hard to hear what he's saying.
He probably turned his microphone off. Knowing Ivey.
Wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised.
Veneciano here with the King Jack of Hearts. Very pretty looking hand.
160.
Comes in with the raise, min raise. Aldemir here picking up 2 5s.
Michael Boyle says, I would love to show up at a random day 1 table and find Ivey there. That sort of makes me want to, I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Would you want to play at a table with Phil Ivey there for the experience, or would you rather not because it's Phil Ivey and he might take all your chips?
Bryn Kenny here with 2 10s. Bryn Kenny on 21 big blinds. Raise and a call in front of him. He's going to move this all in. Ben Heath wakes up with 2 jacks behind in the small blind. He's going to get a count on Bryn Kenny's shove here. This is very bad news for Bryn Kenny.
Trouble for the number 2 on Poker's all-time money list.
1.685.
Donnie, this is interesting though for Ben Heath because there's a raise and a call in front of this, but the stacks are in a way that Heath can't just sort of go all in because of the other stacks.
Yeah, I mean Heath, his hand I think is too strong here. I mean, I think Veneziano has been opening a fair bit that, you know, he doesn't have to have a super powerful hand here. Obviously he could, but
Ben Heath makes the call, not committing his entire stack. Bryn Kenny knows that his tournament life will be on the line no matter what. But are other players going to get involved here? I think not, but you never know.
yeah, I think this will just go fold. And it'll be Kenny versus Heath with Kenny's tournament life on the line.
Aldemir quickly folds as well. And indeed, we have pair versus pair. A very tough situation for Bryn Kenny. He's looking for a 10. Maybe some diamonds. Bryn Kenny's tournament life on the line here. He's going to need some serious help. Here's the flop. 8-4 deuce, 2 hearts. I won't make the same mistake again. Calling for a flush draw. 3 of hearts on the turn. Kenny still with only 2 outs.
I believe Veneziano is commenting that he would have made a flush, or at least Ben Heath is kind of looking at him that way.
River card, deuce of spades, and that spells the end for Bryn Kenny. He is the next player to hit the rail. Ben Heath takes this one down up to just shy of 9 million chips.
Ben Heath, an absolute beast on the high roller scene. You don't see him much unless the buy-in's 25K or higher. You don't see him a lot in the United States unless it's the World Series of Poker, but one of the absolute best tournament players on the planet today.
I would have considered it. But 50 and 1 this hand, y'all. 51.
Down to 6 players at this table. Brian Kim and Phil Ivey. Pretty much neck and neck at the bottom of this table's leaderboard. Ben Heath soars up with that KO, gets up to near 9 million, and then you got Veneziano, Aldemir, and DeCarolis kind of bunched up in the middle there. 5 to 5.5, 5.6 million, you know, for those 3 players. Aldemir comes in with the raise, ace-5 suited.
A few more updates from the field here. We've also lost James Chen to Dan Smith. Dan Smith up to 5.7 million. And sadly, we've also had to say goodbye to Mr. Phil Hellmuth.
That's too bad, man. I'm sure he gave it his all.
R.I.P.
Played his heart out. How did he bust?
He busted to Martin Cabral, who's now up to 10.6 million. And
man, Martin Cabral.
I can run you through the hand history after this hand. Let's have a look and see if Aldemir and Ivey are going to stick some chips in the middle here. Not a whole lot going on here for either player. Aldemir is going to take a stab.
140.
Ivey does let it go. Gives me a chance to read you this absurd hand history that Phil Hellmuth played. Okay, chat, pay attention, listen up. I'm going to tell the hand that Hellmuth busted on, but you got to stay with me here. Henrik Hecklund raced 160K. This update, by the way, courtesy of PokerNews.com. Hellmuth called in the cutoff, and Martin Cabral called in the big blind. The flop was Jack 7-7. Cabral led for 310,000. Hecklund folded, and Hellmuth called to see the turn. The three of spades hit on a turn. Cabral bet 445,000. Hellmuth thought for a minute before shoving for 920K. Cabral called right away and showed 7-5 offsuit. So it's Jack 7-7-3. So trips for Cabral. Hellmuth had pocket eights. River was a queen, and Hellmuth took off. And he is out. So,
I mean,
an interesting hand.
Just put it in pre, Phil. And the hand's over.
Exactly. Just put it in pre.
I mean, maybe you double versus the original razor. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a better approach, seemingly, than what ended up happening. Aldemir ace-9 off, raising it up. Veneciano in the big blind, excuse me, is going to make the call. By the way, if you enjoyed the coverage, please smash that like button. Let's see if we can hit 5,000 likes here before the end of this hour. We're going to be with you here all night until we get down to the final table or until they play 10 full levels.
Sloth Bear said commentators equal results oriented. No, I mean, that's just 100% a shove. Like, I don't, no. That is not results oriented. They just put your money in.
360.
Aldemir continues for 360. Veneciano is going to come along here as the wheel draw, backdoor diamonds, 9 of hearts hits on the turn. Aldemir improves to top pair, top kicker. Nothing there for Veneciano. Let's see if Aldemir is going to fire a second time here. Stacks fairly even between these two. $860 is the bet.
They're not coming. 860. 860 or 860. 860,000.
Veneciano lets it go, and the German former main event champ takes this one down. Quite a few votes in the poll, Donnie, asking, do you want Phil Ivey at your table if you're playing the WSOP main event?
I mean, no. Why would you ever want Phil Ivey at your table?
62% says yes.
Yeah, those people hate $10,000. There's lighting it on fire. Like,
but you can tell your friends at home that you played against Phil Ivey.
You know what you can also tell them? Technically, if you enter the WSOP main event and Phil Ivey is also in the field, you played against him. Okay, so you can just tell them that and not have to deal with him at your table. How about that?
Pocket aces for Karai Aldemir. He's raising it up, obviously. Actually folds to Brian Kim in the big blind.
Kim does defend here. Up against the 2 aces of Aldemir. King, queen, 6, 2 clubs. Aldemir has the ace of clubs in his hand. Kim checks.
Bet 140.
Kim lets it go, and Aldemir picks up another one. All right, a few more updates from the outer tables, courtesy of Poker News. By the way, don't go to Poker News right now because you're going to get spoilers because we are streaming on a lengthy delay. The reason for that is we are going to cut out the dinner break. So we started with a longer delay. We're going to cut the dinner break out to give you guys more poker in less time. See how that works? It's kind of like science, like math and science, all the stuff that I don't understand. But producer Aiden told me that he can do it. He's kind of like an astronaut. Time, space, continuum, whatever, however it works. It's that movie Interstellar. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here. But anyway, so we're doing a long delay so we can cut the dinner break out. Because of that, we're a little bit further behind than usual. But I wanted to let you guys know that Steven Chivuk has been eliminated. He busted to Artur Martirosyan, who's up to 10.7 million. And we've also lost Daniel Negreanu. So sadly, Negreanu gone. Busted to Alex Kulev. And Leon Sturm has also been eliminated. So, Donnie, a flurry of eliminations here.
Oh, yes.
After we had that break not too long ago.
You want to know who else is getting eliminated? Anyone who spoils in the chat. I'm not even verifying if the spoiler is a joke or not. If I see it and it's a spoiler, you're getting banned, okay?
There we go.
End of story. We're not dealing with this stuff today.
Things are heating up. Things are heating up.
Trying to bring you guys some additional day 2 coverage. We know it's not perfect. We have to be on the delay. The updates don't have to be on the delay. We get it, you know? Just don't spoil it for other people. Like, if you want to spoil it for yourself, go right ahead. It's fine. I like doing that when I watch. I watch both things. You don't need to ruin it for other people.
Brian Kim continues to get involved in small pots, hoping he can make something work. So far, it's not going his way, even though his queen high is looking okay right now. Producer Aiden just brought me a chocolate-covered strawberry. He might as well be proposing to me.
Jeez.
This is like a true sign of love.
Does he know you're taken?
I mean, a chocolate-covered strawberry.
Don't tell your fiance.
I won't. I won't, because then she'll be like, bring me home some. Things rather quiet here at the feature table. Players are focused and locked in, which gives us time, Donnie, to talk about pizza. When did you last have pizza? I feel like you've been not
when
been
you
tweeting.
brought that pizza here.
That's the last time you had it?
Yeah. I mean, that was like a week ago.
I mean, it feels like a long time for you not to have pizza.
No, I've been trying to be less eating pizza.
Is this
like
a healthier summer than last year?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably about the same. Because we're still like only 2 weeks in, which is like the healthy part.
Yes.
Talk to me when the main event starts. And, you know, I have bags of candy and chips in my hand.
I've been on a roll. I've been on a roll lately. Living clean as far as that goes, and trying to stay on my workout routine as the action folds here to Karai Aldemir, 6-4 of clubs.
Yeah, a little.
Someone said cauliflower crust is the bomb. Do we have to ban that person from the chat? Is that necessary?
That is what started the whole. Does this look like good pizza to you? Is the cauliflower crust.
Meanwhile, Aldemir and Heath could try to make a straight flush if they played together here.
Five-three deuce flop for action.
Yeah, 2 clubs maybe. 9-9-4 rolls off the deck. Only 1 club. Aldemir with a pair of fours. Just going to bet one big blind, playing 50, 100, 100, by the way.
Heath is going to come along. 10 of clubs on the turn. There's your flush draw, Remco. Backdoor variety, but still a flush draw. Could get fun.
Are you sure this is a flush draw, Donnie? I don't want to speak out of turn here. I'm not the world's best flush draw detector, as we all know. Little update from the field. We are down to the final 20 players in this event. 20 players remaining. Final 11 will get paid, so I'm feeling pretty confident that we will make the money tonight. 160 is the bet from Aldemir. Ben Heath sort of finds the card he's looking for, Donnie. He's going to make the call. Little does he know, he's hoping for a 5, not for a club. River card, 3 of hearts. Aldemir's pair of 4s is the best. Aldemir bets again. 3rd street in a row that he bets on. Nothing out there for Ben Heath. Donnie, also not really a card where he can realistically pull off a lot of bluffs on.
No, but I mean, if he wants to win the pot, we know how he has to do it, right? He's certainly never calling. He's going to give it up, though. Oh. Yes, he's going to give it up.
All right, like I said before, final 20 players of this event playing right now. Final 11 will get paid a little over 400K for the min cash. And just so everyone is on the same page here, we recently lost Bryn Kenny, James Chen, Phil Hellmuth, Stephen Chidwick, and Daniel Negreanu. And now I'm going to eat my strawberry.
Action folding over here to Veneziano with the Jack-9 of hearts. He's in the hijack seat. Gonna come in with a raise. 220,000 is the raise. No takers for Veneziano's raise, and he'll take this one in. Thank you, Digital Warfare Records, reminding everyone of first place prize in this event, $5,293,000. Top 11 spots will get paid. A little over $400,000 for a min cash. Final table of this event streamed tomorrow on PokerGo.
You think I could live solely on chocolate-covered strawberries, Donnie?
I mean, probably, yeah, but it would be, sounds horrible.
I might have to change my diet up a little bit.
Brian Kim here, ace king.
He's an ace king magnet.
He is. He is under the gun. He has 18 big blinds. Gonna come in with a raise here. Min raise to 200K. Queen Jack off for Aldemir looks interested here. Does give it up.
Of course, Kim raising off the short stack is going to look a little bit stronger than your average raise. Even with ace-deuce suited, Ivey not even thinking about it. But there's Veneziano with ace-jack off in the big blind, Donnie. Could he be interested here in at least seeing a flop?
Hey.
Oh, wow.
He just going for it.
He plays quick. I like it.
He does play quick. I'm assuming we're going to get a 4-bet jam here from Kim. I'm just guessing based on the way Veneziano quickly made it 500 and Kim's stack size, he's not going to fold. If you were planning to 3-bet fold ace-jack, I think you would just call. Kim does go all in here.
Wow. There it is. All you can eat, baby, for Veneziano, who now has to decide, do I want to pay an additional 1.3 million to potentially send another player to the rail? If you're Veneziano, Donnie, you have to assume that this is within the realm of possibilities.
To him to have ace-king, Kim?
No, for him to move all in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's min raising off 18 bigs under the gun. I mean, you know, you're getting that short. You have a hand you likely want to play with.
Need to start the clock.
Does make the call.
The call is made. Brian Kim in a terrific spot here to find another double up. He needs it desperately also. All in for 18 big blinds. Veneziano has him covered by quite a margin. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we feel about the ace-jack call? Brian Kim in for 2 bullets. Must feel a bit of adrenaline going through his body right now. We're getting closer and closer to the money. Not quite there yet, though. Here comes the flop. Oh, my God. Jack in the window. A 3 and a deuce behind it. Brian Kim might be getting sick here. Turn card. The 3 of hearts. Brian Kim, 3 outs. Tosses his time chips to the middle in frustration. 10 of clubs on the river. A kind sounding a good game, guys, but Brian Kim must be devastated.
Did you? I was wrong.
Karai Aldemir whispering that he folded a jack.
Thank you.
Do we play?
Brian Kim gone.
Do we wait?
From the event. Just figuring out whether a new player needs to be brought to the table. This brings the field down to the final 19 players. 19 players left, 11 places get paid. Phil Ivey still in the mix. Hasn't said a word yet, so it seems, but it is good to have him at the feature table. By the way, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're bringing you coverage of day 2 of this $250,000 super high roller.
When talking about which one to move, but they both have 7, right?
Let's see if we can get up to 5,000 likes here during this little intermission here as we're waiting for a player to get moved to the feature table. So smash that like button if you are having a good time.
Good time to remind everyone, if you want to save on PokerGo and watch tomorrow's final table, if you're not already a subscriber, you can save $30 off the first year of a new annual subscription using the promo code DREAM30. That's DREAM30. just head on over to either PokerGo.com. You can also go to get.pokergo.com. Pick up an annual subscription, and you will save $30 off that first year of an annual subscription if you use the promo code DREAM30.
Do you know the delay situation? Ben? I think it's usually an hour, but I mean, that was definitely a fold, right?
There we go, closing in on 5,000 likes. Love to see it.
You could just jam yourself, I guess, to jam yourself, and then it's the same deal.
Yeah.
I guess with a small three bet you made it.
Players are getting up, walking around. We are not on a break. We're just waiting for a player to get moved to the feature table.
Yeah.
Ace Jack, Ace King, believe it or not. Yeah.
Someone is just like
Board
beating
was,
their microphone.
Jack, deuce, 3.
I don't know what this is going to achieve, Donnie, but it's driving me crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he raised. He raised 200. I made it 525.
I hope I make it back. I had to go
He
so
shoved
fucking
all.
bad.
Yeah.
I said, I hope I make it back.
Adrian
I had to go
mentioning
so
that
bad.
Kim was in for 500K. Yes, he was. One of a few players that were in for 500K. I think Sean Winter was in for 500. Sam Soverall, I believe, was in for 500. Espen Jorstad was also in for 500.
Yeah, they're balancing.
Players were allowed one re-entry in this tournament.
Yeah. We lost the player and we're waiting for balance.
See you. Thanks.
Looks as though we're waiting for the action to complete on some of the outer tables.
Yeah, but we're 8.
Thanks to everyone who hit that like button because we're up to 5,000 now. Appreciate it.
It means 2 tables and then again at 9 players. It's not switching to a 9-handed tournament.
First place is almost $5.3 million in this tournament. Top 11 spots will pay out. All right, does sound like we cut table audio because, you know, someone was playing the drums or something. I don't really know what they were doing.
I guess we are on a short break as we're just waiting for the tables to get balanced.
I'll go with that.
There you go.
I'm actually happy to get off that table.
Folding as soon as you have your king.
Who has all the chips over there?
Martin and Alex. The Rush, or the Bulgarian guy.
I kind of figured you wouldn't mean your husband when you
Welcome
said
back,
it.
everyone. Continued coverage here
Martin
on the PokerGo YouTube channel for day 2 at the 2023 World Series of Poker. $250,000 super high roller. My name is Donnie Peters. Alongside me, wolfing down a salad over there is Remco Rinkema. He'll be back in a few moments. Take your time, buddy. No big deal. We got Phil Ivey here at our feature table, and he's coming in with a raise on the button with Jack 10 off. Kristen Foxen in the big blind with Ace 4 off. She announces all in.
Raise all in.
She'll have to sit through a little bit of the Ivy stare here.
Right, but not kings, but the winning
He does
hand.
give it up.
That works.
Good luck back to back.
Yes, there we go.
Kristen Foxen getting moved to this table from the outer area. She's now working with about 20 big blinds in her stack. Playing 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds, 100,000 big blind ante. Ivy, the short stack at this table, is just under 15 big blinds. Ben Heath, you see him there. He's the man with the chip lead. Those 3 stacks of blue chips in the front are worth $6 million alone, as he has $8.5 million in his stack.
Raise 200,000.
Heath coming in with a raise here, Ace 9 off. Action folds around to Karai Aldemir in the big blind, 10-7 of diamonds. Very defendable hand here. Karai does make the call. To a flop we go. Ben Heath in position. 10-6 deuce, 2 clubs. Aldemir takes the lead with top pair. Ben Heath still with ace high, but has that ace of clubs as a backdoor flush draw. Also the 9 could be a backdoor straight draw. See how he wants to proceed here.
365.
Bet 365.
The bet is 365,000 from Heath.
Thank you.
Aldemir makes the call.
365.
Seven of spades on the turn. Aldemir goes from 1 pair to 2. Heath picks up an inside straight draw.
Bet. 840,000.
Heath continuing with the aggression here, goes for 840,000.
Seconds.
Aldemir makes the call once again. Pot now just under 3 million in chips. 8 on the river. Heath backs into a straight. Heath has been betting the whole way. He was the pre-flop raiser. He bet the flop. He bet the turn. He gets there on the river against Karai Aldemir's 2 pair. Aldemir checks for a 3rd time.
Yep.
Just under 3 million in the middle. Just over 5 million behind for Aldemir. What sort of sizing will Heath go with here?
10 seconds.
And will Karai Aldemir be able to get away from this? 2,250,000 is the bet announced. That is about 40% of what Aldemir has behind. Aldemir does call, and Heath is going to show him the bad news. Huge pot here for Ben Heath. That bet on the river, 2,250,000. Karai Aldemir pays it off. Ben Heath is going to see his stack rocket up to over 12 million in chips. What a way to come back from a short break, let me tell you. Just getting right after it. What do you think, chat? What do you think about that hand? Should Karai Aldemir have check raised the turn, maybe? Could Ben Heath have gotten more on the river, maybe? Should Karai have folded the river? What do you guys think? Karai Aldemir's stack now down to under 3 million. He's got 29 big blinds. Ben Heath is almost double second place at this table. Second place being Veneziano in the 1 seed. He's on 6.9 million. Veneziano is the one raising here. Coming in from the cutoff makes it 225K.
Wow, I missed the big one.
I mean, just wild hands. Aggression pays, man. Just bet till you get there.
Exactly. Bet, bet, bet. And eventually you'll make something happen. Phil Ivey needs to make something happen.
Yes,
Down
he
to
does.
only 14 big blinds.
Ben in the chat said, the problem with that is that Ivey is such a tight player. When he goes all in, it's going to be an insta-fold.
I mean,
I don't know if anyone watched the 100K last year when he was heads up with Ponikovs and Ivey semi-bluffed all in on the final hand and busted.
Yep.
So he doesn't always have it. He's Phil Ivey. I mean,
Exactly.
come on.
And, you know, situations just come up where it makes sense to go all in. Sometimes that's with a good hand, sometimes that's with a bad hand. Dynamics at the table dictate play in many occasions. Veneziano here raising it up with ace-queen offsuit. Heath, ace-4 suited in the small blind.
10 seconds.
825.
Raised to 825.
3-bet here from Heath from the small blind, using that big stack to his advantage right away. Trying to gather more chips by 3-betting. Donnie, Veneziano must pick up on that. An ace-queen offsuit probably too strong to just let go right away here.
Yes, but also a hand that you might not want to 4-bet here. You can just take a flop in position.
It's funny, we heard Negreanu talk about this earlier, about the clicking and the re-clicking and all the sort of re-raising that used to be the norm in these types of events.
I mean, it's a very interesting spot here for Veneziano, given his chip stack in relation to everyone else at the table. He is extremely healthy, over 70 big blinds to start this hand. The only player that he is at risk to is the person 3-betting him right now, Ben Heath. Ben Heath's certainly capable of attacking here with worse hands than ace-queen.
Fold.
He folds.
Wow.
Wow.
What a fold.
That is the exact type of situation that if you're Ben Heath and you see that in a stream replay in an hour or whatever the delay is now, it's music to your ears, because that is going to allow you to just continue to pressure Veneziano, maybe some others like in his situation that are playing like that. I don't know. Might be a little bit too passive there.
I mean, this result is the exact reason why you 3-bet a hand like ace-4. You can get a fold, and if you get a call, you have plenty of options to play this hand post-flop, especially with a stack this deep. But when Ben Heath sees this hand on the live stream, he's going to be surprised that Veneziano folded ace-queen offsuit there. Veneziano, meanwhile, gets dealt king-jack suited, and he's going to come in for a raise. Ben Heath once again picks up a hand. This time it is ace-king offsuit. He's going to just play back at him right away again. At some point, Veneziano is going to think this is personal, as Al de Carolis finds sixes and just flats the 3-bet, and then Ivey finds ace-jack offsuit. Donnie, what is happening here?
Wow. A whole bunch of hands, that's what's happening.
Donnie, if you're Phil Ivey, can you shove here? Like, I'm trying to just like think of any way in which that could make sense, because I just want to, you know, see the man chip up a little. We know that ace king hasn't dominated, but given the dynamic, you know, Ben Heath 3-betting a lot, being aggressive, having the big stack, and once again going after Veneziano, could Ivey have moved all in there, or is ace jack off just too weak?
He could have moved all in there, yes. I mean, the read on that situation, that as you described, if Phil Ivey has been picking up on that sort of thing, I don't think so far, at least at this table, we've really seen Ben Heath attack Veneziano. I know he did there, but up until that point, I don't think he's really done that. So I think Phil Ivey correctly assessed the situation here and got out of the way. We did see De Carolis call, and Veneziano also called.
Through action here on ace queen 5. Heath, top pair, top kicker. Veneziano, gut shot. Al looking for a 6.
That bet there should knock out De Carolis, and it does.
Veneziano definitely the fastest player at this feature table. Veneziano is going to make the call. Turn 4 of spades, adding some extra spice to this hand. Veneziano picks up a flush draw to go along with his gut shot. Of course, his gut shot reduced by 1 card because Ben Heath is holding ace king.
$1.175.
It's very specific.
1.175.
Heath sizing up here, trying to put
wow,
Veneziano in a tough spot with hands like he's holding some weaker aces.
Donnie, compared to the ace-queen fold, this seems almost out of character.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Veneziano's going to see the river here, hoping for a spade. It is the 5 of clubs on the river.
Okay.
Veneziano misses his draws. 4.1 million in the middle. Ben Heath on his way to extend his chip lead. What is he going to do on the river here?
That river card might be a good card for Heath because Veneziano could limp a hand like 2 5s, right? Now that there's 2 5s on board, probably less likely that he has pocket 5s.
2,250,000.
And there is Heath coming with another bet.
2,250,000.
Veneziano quick fold.
Wow. Absolutely insane chip lead right now for Ben Heath. Up to 14.7 million. His next closest rival is still Steven Veneziano, who is sitting on just 5.3 million. It's gotten really quiet at the table here as everyone is just spectating the Ben Heath show. By the way, a shout out to everyone watching. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. 9:30 p.m. here in Las Vegas. We're going to be here for quite a few more hours as the goal is to play down to a final table in this event. The final 11 places will get paid. We're down to 19. 411,000 is the min cash. 5.3 million up for grabs for the winner. The final table taking place tomorrow on PokerGo.com. If you're not yet a subscriber to PokerGo, please do so right now. Take the annual subscription, use promo code DREAM30, save $30 on your annual sub, and that'll break your subscription down to just $5.80 per month. All right, back to the action here. Phil Ivey all in from the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. Ben Heath with the raise, pocket 3s. Al called in on the button with king-9 suited. Donnie, if you're Ben Heath, are you taking a few more shots left and right, or are we keeping it sort of more serene and calm?
I mean, it might be a spot where 2 things here. If Ben folds, I think he's just kind of leaning on the cautious side because You don't need to risk the chips, even though you can afford it. Also, you don't need to double up Phil Ivey on, 2 to your left, right?
Yes.
So, let him have this 200K, not a big deal. We'll move on. I'll get you later, buddy.
Phil Ivey takes one down without showdown. Still only 18 big blinds for Ivey, but we both know that this man is...
One too many hands in a row, it's cool.
Great one-liner from Ivey. There's just something about the way Phil Ivey acts at the table. We all love to watch it. Just Ivey staring at Ben Heath going, "You having a good time?" Brilliant. Absolutely. I'm here for it. I love it. Kristen Foxen still pulling off that Hollywood look in the best possible way.
Raise 250,000.
Might be expecting some rainfall here at the Horseshoe. Remember that one time at the Rio?
What do you mean that one time? It happened like once a year.
Venetiano raising it up with King 7 off. Foxen finds queens in the big blind.
Great spot for Foxen to be in here.
10 seconds.
625.
3-bet to 625. That's going to take it down. Yeah, Donnie, speaking of the rain, there was one time where they literally had to
625.
remove an entire table out of play because there was so much water coming down from the ceiling.
Yes.
By the way, you never told the story about how Phil Ivey told you that you were unlucky.
Yeah, we were at Aussie Millions, and I was at the time working for Poker News, and I was in the field covering the tournament. I forget which tournament it was, but I believe it was the Aussie Millions main event. And Ivey was at a table that was like the Aussie Millions poker room. There was like the walkway, but then there was a kind of a lower area. You know what I'm talking about, a lower area, and then there was a second area that was you had to take a couple steps up. He was up, there was a table right above the couple steps up. So I take a couple steps up. Ivey turns to me and just puts his 2 index fingers in an X. And I'm like, I looked at him like, what, huh? Like, he's like, you're bad luck. Whenever you come around, I bust. And I was like, Phil, I just covered you winning like the 250K. Like, I definitely not unlucky. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, Donnie, if Phil Ivey busts on the live stream, I'm telling him that you were doing commentary.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Ben Heath raising it up with ace-jack off. Venetiano with 6s on the button is going to come along. Aldemir getting a nice price, even though he only has 7-5 offsuit.
Dinner. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try. We can't even get in.
Aldemir does come along.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Good thing that he did.
Oh, yes. Trips here, and I would imagine best chances to get some money out of Venetiano. 3 ways in this pot. I'm not sure how much money Ben Heath is going to be wanting to commit to this, especially with Karai coming along from the big blind. But there is Heath with a small continuation bet.
150,000.
150,000 into 750. Venetiano quickly calls. Aldemir still to act, so a little premature by the dealer there, but no big deal. We'll correct it. Aldemir, of course, the best of it here. 3 5s.
Check raise there from the German pro, making it 550 to go. Heath with a quick fold. Action back on Veneziano. Does have sixes, but they probably shrink after this kind of action and lets it go. Veneziano has been on a downturn over the last hour or so.
Yeah, ever since he busted Brian Kim, he got his chips up over 7 million, but since then has gone the other way. Started when he folded the ace-queen off to a 3-bet from Ben Heath. Then he chased a straight draw that turned into a combo draw with a straight draw and a flush draw against Ben Heath. That cost him a couple million there. This pot here cost him some more, so he's gonna want to slow down that skid down the mountain. But you know, still very healthy in chips. He still does have 44 big blinds to work with. Action here on Karai Aldemir in the small blind. Queen Jack off.
Oliver going to call the big blind here.
$350.
Raise to 350.
Ben Heath raising with some confidence here after tearing up this table for the last 30 minutes or so. Aldemir started this hand with 36 big blinds. Aldemir using all of his clock without using a time bank chip. Makes the call, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. Aldemir in a great situation here, even though he is out of position. Jack 5-6, about as exciting as we could have hoped for in this kind of situation. Aldemir with top pair, Van Heath with an open and a straight draw.
I don't want to twist your arm.
200K continuation there from Heath.
It's better I take him out. Why?
Aldemir just flatting, giving Heath a chance to catch up and hit a straight. Turn card. The queen of clubs. Aldemir now with top two pair.
This stand seems like it's playing out very similar to the big one that Heath won against Karai Aldemir. Karai flopped top pair on that hand, ended up turning two pair, and his opponent ended up getting a straight on the river. We'll see if that one, or this one, plays out like that one did.
In order for that to do so, Ben Heath is going to have to continue betting here again on the draw.
He certainly could take a free card here if he wants to, but
ooh, he is going to keep betting. 750. This pot is growing quickly. Donnie,
I wonder if what happened last time is going to factor into Karai's decision here, and if he's going to decide to check raise this.
Yeah, give us some thoughts. Like what sort of reasoning would Aldemir have here to check raise when you consider the potential, wide range that Heath could have here? Keep him in the pot with a weaker hand, or perhaps charge him more, deny some equity.
Yeah, I mean, deny some equity. You want to do it for value, of course. I don't think that you would feel top two pair here is behind, so you would be check raising for value. I think it's fine to just call, and we're going to see Karai do just that. I mean, obviously, you always have to have it in the back of your mind that there are certain cards that can come on the river that you might need to get away from. I think here you're just going to see Karai check again, and
not a card that Karai has to be scared of.
I mean, 7-8 is a possible hand. So, yes. That said, I mean,
that's one combo, right? Or
yeah, and Ben Heath can have bluffs. You know, he's certainly capable.
10 seconds.
$2.7 million in the middle. Wow, Ben Heath moves all in. Karai Aldemir's Tournament of Life on the line. He snaps it off. Ben Heath shows just 4 high, and where it didn't work out on the previous confrontation between these two, this time it does work out for Karai Aldemir, and he gets all his chips back plus some. Massive pot here.
Well done by Karai Aldemir there. Certainly deserves credit.
I think it was 700. I think
for sticking
to
his play,
Yeah.
not letting
Thank
the
you.
previous hand, what happened to him, that runner that gave Ben Heath the straight and ultimately cost him a couple million chips, not letting that kind of creep into his head and cause him to do something, I guess, out of the norm here. Listen, also credit to Ben Heath here for continuing. He went raise pre, bet, shove to be exact.
2 million.
Say what you will about that bluff from Ben Heath, but he does.
And this hand, for everyone who was possibly ripping Karai earlier, this is why in the earlier hand Karai likely has to call, because Ben Heath can have these bluffs. Like, he can go for it.
Okay.
Down on the floor, okay? Yeah. You can rack your own chips and take them down there, or I will take them down for you.
Looks like the players are going on dinner break, and as promised, we are going to cut out the dinner break. So please bear with us here. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then the action will continue. So not a 1-hour break, just a 5-minute break, and then the action will continue here on day 2 of the $250,000 Super High Roller.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the room. Movie magic. We skipped the entire dinner break. Hope you guys grabbed a bite to eat because the action is far from being done. You can see it on the screen there. 17 players remaining out of the 69 total entries.
Was I late
The final
or you were
11
early?
will get paid, so the tension
We
will
were early,
mount
I guess.
here
Huh?
inside
We were
the
early, I
horseshoe
guess.
as
I
we
think
get
I was on
closer
time,
and
right?
closer to making the money. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. What are you snacking on? Perhaps you're having a beverage. Donnie and I are quickly having some snacks here as we are super excited to bring you what looks like about 4 more hours of coverage of day 2 of this super high roller event. If you enjoy our coverage, please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. This is one of our favorite streams of the summer so far. We've had tons of positivity in the chat. We have Phil Ivey still in the mix. Hopefully he's still at the table. If not, we're going to probably see him again later on. We're going to keep rotating the tables. Looks as though cards are going to get in the air here. All right, here we go. A look at our new table here. Phil Ivey did get moved away, of course. That's fair. He played on the feature table for 2 hours. We got a whole new slew of characters with the exception of Hendrik Hecklin, who we saw at the start of the broadcast. We have Chance Corneth. We have the villain himself, Martin Cabral, 9 million chips. We have Alex Kulev and David Peters. So a bit of a different flavor here, but I can already tell you we're in here for some epic action. Cabral, very talkative, very confrontational. Alex Kulev, not scared to bluff it all off. So potentially here, getting some big pots over the next few hours. We are down to the final 17. There it is, Chance Corneth lets this one go.
Hendrik, can I have your stack, please?
Final 17 means that we are 1 elimination away from getting down to the final 2 tables. So keep in mind that when that happens, play might be delayed a little bit as we have to get the tables aligned again. So we have 2 tables of 8. This 1 table will get broken. Players will be spread out over the other tables. Cabral raising the button to 240.
Thank you. It's there, everyone.
Martin Cabral doesn't waste any time complaining about something. Complains about players standing or people standing behind him. He is on the feature table.
Can you check the
2 blue, 1 green, and 3 red.
Can you check this, please?
That's right. That's correct. Check and check.
Cabral gets 2 customers here from the blinds. Both Hecklin and Kulev involved. Ace-9, 3, 2 diamonds on the flop. Kulev picks up a flush draw.
Someone buys.
Donnie, Alex Kulev has the face of a bluffer. I don't know how else to put this.
I mean, yes. He's the face of a guy who's going to go for it.
Exactly. Don't hold back.
$810,000.
810 and now.
Here we go.
810,000.
Exactly 1 hand. It's gonna happen a lot, right? Like, at least like, I guess it's unfair if they have to play like 3 orbits, but on average it's gonna be what, like an orbit?
I guess they don't want to stop it mid. Like,
I guess we're 50% to stay here.
Yeah. I guess so.
All right, now we're doing a 2-table redraw. So
All right, 2-table redraw. We have some bad news from the field, and that is bad news for everyone who's a fan of Kristen Foxen. Al de Carolas just eliminated Kristen Foxen on the first hand back from dinner on the outer table. Foxen moved all in with pocket 5s. Al woke up with aces. No help for Foxen, who was eliminated
players,
in
this will be
17th
feature
place.
table 1. If you get feature table 3, it is the outside table over here.
All right, so we're now down to the final 2 tables in this event. 16 players left. 5 more eliminations before we get down to the money. All right, some chip count updates here from the entire field. We're going to go from the top to the bottom. Our chip leader right now, Artur Marderosian, 11.6 million. Dan Smith, second in chips, 11 million. Ben Heath, 10 million. Chance Kornuth, 10.3. Kulev, 9.9. Cabral, 8.6. Aldemir, 7.3. Then we have Chris Brewer, 6.9. We haven't seen him yet. Alda Carolus, 6.5. Henrik Hecklin, 5.4.
Do I keep my box or do I change it?
Vogelsang, 3.3. David Peters, 2.8. Phil Ivey, 1.8. Jonathan Jaffe, 1.3. And Brandon Stephen is our short stack. I'm sure you guys would appreciate those
Yeah, I will
updates.
see in half an hour.
Yes, you see a good hand.
So what is it?
It's a good hand.
Do you mind if I use this? I swear to God, I'll
I'm
come
good.
find you if I was.
Yeah, I'm good.
I swear.
I believe you.
Okay.
The intensity of you saying that was something else.
Now it's really bad.
All right, so let's just stay with it here as the players are finding their new seats.
Next time you tell me good morning, I'll look if it's nighttime or not.
Yeah, make sure.
Not a lot of trust going around here at this table. Players are bluffing on whether it is a daytime or a nighttime. On that note, let me go to the chat and see where people are watching from. I know I asked that just a few minutes ago.
I am seat 4. Oh.
Donnie, we got quite a lot of play left tonight.
We do.
Already down to 16, though.
I mean, it's moving along quickly. You know, you think that oftentimes you get in these high roller events, bigger money, bigger prizes, all that sort of stuff. It's going to just be a grind, but these guys are never scared to get their money in. We see it time and time again.
Thank you.
Looks as though we get Brandon Stephen here at the feature table. He is the short stack in the tournament with just 9 big blinds.
I feel like he's been short the whole day today, and he's just been grinding and grinding and grinding. Dan Smith, you know, he came to the feature table earlier in the day, didn't have too many chips, was able to play that big hand against Espen Jorstad when he was able to fold out a chop.
Yep.
And has really just been on the up and up since then. You see Phil Ivey there is going to sit down right next to Mr.
Baby,
Smith.
let's go. Ivey back on the feature next to Dan Smith. Dan Smith with a massive stack. Ivey's got some work to do.
I think it was last year in either the 100K or the 250K where Ivey was at the table with Martin Cabral, and Ivey, like, he was just... He was Ivey facing at him, just like, who is this guy and what is happening?
Hello, welcome.
Ivey here squeezed between Aldemir and Dan Smith. If you guys are hyped up about having Ivey back on the feature table, please smash that like button.
Get the Ivey emojis going in the chat. Let's go.
Let's see if we can get to 6,000 likes on today's video.
6,000? I want 7. Come on, man. 7,000 likes. Make it happen.
One step at a time, Donnie. Don't get too greedy.
I'm greedy. I am greedy.
Do you have an iPhone cable?
Staff just verifying stacks here for our broadcast. We are down to the final 16.
This one doesn't work anymore.
Like I said, Brandon Stephen is the short stack currently in the event. Dan Smith, one of the big stacks.
Yeah, that's right. Alan Shields says, as soon as Cabral opens his mouth, I'm out of here. Well, I guess see you later, because we know Cabral likes to talk.
We're getting the full experience.
Uh-oh, he's back. Cabral walked off stage there for a minute. I thought he was going to the outer table, but
no, he's in C1.
I guess he's staying.
I got you. My cable stopped working. I found another one. Thank you.
Yes, I can tell you.
Shout out to Tim Duckworth.
8,
helping count some chips there.
95.
Alda Carolus in the 2 seat. Slowly but surely, our feature table art is coming together. Cabral in the 1 seat, Carolus in the 2 seat. Then we have Marderosian in the 3.
It's a social occasion.
Looks like Henrik Hecklin in the back there. He is going to be seat 4. Then Brandon Stephen in seat 5.
did
And then we
Bahamas,
saw Dan Smith, Phil
Vietnam,
Ivey,
Cyprus.
and Karai Aldemir. Donnie, stack table.
Let's go.
I
Expect nothing
won
less
like
in
a
this
medium
event.
tournament in
Stacked
Vegas
field
for like
from the
500,
start.
25
It's going to be a lot of fun here.
I think it's pretty cool that we get this sort of look behind the scenes on how things sort of, you know.
Yeah, this is how the sausage is made, you know?
Exactly.
I did not.
I've got a bunch.
By
of
the way,
like
tomorrow's
third,
final
fourth,
table
fifth.
of this
Been off
event
stuff a lot.
will be on PokerGO.com. If you are new to PokerGo, please subscribe. Use the promo code DREAM30 to take $30 off your annual subscription. And Donnie, we have kind of a cool promo associated with that.
Yeah, we're doing a PokerGo annual subscriber giveaway for a Dream Seat. We've already given away one of those Dream Seats. We're giving away 3 for the annual subscribers. We've given away 1 to Albert Hart. He won it on June 6th, I believe. He was drawn. He's going to be coming out in December to compete in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll. That is right, $1 million. We're putting it up. $500,000 is going to go to the winner. That event is only open to the top 40 players on the PGT leaderboard, as well as select Dream Seat winners. Albert Hart is one of those. You could be the next Dream Seat winner from the annual subscriber. Now, you have to be a PokerGo annual subscriber. You're doing the next drawing on July 17th, so WSB main event final table day. We'll be pulling a name from the annual subscriber list. So sign on up, get.pokergo.com/dream. You guys can see the details there. That's where you can go to sign up. Use that promo code DREAM30 to save $30 as well.
By the way, cool update from our social media wizard, Sam Cosby, in the chat says Albert Hall is at the WSB right now playing the $1,500 monster stack.
Yes. That's right. He came the other day. I think
my
he
cable didn't work,
played
and then I just gave back the show.
You asked me, I'll tell you.
another 1,500. I can't remember which one it was. He played the
$2,000
Nolan as well.
But
He's playing the monster stack, so he's out here.
He's getting ready for the PGT
I
Championship.
think he gets some coaching.
But you have more
or
cable than
works with Jonathan Little to some extent.
That's the merit one.
He watches PokerGo a lot.
Absolutely.
What?
Looks as though we are close to getting started here.
I have the white one.
So big.
Always for you.
Well, I mean, it's not that it's too big. It's that it's not fun. But if we're smaller,
I'm just gonna put it out there.
Sure,
Prepare
but-
yourself.
It's good practice.
Yeah.
Play after 3, 4 days, 5 days. Pop right in.
all right, you want to take half and then I'll go play?
I take a small piece.
They play a 3-6 mixed game in Bobby's room. I played a 50K.
Let's go.
You're definitely winning in a game with Lyle and Talal, I mean, that's for sure.
Donnie, do you think that someone like Karai Aldemir is still looks sort of fanboying here a little bit?
I mean, how can you not?
I know, right? How can you not fanboy?
Justin's just stud on.
Do you know when we starting? Now?
Four.
Just had it.
Dan Smith's been around for so long.
He is. He has. Yeah.
Do you think Dan Smith has ever gone to dinner with Phil Ivey?
Why we start tomorrow?
No, I mean, Phil Ivey has probably gone to dinner with fewer than 10 poker players.
Right. Negreanu is on the list probably. Helmy is not on the list.
He's not very good.
Could you imagine Ivey and Negreanu?
Do you guys in the chat think that Helmuth and Ivey have ever been to dinner together?
They might have gone once in like 1997, and Ivey said, I'm never doing this ever again.
And if you think they did, what restaurant did they go to?
Who picks up the bill?
That's a great question, too. Helmy, by the way, tweeted the other day saying that he's bought more dinners than anyone ever. I think he said.
What?
Yeah. I think he said he buys dinners all the time for all his friends.
I call the bluff.
All right, cards back in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get going here. Hecklin Ace-10 offsuit. We are down to the final 16 in case you're just tuning in. Final 11 get paid, so the pressure of the money is definitely building right now. $411,000 up for grabs if you manage to get into the top 11. The goal tonight is to play down to a final table.
We're at 120, yeah?
Whatever that means. Probably the final 8. Smith raising it up with Jack 9 suited. There's Martin Cabral in the 1 seat.
You know box. Do you know your chip count when they count it? Do you know how much you have?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't know what she said. Yeah, it was a little over 6 million.
Come on, Chris, be social.
I always have it so quiet. I can still hear it.
Martin Cabral's head's on a swivel.
I know one of them. But the other one I didn't know. I don't know.
What did chip count?
First spot to Dan Smith.
Yeah, can I see that?
For all sake of time.
All right, from the players at this table, who are you rooting for? Give us your top 3 in order, because otherwise I'm worried everybody's just going to say Phil Ivey. Who are you rooting for? Give me your top 3.
Top 3.
Top 3. Donnie, what's your top 3?
Like rooting to win or make the final table?
Rooting to win from this table.
I mean, I
I
don't really care for like a rooting interest. Just want to put that out there. I always root
No
for the
way
story
he's done.
or the entertainment factor. So obviously it has to be Ivy #1, right?
Same thing.
The correct response you could have given is Ivy, Ivy, Ivy.
No. I'm gonna keep it real. Ivy #1, but he has to be heads up with Martin Cabral because that would just be out of control. I'll go Karai.
Yeah,
as well up there.
Easy to root for.
Could you imagine Ivy and Cabral heads up? I think Ivy might just leave the.
He might just leave. Yes, very possible. Ivy here raising it up to 240 off the short stack. 15 bigs for Phil Ivey at this point. Action folding around to Hecklin in the big blind. Has ace-9 suited as well of the diamond variety.
I don't know.
Lots of Ivy Smith. Ivy Smith, some Brandon Steven fans out there too. David Peters is getting some love, but he is no longer at this feature table. We might see Peters again later on.
Can I take a look at that as well?
Can I see that? Can I see
I will
that?
show it.
Okay. Let me see. I want to snap it.
Heads up, though.
Hecklin calls from the big blind. Flop comes king 10-7. Ivy's going to continue here.
Just pass it around,
I guess the players are passing around the chip count sheet.
Sure. I mean, you could just look at people's stacks.
Hey.
10 seconds.
Cheers.
Hecklin is going to come along here to see a turn card. Both players with backdoor flush draws, but the deuce on the turn eliminates that option. Let's see if Ivy continues to stab here, being on the short stack.
Check as well.
Does have to check behind. Both players, of course, with ace-9. Hecklin going to lead here on the river, it seems.
525.
525 is the bet. Ivy with a quick fold, and that is really putting another dent in his stack.
Smile. Semi-final table. Okay, here we go. Alright, you did good. You and little bit then, little bit. Still, unfortunately not.
Not the final table.
No.
So what's he talking about?
Martin Cabral
Semi-final
is just here to say crazy stuff, and I'm here for it.
I like how he has his chip stack basically in C2.
Yes.
What a donut.
Takes over the entire corner there.
I mean, how annoyed would you be if you were next to him? You have no space because you just got a wall.
Where is our clock? Our clock?
Ace queen suited for Ivey. Fresh off of losing a few big blinds here. 12 bigs right now. Is he going to just put it in there?
Ivy stack. A little bit deceptive here. Might look like more than it's actually worth because he has mostly reds.
Yeah. He said he's all in.
He's all in.
Oh wow, here we go.
Thank
Phil
you.
Ivey all in.
Thank you.
People
Appreciate it.
send Ivey some good vibes in the chat right now.
Can I get a count, please?
Martin Cabral.
Gonna get a count with King Deuce
Gonna
off
get a
suit.
count with the King Deuce off. Here we go. The Martin Cabral experience has begun.
He folded. That's okay, he folded.
Das Macheli,
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Coin flip incoming. Martin Rosen finds pocket jacks. Ivey all in
Must be 149. When
looks
we
like
two agree,
1.5
must be
million.
149.
I mean, this money's going in here, so chat, you better get ready if you want Ivey to stick around. He's going to need some help.
Martin Rosen just with the call. Hecklin folds, and so does Steven. I did not see an ace or a queen hit the muck here.
One queen did hit the muck.
One queen hit the muck. All right.
The careless had queen.
Plenty of outs here. Come on, Ivey. Let's give this man a double up for the fans. Ace queen versus jacks. Martin Rosen can spare a few chips. Here comes the flop. 10, 9, 3, 2
How this guy
clubs.
make chips.
Not much out there for Phil Ivey.
No diamonds.
Turn card. It is an ace. Ace for Phil Ivey. He takes the lead. Martin Rosen down to just 2 outs. Or we will see a Phil Ivey double up. River card. It is 10 of hearts. And Ivey chance rain down from the bleachers. Not really, but I think the fans are happy to see Phil Ivey get a double up here.
As you said, Martin Rosen, he can afford it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not rooting against Martin Rosen. I'm just saying.
We just want to keep Ivey around for at least like a half an hour. I mean, just give us something here.
That was exciting, yeah? That was exciting.
Ivey up to 27 big blinds. Still got plenty of work to do, but a little more comfortable right now. All right, subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed that. Feels like a good reason to
yeah, smash that like button. Let's go.
Exactly, commit to our streaming.
Like,
by the way, Donnie, we're
I saw
getting
that
closer
card
and
as like a 10
closer
of
to
spades.
the 50K PPC.
So like you're taking him off as your pitch.
Believe it starts
You're
still doing
tomorrow.
it. Yeah,
Another
you
satellite
way
today.
too
I
high.
think they gave away 2
Yeah,
seats
you're
in
low.
yesterday's satellite.
Pitch, look.
Okay.
Pitch is
Yeah,
way too high.
if it is wrong, then like stop, yeah? Yeah, I can see that, yeah, from your position.
Pitch is very high.
So let's play the hand, but you understand what I'm saying, yeah? You need to do lower, much lower. Thank you. It's up to you, correct. No, sorry, Mr. Ivey. Up to you.
Mr. Ivey, up to you.
Mr. Ivey.
The players telling the dealer that the way he pitches the cards is too high. Players can see it. Of course, only in an event of these stakes would players see that kind of stuff. Of course, that's also why they are the best. Action on Karai Aldemir, who comes in here straight from the south of France, off the yacht. Right?
He just go to F1 Monaco?
Yeah, with Aldo Carolus.
Yeah.
Al and Karai wearing outfits that would match well on the yacht. Aldemir raising it up with ace-king offsuit. Well, yeah, a little update on some of our YouTube coverage coming up. We have day 3 and 4 of the PPC streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the final table will be on PokerGO. Should be a blast. Some 50K mixed game coverage. Everyone folds, and Aldemir takes this one down. Getting word from the outer tables that Chance Cornuth has sent Jonathan Jaffe to the rail. Jaffe was all in with ace-king, ran into the kings of Chance Cornuth. No help for Jaffe, and Cornuth now up to 13.2 million. Ben
Can you call
Heath,
the floor, please?
sitting on 9 million, was also involved in this hand.
If somebody wanted to, they could be sniping cards off the deck. I just did one, and like every time you could almost say.
I agree.
You gotta like angle the deck down.
You hold it lower? I mean, how low?
I mean, you gotta angle it down. It's like when it's coming
you
off.
need to put
the
the other angle, yeah. That's
You
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
tilt. You need to tilt your hand like this.
Okay, play the hand for
Just be as flat as you possibly can. I'll watch the next hand.
So play this hand, right?
I didn't see anything. I'd say if I did, but like also if I wanted to, I think I could.
You're a lot shorter.
Donnie,
that's rude.
How does the dealer feel right now?
Okay, now I'm gonna start sniping you.
What did he say?
Dan Smith was commenting how
Phil says you're a lot
you could
shorter,
possibly
too.
see the cards if you wanted to.
He has advantage,
And Phil Ivey commented on Dan Smith's height. Dan Smith a little bit on the shorter side compared to Ivey, so you know Ivey had to get a little jab in there. It's all in good fun.
Race minimum.
This table is getting better and better. What? This is like the circus right
You
now.
just put out
Cabral
240
with
when
the
you have
min raise.
240? Like, I don't understand.
Aldo Carolus makes the call.
I thought he meant it.
Exactly.
Did he make it
That's-
240?
Just put out 240.
That's
when
why.
you have
That's why he
240.
said that, Al.
Martin
I know,
Cabral
but
announced
it's-
race
you're right.
minimum.
Just put out 240. I don't get it.
And he threw in 300K. So then Al Carolus
Put out 240.
put in 300K.
Let me play my
which is
hand.
a little bit confusing
Okay,
because
I will. I'll let
what
you
Henrik
play.
Hecklin is saying is that Martin clearly has enough
maybe
chips to
everybody
just
fold
make
it
it
and then it's
240.
easy.
But he didn't. He called. Whatever.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Thank you.
What a table.
On the list of players tired of Martin Cabral's antics, Henrik Hecklin at the top of the list right now. Hecklin about to reach over the table. And just
Listen, you guys wanted the Martin Cabral experience. You got it. Here we go.
Ace 9-3 rainbow on the flop. Cabral just holding Queen 4. The Carolus with a pair of eights.
Also, Martin Cabral comes to the World Series of Poker. He plays like 2 events. He plays like the 100K and the 250K, and that's it.
Successful player, Martin Cabral. Say what you will about his style and his antics, but he does get it done.
That is true, yes.
GD is asking in the chat, what's the deal with this guy? Yeah, we've been trying to figure that out for years. He's a very intense person.
Yeah, there was a little dust up earlier when play first started. Him and Chance Cornish. At one point, Chance Cornish said, "The only joke here is you, Martin." At another point in the
205.
tournament, Martin was asking about possibly
400.
card or something and getting surveillance to look at it. So, you know, it's been the whole experience today.
Cabral trying to get a bluff through here versus
queen.
Big Al.
You have better queen.
That one was actually funny.
Yeah?
I'll give you that one.
Was it funny?
That one was funny. I'll
Don't
give
be
you that one.
stressed. It's small tournament. It can be bigger. Don't worry. Be happy. It cost me
Don't worry, be happy, Remco.
205 chips, but I want to make you happy.
I can appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
That's a good bet.
I think I'm pretty funny
Martin
today.
Cabral
Pretty
is such a
funny.
troll.
Still agree, Steven. Wow, smile. I get a smile.
He's
for
an
6
internet
years
troll in
when
real
we
life.
Playing together, I never get smile. First time. Okay, that's the
Good
day.
Ivey.
That's the day. Okay, round of straddle, guys. Now when the fun is on. Round of straddle, I start.
I agree.
Everybody in?
I'm in.
Cora, you in? Round of straddle. Okay, okay. Henrik?
I'll consider it.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
actually- you
first
get a
we
penalty
bust
for collusion.
Henrik
It's
and then
actually
we
a
play
penalty.
round of
You can get a
straddle,
penalty. I got a
okay?
penalty like 15 years ago.
Let's do that.
For collusion.
Yeah?
I got a penalty for that.
Always a problematic player. Always problematic. Scandinavians. I know them.
Yeah, it must be me who's problematic.
Has to be you.
Oh, I can't.
You
I
being
can't win this
Scandinavian,
guy.
no?
Yeah, I mean, can't really run from that.
All right, Brandon Steven puts on the serious
Three
face,
power.
moves all in with pocket nines. Just 7 big blinds for Steven here. Looking for a much needed double up. Action folds over to Karai Aldemir in the big line with deuces.
I mean, might have to call this. Yep.
Yeah, Aldemir calls it off with deuces. Brandon Steven at risk with nines. Great situation for him to get back into the mix here.
Well played. No, really? I see 0 mistakes so far.
It's good.
From you. 0 mistakes. From world champion.
Donnie, we don't have to say much anymore.
No, we're just
60-60.
Should we go out there and give Cabral a headset?
Yeah. Might as well get him live on the feed
today,
here.
Correct? Yeah.
All right, let's see the flop here. Brandon Steven at risk with pocket nines. 4, 5, 10, 2 spades. Aldemir drawing really slim here. Brandon Steven in a great spot to double up. Turn card. It's the ace of diamonds, giving Karai Aldemir some additional outs with a wheel draw. River card. It is the 9 of spades. Brandon Steven. The first of many needed double ups. Get back into the mix here.
So final table again, together, forever, with Mr. Ivey.
Yeah, that's right. The three of us were there.
Who else? No, nobody else in the field? Nobody else, yeah? No,
he was.
Yeah. No, you were not.
I got 8s and 9s. Yeah.
You get 9s. It's not final table. Sorry, man. Sorry. I think wait. I did bust you, eh? 9.
Yes, you did.
So yeah. No,
I remember.
We can do that together again if you want.
Sure.
Remember on day 2 you chipped up to me with the queen deuce?
It's history, man.
You almost got thrown in jail.
It's history.
Yeah.
Almost got
thrown in
jail.
What is happening here? By the way, Martin Cabral referencing last year's 250K super high roller won by Alex Fox and Brandon Steven finishing in second place. Cabral himself finished in 6th. Ivey got 7th, and Henrik Hecklund finished in 9th.
122.
And Cabral busted Hecklund.
Especially for
a little bit of a reunion of sorts.
I spent my 205 for a year. Wow. It's crazy.
I did get a laugh. It was funny.
Yeah, it cost me money. But it's okay. I can only win first place. Nothing but better.
The Carolus, ace-10 suited, raising it up. Hecklund finds 9s.
I'm not lucky like him. Nice glasses, Karai.
Thank
you. New one?
Relatively new,
Yeah? For 250 you bought it, yeah? You expecting final table link, yeah? Super smart.
10 seconds.
Super
Hecklund
smart.
is reaching there for some chips.
What?
He's gonna put a 3-bet in there.
Why you don't put 300 or 400 exactly just to make it easy?
340,000.
Really not normal.
Oh, Dan Smith here finds 2 queens. Wow.
Are you in the shape? Yeah?
I haven't seen you in a while. I missed you, kind of.
I'm not playing poker. I'm doing much better things.
Me neither.
But you know what, once in a while I need to donate something back to you. Correct?
Okay, yeah.
925. Raised to 9.
All right, here is our first 4-bet of the table. Dan Smith making it 925.
Just a 3-bet though, because the Carolus did limp in.
Oh, sorry, I thought he raised. The Carolus limped in. Hecklund raised. Smith came over the top with a 3-bet. Ever since Negreanu had that conversation earlier today about the click, re-click, I just am obsessed with seeing a 6-bet.
I'm obsessed with mounting.
That was also really funny. Also really, really funny.
The shock boxer. Call.
Look at the Carolus just making the call there. All of a sudden, Donnie, this changes Henrik Hecklund's situation completely.
Oh, yes. Now Henrik Hecklund could certainly be inclined to just come along, see a flop, and go from there.
Wow, all of a sudden this pot is blowing up. Probably not what Dan Smith expected when he made it almost $1 million to go. Donnie, how do you assign a range to Al the Carolus here from Dan Smith's perspective?
I think you probably go anything two suited face cards that aren't like the ace king, ace queen suited, but then you probably have to have a lot of smaller pairs in there too. You know, like the jack 10, queen 10 suited, stuff like that is probably in his range.
Action quickly checked to Dan Smith. 3 million in the middle here. Are we getting a first-hand look at Martin Cabral taking some video footage here for the fans at home? Smith continues for 1.15. De Carolus lets it go. Action on Hecklin, who's still looking at an overpair. Hecklin lets go of his nines. Very, very disciplined fold here. Dan Smith picks up this big pot.
You're still playing a lot, correct?
Smith now up to 13.2 million.
What are you doing? Chilling? Right?
You got it. What is it, 60?
60.
Perfect.
And 120.
Hey, Henrik. Hey.
Great.
Hey.
Great, Martin, great.
Be nice to me, okay?
I am nice
okay?
to you.
Don't do that.
You know what happened last year? You know, yeah? 9th place.
Give you the look as well.
He's never going to let Henrik Hecklin live that down. No shot.
In case you missed it earlier, Cabral raised to 240,000, threw out 3 blue chips for a total of 300,000. And Hecklin was getting upset because Cabral did have the exact change to make that raise to 240. Of course,
and it was confusing some of the other players at the table what the raise size was, so to move things along, Hecklin said, you have the chips to make it 240, just make it 240. And then that proceeded to Martin reminding Hecklin that last year he didn't make the final table because Hecklin, or sorry, Martin busted Hecklin in 10th place, short of the final.
Hecklin here raising it up to 260. Cabral in this moment, Queen Jack offsuit.
So only 200 more? That's a very good price. Very good price. Very cheap.
Looks like we're going to see three-way action here. The Carolus is going to come along as well. By the way, if you enjoyed the content, please smash that like button and subscribe to our channel.
Perfect.
We are slowly but surely approaching 422,000 subs on the channel. This is going to be our biggest day of the summer so far. Much love to everyone watching and hanging out with us today. Queen 9-4 on the flop here. Cabral actually with the best hand right now.
It could be a tricky spot for De Carolus. Hecklin's going to continue though after 2 checks.
230,000.
The bet is 230,000.
There's no off idea.
Still filming still. They can still film it. They can still show a hand.
Now I'm stressed every time I play with you. I don't have it, you know.
Represent.
Cabral just with the call. Going to invite the Carolus along as well. He's not making the call just yet.
Thinking about raising?
I'll come with an answer to that in a bit.
Nope, just a call.
Just a call. All right, three-way action to the turn. Seven of spades hits on the turn. Cabral looking even stronger here now.
10 seconds.
600,000.
Bet. 600,000.
600K is the bet from Cabral, leading out here on the turn. Donnie, tough spot for Al here with top pair.
Yes, tough spot here. It's going to be a tricky one. But look at him. Look at that discipline. Well done.
There we go.
Wow. Very well done.
All right, celebrate.
No, I'm good, thank you.
I must say that when Cabral
Nice block, Henry.
is not fighting the staff or causing controversy in some negative way, he's really fun to watch because he is just so different from the other players.
That was very strong. Very strong.
I mean, according to schedule, 4 levels. 3.5 more levels.
I think I just heard
I'm okay.
Ivey order an espresso.
Okay.
So I think we're in here for a long night.
Yeah. At least he thinks he's in for a long night.
You cannot be ordering espressos if you don't think you're going to go all night. You heard it here first. Phil Ivey has his mind set on the final
thank you
table.
very much.
Ordering espresso at 10:30 p.m.
One more. Thank you.
Atlantis says in the chat, I once busted Martin Cabral on a tournament, best feeling ever. Did he give you a speech?
Did he tell you you made a mistake?
Cabral on the button here with ace-4 suited.
This is your time.
We lost Negreanu and Helmuth not too long ago. Ivey's still in the mix, as you can see, at this table. Cabral raising it up on the button. Rolls lays down the king deuce. Martirosyan looking down at 9-7 offsuit. There were 69 total entries in this event. We are down to the final 16. The final 11 will get paid.
I'm just trying to look at your cards, Martin. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
10-5-3, 2 hearts on the flop.
Sure.
Cabral with a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, ace high.
25.
Enough out there to continue, right?
Oh yes, for sure.
Martirosyan does have some backdoors, but potentially not the greatest spot for him to continue out of position here.
He's a creative player though, so wouldn't be totally surprised to see something come here. And it looks like it's coming.
Wow, spot on there, Donnie. Martirosyan fighting back against Cabral, coming with the check raise. Making it 800K to go. Cabral.
Not sure exactly what Cabral is looking at. Maybe the tournament clock?
Like 6 now? Not yet? Why are you smiling?
Because you're funny.
I am, yeah.
He's asking if they're in the money,
Call.
but pretty sure he knows they're not in the money. Can't imagine him folding here, and he does make a call.
So the answer
I always
is
love
no,
hands
yeah?
like these where
Not yet, yeah? Close, very
two
close.
bright
Thank
poker
you.
minds are battling, but neither really has anything. Let's see if Martirosyan continues on the turn here.
Sure.
Decides to slow down.
Looks like he might just be shutting this down. Queen on the turn. Probably not the most ideal card for him. Might be some ace king, or sorry, ace queen, king queen, queen jack floats from Cabral here.
10 seconds. Check.
Cabral checks behind. River card. 7 of clubs, and all of a sudden, Martirosian gets there. Let's see if Cabral is confident enough to show down ace high here. Donnie, can you bluff here in Cabral's shoes? Actually, he just checks behind, gets shown the 7. Cabral studying the board, trying to figure out what happened here. Looks back at his cards and finally lets him go. But yeah, I was going to say, not really a good spot for Cabral to bluff.
No, I mean, you do have some equity against some total air balls that
I would like to have balls for play like this.
Had, and you know,
you have it?
if he's check raising a 10, is he going to
fold
fold it?
Have it? You know, must be good feeling. Arthur, what's the feeling to check raise the flop? Good feeling? Huh? Great feeling, yeah?
Bad feeling to listen to you.
Bad feeling to listen me? No way. No way. I don't believe you.
Where's the button? What's going on?
Button is here. No,
no, how's the button?
Mark Cabral can even get somebody like Arthur Martirosian talking. Who that guy hasn't said a word in 48 days, I feel like.
There's a 7 upside down.
7-9, yeah? 7-9.
You knew the 7 was coming.
Like a true warrior.
You knew the 7 was coming.
7?
It's always coming 7.
I mean, he was ahead on the flop as well. But I can outdraw. Ay, such a don't come in. When they make a tournament with such a small buy-in, people don't play responsible. I'm always saying it should be million plus. Only million plus. Otherwise, people play like crazy like this. Correct? Correct.
I think Ivey just has Cabral muted.
Stop talk, please.
Brandon Steven, by the way, picks up ace king offsuit.
You're fine.
Fresh off of a double up. By the way, if you're still with us, and if you have been from the beginning, show yourself in the chat. Let's raise some hands in the chat if you've been with us from the beginning. Also, if you're new here or if you've been around for a while, please hit that like button. We're almost at 6,000 likes. It'd be awesome if you can hit that. Let's go. Here we go.
No. Give him a massage, Philip. Yeah.
9-9-8. Steven first to act. He's going to continue here.
Bet 165,000.
That's going to get the job done. Some much needed chips for Brandon Steven.
I don't know. I'll get that too. Yeah.
Seven deuce for Smith. He's going to lay it down. Still not even at 6,000 likes. I thought that last little shout was going to get us there. Ace queen off here for Aldemir.
Raise.
255?
255,000.
Cabral, king queen suited.
Oh, roughly how much you have?
Okay, I think that's reasonable. 255. Henrik? Henrik?
Well done, Martin.
Huh?
Well done.
255.
Got the Henrik Hecklin approval.
720.
And Hecklin picks up 2 8s here.
Oh, we got a real hand brewing here.
In the small blind. Hecklin with 34 big blinds. I could see this going 2 ways. Call or possibly shoving, but he's going to take the call here.
All right, three-way act developing here with $1 million in the middle.
So on the small chips behind you.
Jack 9-4, 2 clubs on the flop. Somehow, Hecklin's still ahead here. Cabral with a gut shot to the straight, all the way with ace high.
Check.
All the way going to check as well. Action now on Cabral. Cabral from the Czech Republic, longtime poker pro.
Bet. 800,000.
Hefty bet here of 800K. Hecklin instantly releases his pocket eights. Cabral, by the way, with 9.4 million in career tournament earnings. His largest cash coming into World Series of Poker Europe in the Czech Republic. Cash for just shy of $3 million in the 100K super high roller there. Oliver lets it go, and Cabral chips up a little bit.
The bluffer.
Cabral's first tournament scores date back to 2009. And had a bit of a breakout at the European Poker Championships in Baden, Austria, winning the 4K main event.
How is this even possible? What are the odds? What are the odds? For what? For whole day, second set. What are the odds? I'm running so bad, man. So bad.
Thank God you're so pretty, right?
Hmm?
Thank God you're so pretty.
At least.
At least you're pretty.
At least something.
Yep.
But how can I run so bad?
You run good in life, that's why.
Really good. You're right about that.
Yeah.
So, who is the small blind? It's not even funny. Why are you smiling?
Is it funny?
No, it's not.
Why?
Cabral with Jack 7 of hearts.
Raise 240,000.
He's been very active at the table.
It's back to just putting 300K out there, even though he announced 240.
back to his old ways.
Raise to. What's that, sir?
960. 960.
960.
I was just gonna say, I thought I heard 960. Martirosian with the 3-bet, King 10 offsuit, going to apply the pressure.
60.
This was 240.
Yeah, correct. Thank you.
60 change.
All right, that got it done. Everyone else quickly out of the way.
Got more green chips. You got more green chips than the whole table combined.
Who?
You?
Green chips? Are you envy of that?
No, I'm just saying, you know, you make the dealer, poor dealer has to make change every time.
Okay. Okay, bring me a call.
Right.
Good try, please.
No, actually, not right.
Huh?
Not right.
Huh?
Green
Oh,
chips.
oh yeah, so after.
I hear you. If you can just put it on the table, that'd be great. Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Big blind. Yes, yes. And water, please.
Whatever they order, just please drop it off here, and they'll take care of it later. You can leave a few extra waters. They can have Perrier, they can have PG, they can have whatever they want.
Big blind water.
So what's going on? Phil is big blind and I'm playing, yeah?
Yes.
Action on Cabral with ace-jack offsuit.
That's the wrong amount.
That's in the middle, no?
120.
Okay. Just give him 2 greens. Give him the 2 greens back.
We're all gonna get a raise in here again. Donnie, the action has slowed down significantly since we got down to the final 2 tables. We had a flurry of eliminations, bringing us from 24 down to 16. Now, just 5 eliminations away from the money, it is pretty obvious that these players are all aware of the fact that they are almost sort of at that first finish line.
Of course, I mean, over 400K for a min cash, so a lot of money on the line.
Thank you very much.
That's the first goal for all of these players. Get into the money and go from there. Obviously, all of them, of course, chasing that $5.293 million up top for the winner.
Play with me. I haven't lost hand with her since 1971.
Holy gosh, wow, that's a long time.
Do you remember that year?
I do, buddy.
It was a very good year. Very good.
I wasn't born yet.
Who?
I wasn't born yet. I don't think you were either.
You were?
I wasn't.
No?
No?
Okay.
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 Can I see a Diet Coke?
They say they don't have espresso in the casino. They say they don't have an espresso in the casino. That's what he told me.
1971, right? I remember. Like yesterday.
Give this man an espresso already.
Like yes.
Can we get a runner?
There is no way. There's 3 coffee shops. There's no way there's not an espresso. Somebody go to the trailer and make him an espresso.
The funny thing is that the almost like diner style coffee at the WSOP, it's totally fine. But when you want an espresso, you gotta walk to the shops to order your own. Speaking of coffee, though, I could use one. Martirosian raising it up, A7 suited, Aldemir in the big blind with king queen off. Ivey yawning, definitely needs his espresso. People in the chat, let's have some fun with this. What's your coffee order? So today, because I knew we were going late, I went cold brew, which I tend to avoid lately because they're so strong and I get all jittery. But now that it's starting to wear off, I wish I had another one. Ace 5-5 on this flop. Martirosian flops top pair, nothing out there for Aldemir. Ooh, lots of hot takes on coffee. Oh, Vietnamese coffee, says Danny. Haven't had one in a long time. Big fan. Martirosian continues.
120.
$240.
10 seconds.
Aldemir is going to make the call here. Just king high.
Check.
Teddy says, usually a quad shot of espresso with a little sugar or caramel in it. Get those quad shots going. Before you know it, you're flying out the window. Nothing there yet for Aldemir, and nothing will help him either, as he's down to 0%. Donnie, if you're in Martirosian's shoes, you're just going to keep firing here, or is this a time to slow down and get some value perhaps on the river?
Just keep betting here.
250 is the bet for Martirosian. Once again, Aldemir going to call with king high. Donnie, can you give us some insight into why Aldemir might be doing that?
I mean, Martirosian is a very capable player that certainly doesn't have to have an ace here. And now that that king came on the river, I mean, depending on what Martirosian wants to do, but if he does bet, Aldemir could pay this off once again.
Martirosian going to bet 3 streets here, using a time bank chip.
I got a fidget. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Looks like we're going to get a hefty bet here.
Wow. 2.15, if I'm correct.
I hope they got a photo of that.
Which is an overbet here.
Is Martirosian here targeting that king specifically? Hoping that is something that Aldemir can hit?
Could possibly be targeting that king.
2.150.
Can be trying to push out some chops, possibly, if he thinks Aldemir has an ace here.
Seconds.
Aldemir faced with a really tough decision here. 2 million from his stack right now represents a decent chunk of what he has left. If you're in the shoes of Aldemir, arriving on this river, hitting the cards you're kind of hoping for,
10 seconds.
you have it in you to fold. And Aldemir hits his king and lays it down. That is some strong discipline, Donnie.
That is, you know, ultimately decided that
nice bluff, sir.
Martirosian there probably had an ace.
Want a single first?
I'll just do a Diet Coke.
Diet Coke? Single espresso.
Espresso?
Yeah.
If anyone else would like anything, this is the beverage manager. Order up
Still Ivey gonna try again to order the espresso. Single espresso though. At least get the double
as well,
fill.
thanks.
Can I get like Wagyu steak? Wagyu steak?
What are you?
Yes.
A Wagyu steak.
Possible?
Martin Gabriel trying to order a Wagyu steak.
What's the
King's
problem?
Casino, Martin.
A beverage. Okay, sorry I misheard. Next time.
What a human.
Crazy. They don't give me food.
Crazy.
They don't give me food. I don't know why.
You're so pretty.
You're right.
Yeah.
Two pretty
Brandon
guys on the
Steven
table.
and Martin Gabriel. I want a travel show where these two
drive across the country.
Yeah, road trip across the U.S. in an old beat up RV.
Oh, could you imagine?
Pocket 9 save for Brandon Steven. Might be another good chance for him to pick up some chips.
Can you help me? How many blues do you have behind?
I started with 2.160.
2.1. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you're playing against Martin Cabral, you better know your own chip count because Cabral is going to for sure ask about it at some point.
Yeah. I'll take a light massage. Okay.
My time already.
I want the picture.
Al's getting some yawns in.
Call.
I'm gonna leave it open. Okay.
60, yeah?
Okay.
Henrik, you saw that?
I saw it, Martin.
Please, please. Appreciate it.
Cabral with the call. Brandon Steven in a great situation, except for the fact that Gabriel hits a 10 here on the flop. Ace and a king behind it. Steven, of course,
appreciate that.
Given his image and short stack, could try to take this one away from him.
Steven, no
Small bet, 155.
Steven, no S at the end.
You should never have said that to him. It's gotta be with an S for that one, trust me.
Gabriel's going to come along here. Trouble for Steven, but perhaps a second barrel on the turn, unless a club comes off.
You remember that?
Might be able to get this done here, Donnie.
For me,
Yeah, I would think so. If you can barrel away
I
here.
believe that you have good memories.
Well, there's the club.
Speaking of the club,
Again, check blind.
there it is.
Nothing.
Goes check, check.
So I won.
River card. 6 of hearts. Gabriel announcing that he's won.
Good enough?
Since it has gone check,
Yeah?
check.
Can you please mark your hand?
Probably, yes.
Please. I said please. Okay, third time check blind.
Check.
I have 2 pair.
Gabriel going to show down that 10, taking away this important pot for Brandon Steven.
That's it.
To Gabriel,
Thank
this
you.
might not mean a whole lot, Badani, but to Brandon Steven's stack, to lose one of
Nines
these
you can play
pots
only against
must be
Ferrari,
very frustrating.
you know?
Let's see that, yes.
Yeah, and I'm surprised
Against me, not good.
that Steven showed first there.
Against Ferrari, it was kind of easy. I can tell you that.
Gabriel said 2 pair, and then Steven just tabled his hand. I feel like you would just let Gabriel
One
show his
unhappy.
first, and then muck yours. Don't need to give any information. Brandon Steven on 14 big blinds now.
Pocket nines. Whoops, not good flop. For pocket nines. Not good.
What was a good block there?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 50.
For all our PokerGO subscribers out there, if you're not already,
All
the
rights reserved,
2K
sir. All
Golden
rights
Hole
reserved.
final table is also going on
If
right
you have
now.
some video,
for live
then
coverage
you have to pay or it will
on
be big too, yeah?
PokerGo.com.
You good with that? I'm happy for you.
Diamonds for everyone here. Martirosian raising it up. Steven with ace-jack suited makes the call. Brandon Steven started this hand with only 14 big blinds.
I'm a little bit surprised not to see this go in here from Steven. I mean, Martirosian is a capable player playing over 100 big blinds. He can certainly be open fairly wider range of hands.
Thank you.
Ace-jack suited would be good to go with here with a 14 big blind stack, but Steven opts to play it cautiously.
10-5-5 on the flop here. We can see Carolus' pair is still looking pretty good, but Martirosian the pre-flop aggressor. Brandon Steven on the short stack. No diamonds out there.
What will it be like? 30 minutes? 45?
Checks around here to the turn. Ace on the turn. That gives Steven the lead.
Poker needs to do best, right?
We'll see if Martirosian wants to represent this card or if he continues to just shut it down.
Lots of cautious play and perhaps a little bit of leveling here, given the scenario here with three-handed play.
360.
Brandon Steven just going to make the call. for Al. He's going to let it go. Well, Erosion drawing dead here on the turn. Let's see the river card. It is the 5 of spades. Brandon Steven has less than a pot bet left.
It's a bit too early. We're gonna get there. Next level.
I know Martirosian has a hand where he can't feel like he can win at any sort of showdown, you know, and he's going to check it here. But what I was going to say is I just can't imagine a hand that Brandon Steven has that he can get to fold. I would imagine Brandon Steven is going to put the rest of his chips in here. And there it is, and going to get a quick fold.
All right. Brandon Steven chipping up without showdown. Must feel good to...
Wonder if we would have saw Brandon Steven double up, if he would have moved all in there.
Slightly better.
Versus Carolus.
To Carolus, you know, he could have called all in with pocket sixes.
We're just putting it back.
Yeah. Tired. You are 80. 80.
80?
Yeah, blind.
With that pot going to Brandon Steven, Phil Ivey is now the short stack at this feature table. Again, you are watching the final 2 tables here of the $250,000 super high roller at the 2023 World Series of Poker. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm alongside Remco Rinkema.
Raise 400.
Thank you guys for tuning in from all over the world. How about a little location check? Where are you all watching from? Just hit 11 o'clock here in Vegas.
Raise 325.
Russell coming at us from Seattle. We got Brazil, Austin, Virginia, Minnesota, Bolivia, San Fran, New Zealand, Puerto Rico, California, Vegas, St. Pete, Florida. Brandon Steven here opening ace king off. Martin Cabral is on the button. He's going to call with the 9-8 of diamonds. Keep those locations coming in here, people. Love to see it. We got a global audience tuning in for this one.
Wait for it.
Decarolis calling from the small blind with king 3 of clubs. Martirosian is in the big blind with ace 10 of clubs. Montreal, Boston, Germany, Vancouver, Henderson, Oregon, Chicago, Oklahoma City, Iowa. Thank you everyone for tuning in.
What is that? The raise is 1.6. 1 million.
3-bet coming here from Martirosian. 1.6 million announced. Steven moving all in.
2.8.
He is all in for 2.8 million, just over 2.805. Martin Cabral probably doing a little bit of posturing here. Can't see him getting too involved here with the 9-8 of diamonds. He's probably just going to forfeit that 400K and move on.
2, 8, and 5. 2, 8, and 5.
400.
Colorado, Nepal, Vegas, Vienna, Austria, Germany. Full from Cabral, full from Decarolis. Martirosian makes the call, priced in. He's going to see the bad news that he is dominated. Martirosian, ace 10 of clubs. Brandon Steven, ace king off. Steven is the player at risk. All in for $2,805,000. Looking for the double up. Steven 67% here to win this hand and double up. Let's see the flop. King, Queen, 5, his lead. Top pair, top kicker here. Not out of the woods yet. Martirosian does have a gut shot to Broadway. Needs to fade a jack, does Brandon Steven. Turn card, 9 of clubs. 4 outs for Martirosian. That Steven needs to fade a jack and a jack only, or he's going to double up. 4 of diamonds on the river. Brandon Steven, fist pump across the table to Martin Cabral. He is doubling up and then some, up to 6.57 million. Martirosian there taking a hit, back down to 8.98 million.
4.
Still 56 big blinds for Martirosian, so plenty to play with, but a good chunk of his chips sent the way of Brandon Steven, who now has 41 big blinds in his stack.
Funny that, like, like in Triton, just us playing. And here there's like people breathing down the net.
Aj po, už běží, to běží. Posílej všechno, jo?
Yeah, všechno, ať mám dynamiku. Steven's last live tournament cash. Second place in this very event last year here at the World Series of Poker. He lost heads up to Alex Foxen. He took home $2.8 million for that finish. Looking to make another run at the title this year, and that pot right there could be what really propels Steven to the final table and then some.
Nice comeback.
Yes, sir. Long way to go, right?
Thank you everyone for tuning in. Day 2 coverage here on the PokerGO YouTube channel.
3.7.
$250,000 super high roller, 69 entrants began this tournament.
320.
Final 2 tables in action, top 11 payout. Nearly $5.3 million for the winner. Final table will be streaming tomorrow on PokerGO. Trying to bring you some day 2 coverage here. A little extended coverage of this event. Some of the biggest and baddest players in the world. Others with some of the deepest pockets in the world. Cabral here opening up the 10-8 off. Martirosian calls from the small blind with king-queen off. Hecklin in there from the big blind. Queen-9 of spades. 3 ways to the flop. Ace-8-3 with 2 clubs. Russell, thank you for dropping that discount code in there for the final table tomorrow. It will be on PokerGO. If you need to pick up a subscription, do so with an annual sub. Save yourself $30 on that first year using the promo code DREAM30. That's PokerGO.com.
10 seconds.
Martirosian and Hecklin both check.
That is 385.
Martirosian announces, or sorry, Cabral, excuse me, announces 385,000. Folds from his opponents. Cabral will take this one. Martin Cabral now second in chips at this table.
160.
Alicia James says, from Perth, Australia, my husband is standing behind Phil Ivey watching. Amazing.
Yeah, right. Up one.
Action here on Dan Smith first. He is the table chip leader, gives up the ace-7 off from under the gun. Phil Ivey, ace-6 off. He throws it into the muck. Phil Ivey has not been able to get much going at this table really all day. He is the short stack here. He's working with 16 big blinds. Earlier today in this tournament, Phil Hellmuth eliminated, Daniel Negreanu eliminated. Kristen Foxen was also in the mix. She was eliminated. Sam Soverall, David Einhorn, Kerry Katz, Alex Foxen, also among those to bust earlier on day 2. Cabral staying aggressive, raises 320,000. Martirosian is going to call on the button, pocket 3s. Cabral's got Jack 8 off. 10, 7, 4, 2 clubs. Neither player holding a club as Martin stands up, leans over the table, getting a closer look at Martirosian's stack, what he's up against here.
Check.
Cabral checks.
So they can't watch it. They couldn't watch it more.
10 seconds.
All right, Donnie, what did I miss?
You missed a big double up from Brandon Steven.
Again?
Yeah, he's up to
6.5 million. Wow, Brandon Steven.
Yeah, he doubled up through Artur Martirosian. Bet in position here from Martirosian. 350,000. Cabral will check in his hand here.
10 seconds.
Call.
Call.
Cabral announcing the call. Has that gut shot straight draw working, also has 1 overcard to the board. No clubs though, there are 2 clubs present. 4 hearts on the turn, pairs the board.
Seconds.
1,005,000.
1,005,000 is the bet announced from Martin Cabral.
What's up with the 5,000? What does that do?
Just trying to be a little bit weird with it, I think.
Did I get my espresso before Ivy did?
10 seconds.
Oh, yes.
I should have just made him one.
I mean, you should have. You would have been a hero if you walked up there with an espresso. Martirosian here, not shying away, making the call, just a pair of 3s. He has 2 pair, but an undercard or an underpair to the board. Ace of hearts on the river. Cabral for the second time, getting a nice lean over at what what Martirosian is working with. I mean, the stack hasn't changed since the start of the hand, other than putting the chips in the middle.
10 seconds.
Cabral taking his time here. He's going to use at least 1 time extension.
10 seconds.
Approaching another one.
4 million.
4 million is the bet.
Wow.
4 million.
That is an overbet, and we have not seen that yet today.
Sorry?
Martirosian throws his hand into the muck.
Good. I win, yeah?
Yes, you win. You win.
Yes,
so
you
everything
win.
is good.
Everything is good.
Everybody happy, except Korai. Korai, be happy. No small pot.
That's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mamma mia, such a tough table. I can't believe that. Such a tough
I need
table.
that time bank, sir.
You got it. It's ready. Sorry. It was very good time bank. Good investment. No.
Ah, yeah.
You for him or for me? You joking with me? Okay.
Dre
enjoy.
Renee in the house. Love to see it.
I thought he was dealing with me first. Well, everyone's on it.
I'll come back.
I think, I guess, right?
Donnie, Ivey's now getting a massage again.
Yes.
If I was already feeling sleepy and getting a massage, I would just snap, just pass out at the table.
Oh yes. I've never gotten a massage at the poker table. I've always felt that it would just make me too tired possibly, so I just wanted to avoid it.
Too relaxed.
Well, El Decarolis here is also
So
going to get a
yours
massage,
like
joining
the
in
blue,
with
yeah?
Ivey.
Correct.
It's mine.
Maybe everyone should just get a massage. The whole table.
Imagine the whole table getting massages. We did see that during the main event once. Someone
Yeah.
bought a round of massages.
Yes, at the Rio in the Amazon room.
Yep. Al Carolus here. The massage has just gotten underway.
Oh yes.
Picks up aces right away.
1.2.
Nope, Peter Brown never massaged the table at the poker table.
1.2.
I'll never forget Ryan Collin going deep in the World Series Poker main event.
Getting a massage for like 10 hours a day straight.
Getting a massage for like 10 hours a day, every single day.
Oh yes.
Without pause. Cabral probably checking again if they're already in the money. They're not. 11 places get paid.
Cabral, little stand up.
Makes the call. King 3 suited out of position. Interesting clash here. 2.8 million in the middle.
I don't know. If somebody was getting that close to my cards, I'll put my chips on top of that. So I don't know what the rule is.
Smack me in the face.
They gave you one, didn't they?
I'm too small for that.
I'm not.
I mean, I wouldn't mess with Al.
No, would not.
Not about that. About something else. No. I want to know if we're getting more time back tomorrow. Tomorrow for sure. Doesn't matter the stage of.
Check. Come on.
Okay.
Al moves all in.
All in.
No, I don't need it.
I'm sure. Probably 6 more. Probably 50. See, that's 6. Count to 6.
Can I get a count, please?
See, you want to be a jack off? I'll be a jack off.
You need to count.
Yes, sir. 6. I'm counting.
No. If he asks for a count,
Yeah, I think he has to
give
give
it.
the
2.6. That's 2.6.
There you go.
2.650.
While I admire the turn of the jack off behavior.
This is 600? Yeah?
Yep. Those are 6.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I say now.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Al not happy with Cabral asking for a count. Donnie, what was that?
I mean, Al's had enough. He's over the antics.
Win some, lose some.
Al has definitely
His
had
story,
enough.
man. This is his story.
Huh?
His story already.
Floor. Are we doing soft hand for hand or not? Are we doing soft hand for hand or not?
I mean, I've been trying to pay attention to both. The play seems happy with it. I want to stall it.
Big
Okay.
blind, please. Not even me. Please check on me, okay? Check on me, please. Secure right, that's weird. Yeah, nobody's stalling. Can you believe that? 15 players left, nobody's stalling. Not even me. What the heck? Something is really wrong. World Series of Poker, ladies and gentlemen, with Mr. Phil Ivey in the big blind.
We didn't have to say much. We're just enjoying the show with you guys.
What a fun table. Right? Right? Everybody happy. Everybody happy.
Raise. Brandon and Steven going to raise it up. In case you're just tuning in, this is day 2 coverage of the $250,000 super high roller at the World Series of Poker. 2 tables remaining. Final 16 players battling it out to get into the money. Final 11 will get paid at least $411,000. Tomorrow's top prize, $5.3 million. Absolutely crazy to think about that kind of payout. The second biggest first prize of the summer.
See, I know Al.
Safe to assume.
Al will just hit him.
Believe it. I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
I won't even have to move.
Al is threatening with violence.
$3 million.
Cabral here, ace jack offsuit. Gonna come in for a race. But yeah, if you enjoy the content, please gently press on the like button. It helps us spread the good word about today's stream. And make sure to subscribe to the channel. We have daily streams on our YouTube channel, along with, of course, some exclusive streaming on our PokerGO YouTube channel. Tomorrow's final table stream will be exclusively on PokerGO. If you're not yet subscribed, please use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription.
Still, sure.
Action folds around to Aldemir in the big blind.
Thank you very much.
Go again.
Oh, Ivey needed an espresso. Tim Duckworth gets him an espresso.
Tim Duckworth just getting it done.
No way.
We don't even get that kind of service done.
Yeah, what is this?
Like, how are we below Phil Ivey?
Well, we didn't pay $250,000 to be here.
That's true.
I think you need to wait. Dealer. I think you need to wait. Floor. We're moving. You want yet?
No, sir.
I got it.
There you go. How's it going, Dan?
Yeah. How's it going?
Where's it going? Oh, it's done.
Thank God.
Who's lead?
See you later.
Aldo Carolus is getting moved, and his first response is, my God, or thank God, is not here for the Martin Cabral show. He's very excited to move to the secondary table.
Good luck.
Good luck, Al, over there. Good luck.
You want to take Martin with you? No, you don't take Martin with you. Tried, Martin.
Thank you.
Trying for you, buddy.
I think within like 20, 25 years, we could be good friends.
Who? You and Al?
No, we three.
Ah, maybe.
We three all together.
Maybe stick with me.
Yeah.
I'm your best bet.
We are already good buddies.
We are. We're tight. You and I.
It's just too good.
You know, Al is just, he's an older guy.
Bad beat
He's
for you.
gone through life. He ain't
Bad
looking to
beat
make
for
no
you.
new friends. He's always like, get out of here,
You need
kid.
to wait.
Al just
It's a
says
bad
it
beat.
how it is.
Yeah.
Bad beat story.
Yeah, we want to speak to the floor. Yeah, call the floor.
That's 350,000.
Russell says, Brandon is very smart. He can use Cabral to his advantage. Do you think he's playing some mind games here, Don?
I mean, I think Brandon seems like a people person.
Right.
You know, like he can be very social. He can interact well.
I'm gonna check it.
So I think he can use that to his advantage.
To make it easy for.
But I think Cabral can do a bit of that too. Like he acts trolly to make people react a certain way or possibly overreact to certain situations. That's why he does what he does, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, did him annoying Al Decarolis cause Al to just shove the 2 aces as opposed to betting smaller? Then maybe Cabral freaks out and check jams on you, you know, but Al just said, you know what, I'm just all in. And then he said, if you want to be a jack-off, I'll be a jack-off. You know, so.
In a fight between Martin Cabral and Al Decarolis, I'm taking Al 100% of the time.
I would take Al against 5 Martin Cabrals. 4 of them would be too busy calling for the floor, while the other one was getting beat up.
Martirosian raising it up to 350. Cabral calling from the big blind. Cabral checking on this flop.
800,000.
Martirosian continues for 235. And here comes the check raise.
I'm not so sure Martirosian is the guy I'd want to be check raising. He seems like somebody who's not necessarily going to just be given up very easily. We'll see how he wants to continue here, though.
Wow. There it is.
Told you. I mean, he's not.
Martirosian is not one to be messed with. Makes it 1.9 million. Action now back on Cabral.
All right, Martin, what you got?
We're down to the final 16 players. The final 11 will get paid, so massive implications here. A misstep could be very costly.
5 seconds.
Cabral doing some bookkeeping here, trying to figure out how much Martirosian has. I wonder if he's seriously considering making a move here, which I would highly applaud.
10 seconds.
Wow!
Clicks it back.
Martin Cabral out of nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, did you just see that?
$15,000.
3,015,000.
No, euros. Euros.
Wow!
2-time bank?
3 million, clicking it back.
Was very good investment. Very good investment.
Okay, that is some legendary stuff.
All good?
Martin Cabral going up against arguably one of the toughest players
I'm happy
in the
for your
field.
coaching and
At
as well
no
good.
point during his tanking did I think he was going to make a move. I tip my cap. We might need a Martin Cabral emoji tomorrow.
That was very, very well done.
Wow. Okay, I'm awake again. I needed that. That was really nice.
I know it's easy to overlook how well Martin Cabral can play because of how he acts, the antics, you know, all the sort of stuff that he brings to the table with his personality. But underneath all of that stuff, he still is extremely talented in this game. He performs very well in these high rollers. We've seen it many times, and we are seeing it on display right here. That was a great, great re-raise against, as you said, Remco, one of the absolute best tournament players in the world.
4.5? Thank you.
Who was that? Who was that?
Daniel Budo asking, what does he keep looking at? He keeps looking at the tournament clock. And the other table that is still in play is also behind him on the left side of it. By the way, Donnie, I was just out there grabbing a quick coffee myself. The rail is 2 rows deep in most spots. There's tons of people watching.
Of course.
And it is so cool to see that this table has sort of become a place where people want to go and hang out, especially when there's lots of money on the line.
I ran so bad today, Koray. Can you believe it? Only 2 sets today. Can you see? They are
Koray Aldemir straight up ignoring Cabral.
You have like 12 over there?
I really don't know now. I have a lot of hands. I'll tell you in a second if you want.
Feels badass to change.
Cabral, according to our math,
I think
13.6.
Not as bad as this.
13 is 8. Close to 14.
Smith, 7 suited, raises it up.
Like
13 out.
13? Before the hand started 13, yeah?
350,000.
Actually, like 12 and a half, correct?
Yeah. Aldemir here, quietly picking up pocket aces.
Yeah, one of the dealers gave Alto a whole time. I'm at 1.5. You went 1.52, and he was betting like 1.5 million. He was like, yeah, like after the hand, he was like, it's technically 102.
Yeah, like no cards.
1 million.
No cards.
Or whatever. Like it would have been, a significant small bet.
Bet is 1 million.
Aldemir makes it 1 million. Action back around to Dan Smith. He lays it down, and Aldemir is going to take this one.
Floor. Can we color up some chips?
Yes, there is actually a schedule.
Before then, I can't see a bunch of them because of the 5Ks. Thank you. I can't see most of your chips.
Yeah, but I have more than you, yeah? I have now. So it doesn't matter, right?
I think if it doesn't matter, why do you ask everyone every hand? I don't know. I think it matters.
Because they have smaller chips than me. I do that. It's okay. Everything for them to be happy, okay? Everything for them.
Well, it is, in all fairness, the big chip should be visible.
I think it's pretty visible, but I agree.
It's definitely not visible.
Henrik, I agree with you as well.
Thank you.
But I would like to ask Mr. Ivey for opinion.
Okay.
But I think he doesn't give a...
Ivey hasn't cracked a smile in 3 hours.
They were just waiting for the espresso to kick in.
Any big chips behind or nothing?
Nope.
Ivey raising it up with King 10 offsuit. Cabral lets it go. Action over to Hecklin in the small blind. Hecklin, by the way, was dominant here for a while. has not had too much going on for him as of late. Down to
He's been pretty quiet.
18 big blinds.
Cheers.
Also wonder how Hecklin here views Ivey, who's been probably more quiet.
Wow, Hecklin moves all in with King Jack suited.
Got the answer right there.
It is so crazy to me how the timing of these moves is just so spot on. If you're in Ivey's shoes there, calling off for your tournament life, what kind of hand would you need to have?
Probably ace jack or better, at least.
You win, Henry?
I did win, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are on fire now. Officially on a fire.
I wish someone else was on fire, pal.
Pardon me?
Never mind.
I think you can make it again. Ninth place. Pretty good achievement. Pretty good.
Another big hand here for Karai Altamir.
Probably not, but
as Hecklin and Cabral continue to jab at each other back and forth.
330,000.
Anything's possible, my friend.
I wish you all the good luck.
Ace King for Aldemir, raising it up to 330K. Action folds over to Dan Smith in the big blind. He's going to defend.
Maybe like a 2K holding or something?
Flop, here it comes. 9-3-3, 2 clubs.
Check.
By the way, if you enjoy the content, please don't forget to hit that like button. It really helps us a lot in spreading the word of the stream. We're almost hitting 20,000 viewers, closing in on the midnight hour.
10 seconds.
Action goes check, check here. Loud celebrations in the back while Dan Smith is trying to focus. Action back on Aldemir.
Check.
Queen on the turn, of course, gives Smith a winning pair as it stands.
10 seconds.
Donnie, if you're Aldemir, that queen must look like a good card to bet on.
Yes, of course, but lo and behold, your opponent is the one who hit it.
If you're Dan Smith, though, Donnie, is this a spot where you want to call and give yourself a chance to get value from Aldemir by betting, you know, all the hands that miss?
Yeah, I don't think you really want to get too crazy with your hand here.
5 of diamonds on the river.
You have to probably have some concern about backdoor diamonds coming in.
Dan Smith leads out here on the river.
250,000.
Does leading look a bit more bluffy when the diamond comes in?
Man, I think it generally just looks like a blocker bet here.
I love that.
That's the first time he smiled in 3 hours.
That's great, though.
See, it's the espresso.
He's got the espresso. He's got a fan on the rail.
Getting a massage, you know, it's just living the life. Phil Ivey.
Action on Aldemir, facing a smallish bet. He makes the call, and Dan Smith's going to show down that pair of queens. Ace King, no good there. Dan Smith chipping up further. Right, Aldemir losing some more chips. Action has slowed down considerably after dinner break. We lost Kristen Foxen to Aldo Corollas right after dinner. Ever since, it's been fairly slow. The final 11 players will get paid. We are a few eliminations away from that moment.
That's the worst whistling in the history of whistling.
Is that Martin Cabrel's whistling? That's brutal.
He has a mountain of chips.
I mean, I kind of understand why Dan Smith is asking for a bit of a color up there.
Yeah, but I also kind of like it. I mean,
It
it's a
does.
mountain of chips. Who doesn't like a mountain of chips?
Race minimum.
Raise.
What is it, 320? Yeah? Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Deuce 8, 5 rainbow on this flop between Ivey and Cabral. Cabral going to fire a small bet here with Jack high.
Okay. Why don't we just stay at the same tables? Both of them are televised, right?
So Ivey's going to make the call here with just
this
9
one's
high,
not
hopefully
straight.
setting
Okay,
up some
that
kind
makes
of
sense.
play on the turn or river. Let's see if that ace changes his mind on that. Ivey checks again.
Bet 300,000.
Update from the outer tables. We did lose Christoph Vogelsang. He busted to Chris Brewer. So that brings us down to the final 14 players after we lost Kristen Foxen earlier from the secondary table. Cabral continues here for 300K on the turn, putting Ivey in a tough spot once again. Ivey lets it go and is getting shorter and shorter now, sitting on just 12 big blinds.
I never block. Never. It's not safe, man. Safe poker. Only safe poker, especially against Phil. How can I block?
Are you crazy or what?
What's over there?
Crazy.
Sorry?
Thank you, sir.
What's going on over there? We're gonna move down there afterwards. That one's not stream dependent.
Yeah, I just want to give you a heads up, guys. At the end of the level, we're going to switch the tables. Once we get everybody switched, they're going to do the color up.
Too short. Oh, I didn't know.
That table is streamed as well?
That one is not. We're going to change on the break, and when we land, we'll raise up to 5K to competition.
And
then I'll start the break.
that one is not streamed, yeah?
Not at the moment.
Perfect. I have like beard I need to shave till yesterday. Right? What the heck is going on here? Everybody's so crazy. I don't know why.
You make people
Hot
crazy.
kettle,
Who's
something,
playing?
something.
You make people crazy.
Always who's asking?
Oh, it's just too good, man. I mean, it's too good.
Andre,
really funny.
from California. Look at that memory, huh? I'm old, but not that old. I'm gonna fold this obvious bluff because I don't trust you, man. I don't trust you. Can you give me aces next time?
Maybe.
No. Do your best, okay? Okay?
We have to
Sorry, I
switch
asked
tables
politely. Can you
whenever
give
the
me
players
two
go
aces?
on break to keep it fair to
So
everyone as
bad.
far as
Like, so
showing their
bad.
whole cards.
I have 15 then. Oh, sorry. You're in the hand.
Raise to 350.
You are good. When I wanna like switch for a second, how I do that? You need to know what I mean, yeah? Okay, and then yeah. No, it should be like plus 20 seconds.
3 race players all in.
To all the people in the chat saying we should keep Ivey at the table. If you guys want to tell Phil Ivey
don't know how to do
that he's staying on this table, then
be our guest.
Yeah, just look for that reaction here. Meanwhile, Phil Ivey all in from the small blind, ace-3 offsuit. Dan Smith raising the butt with 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds.
Dan Smith doesn't have to call a whole lot more here, Donnie. Can he make the call with 8-6 offsuit, though?
I don't think so. Into the muck they go.
All right, Phil Ivey picks up this pot now, almost back up to 2 million, but he's going to need a whole lot more help.
Luke M said, Cabral is the reason 75% of us are here watching.
How much do you think? 160?
Love him or
Okay,
hate him, that's probably true.
Yes,
Okay.
you're right.
Okay for everybody. Especially for Henrik. He's not happy today. I don't know why. It's nice tournament, semi-final table, big achievement.
What makes you think I'm not happy?
Huh?
What makes you think
You
I'm
look,
not happy?
you look unhappy, man. I wish like maybe double up and it will go. Your mood goes up maybe.
Raise to 350.
That usually helps.
Martirosian with the monster.
For you, for sure.
Definitely helps. Bob was in a good mood before,
But
remember?
he's like folding way too much. Way too much.
He's not as good as you, man.
I think he's waiting for the money. I think he's waiting for
You
the
think
money.
so? You think that's what it is?
What is it? 350?
350.
Bunch of quick folds all the way over to Cabral, who has only king-5 off.
I will give it to you. It's okay. I will give it to you. Okay? Just to make Henrik happy. I'm learning slowly, but I'm learning.
Yeah. Doubt it. It's phenomenal. Probably just drunk. Probably just very drunk.
there is for Heckler. He hasn't made anything happen in a while here, besides that reshove onto Phil Ivey. Monty with a $2 donation says, rooting for an Ivey comeback. I guess we all are rooting for an Ivey comeback. It's always fun to have him at the final table. Came so close to winning a bracelet last year.
Do you know how much is it?
Oh my God.
10 seconds.
Barton Cabral notorious for asking how many chips other players have.
575.
Raise to 575.
575 is the raise from Cabral from the small blind. Martirosian with the real hand here in the big. Martirosian going to make the call here off of his 4.4 million chip stack.
You need to turn around, the table's right in front of you.
Queen in the window for Martirosian. A king and a 9 behind it. Cabral also flops a pair. No backdoor flush draw for either player.
Check. Check.
Action goes check, check. Deuce of hearts on the turn, puts a third heart out there.
Seconds.
$295.
That's $295.
Fourth heart on the river after Cabral bets 295 and Martirosian makes the call. Let's see if Cabral once again is going to go for a bluff. It worked really well for him the last time against Martirosian.
Seconds.
Cabral giving it some serious thought. 1.9 million in the middle. Big spot for both players here. Wow. 10 million is the bet. That's enough to put Martirosian at risk. And once again, Cabral getting the better of Martirosian because this bet is going to be really tough to call for the Russian pro. Donnie, again, going after it.
Absolutely going for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Martirosian put to the test for his tournament life. We can all see he has a winning pair of queens. what a tough decision this is. There come the time bank chips.
And he hasn't folded yet, which is pretty wild that he's even considering this. He does give it up.
Wow.
Sure. It was again a good investment. Always good investment.
Martin Cabral is just firing on all cylinders. This is very impressive to watch.
Six.
No time for anything.
Six more?
No time for anything. Apparently I'm not allowed to talk shit. My bad. My bad. It's so easy to talk shit, so I'm sorry.
Donnie, do we have a heckler?
It sounds like we do have a heckler. Not really sure who that is. Can't really see.
Това е това да го буфирах с шестиците.
No.
It is.
Action folds around to Cabral. 5-2 suited on the button.
Call.
Wow. A limp on the button. Haven't seen that yet. Mixing it up a little bit.
Martin Cabral always keeping it fresh.
Yeah, 2 green bet. I just make it easy for you. Like Henrik is happy. Doesn't seem to be happy.
Check. Check.
Ace, queen, jack here. 3 ways. Martirosian and Hecklin both check to Cabral.
That's 160.
Ball. Martirosian with king high is going to come along here. Not giving up this battle versus Cabral. Look at this. A bunch of non-believers versus Cabral. And there it is. 10 on the turn. Both Hecklin and Martirosian make Broadway. No redraws, so they are going to chop if this goes to showdown. Cabral with absolutely nothing. Let's go and have another glance at the clock, the other table, whatever he is looking at.
$500,000.
That's 500,000.
Cabral it's 500K though
10 seconds.
into the nuts on both sides. Erosion is just going to call here. Let's see if Hecklin has any grand ideas here.
10 seconds. Raise to 1.35.
1.35 is the raise. Cabril's going to give it up quickly.
1.35.
Looks as though this is the last hand before the break. Guarderosi moves all in. Hecklin with the call. These players are going to chop up some of that Cabrel money.
Chop, chop.
They're going to be very happy to both profit a little bit here on this last hand before the break.
We just split this money.
There it is. The money is being split.
No, you're going to move.
If you're enjoying the content, please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. We are 60 subs on YouTube away from hitting 422,000.
It's okay, I do that. It's okay.
It's been an absolutely brilliant stream, and we got 2 more hours coming up for the integrity of the game. We're going to switch tables. We'll be back in just a few minutes. My name is Rem Brinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. Don't go anywhere. The action will continue after this break.
Button's going here.
How often is that its exact amount? Is that even possible? That's why Golden Blinds doesn't want to carry 2 racks too much.
Yeah, I ran outside on the parking lot for a while. It felt pretty good. All right, welcome back to the show. My name is Rem Karinkama, Donnie Peters alongside me. We are doing 2 more hours of coverage here of the 250K Super High Roller Day 2. As you can see, we have a new feature table. Chance Corn, Donnie, bringing 18.2 million to the stage.
More than double anyone else at this table. Chris Brewer sitting on 9 million.
We're just waiting for our audio tech to turn the mics back on. These players just came back from a break. We have Ben Heath here in the 1 seat. Donnie, he was looking a lot healthier when we last saw him at the feature table.
He was the chip leader, if not.
I believe so.
One of up there.
David Peters also at the table right now, along with Steven Veneciano, who was battling with Ben Heath when we had them on the feature table. Alex Kulev back at the feature table. Chris Brewer, the only player we had not seen yet at the feature. He's sitting on 9 million chips. And Aldo Carolus back at the table, this time without Martin Cabral to yell in his ear, which is what really set him off prior to the break. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we have to change the table every 2 hours. It will be unfair to the players playing on the feature table to play there the entire time. We're just waiting for cards to get in the air, and we're waiting for the player audio to come back. And there it is. I can hear Chris Brewer. So yeah, we are closing in on the money bubble. As of right now, 14 players remain. The final 11 will get paid. And judging by these chip stacks, I believe we are in for the Chance Cornet experience, Donnie. From what I've read and what I've heard, he's been very aggressive on the outer table.
I would be too. You're close to the money here, just a few spots away. You have an enormous chip lead. I would certainly be looking to pressure these players as much as possible.
For all the people in the chat complaining about the table, I think I was pretty clear about the reasons why. Imagine how Phil Ivey feels if you're showing his hole cards for 4 straight hours, but then the other players like Chance Corner, they're playing on an outer table where they don't have to show their cards. It's not difficult, people. This is just the way that it works. This allows us to show coverage prior to the final table. Of course, at the final table, you won't have this problem because all the remaining players are playing under the same rules. Starting things off here with Chris Brewer, Queen Jack offsuit. We have been live for 7 hours, Donnie.
We have been.
600.
Let's go one more.
2 more hours.
2 more hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that our longest stream of the summer so far?
I
9
got
hours?
no idea.
I believe
They all just blend together all the days, so you know.
The stud final table was pretty long as well. Di Carolus here with King Queen suited, raising it up. Veneciano was bullied a little bit by Ben Heath earlier.
He was.
Definitely some fatigue visible on these players' faces. They restarted today at noon, so they've been already playing a 12-hour day.
The grind is real, man. Does not get easy.
Di Carolus still enjoying his massage. Clearly has benefited from his table change. He was feuding a little bit with Cabral. Let us know if you're missing Cabral now that we've switched tables. Yuri says in the chat, now I missed the check, dude.
Seconds.
Action on Veneziano with Queen 10 suited. Might take a flop here in position. For Shake Drizzle and everyone else wondering, we have 2 hours left today, or down to the final 8. And at this point, with 13 left or 14 left, I'd be willing to say that we're not going to reach the final 8, but hopefully we will get down to the money. There's going to be a massive money bubble coming up, 411K for the final 11. 12th place finisher will take home nothing. 14 left as it stands.
Did he check?
Yeah, check.
Veneziano and Brewer both with a queen. Brewer drawing dead here. Di Carolis still has some outs with a jack.
Alex,
no phones at the table.
One more thing, please, Alex.
That is 275.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I'll get you a table.
Call.
Veneziano bets 275. Brewer's going to make the call.
Anthony, if you see a waiter, can you grab?
I'm going to introduce you right now to the beverage manager.
Di Carolis lets go of his gut shot, and we're going to go heads up to the river.
Can I get a hot green tea?
River card is the jack of diamonds. That would have made Carolis a straight. But now the action goes check, check, and Veneziano is going to show down Queen 10. However, that jack on the river is going to split the pot. Di Carolis potentially missing out on some serious value.
Some down or what?
2 PGs in a
Good.
The button should be here.
Anybody else
The
got
button should be here.
slice here?
I'll just wait for it now.
Chris, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Because, he's the property beverage manager, so we'll try to take care of you guys. Anybody else? He's good.
Fine. Yep.
Veneziano here, 10-8 offsuit. He's going to come in for a raise. Chris Brewer looks like he's ready for a nap there.
I feel like everyone's ready for a nap.
Are you ready for a nap?
I mean,
did you have a snack or a coffee? What did you do?
I had a sandwich. I'm good to go.
Di Carolis here flops a flush draw. Let's see if Veneziano is going to continue.
That is 275.
He does continue. We saw earlier Veneziano plays very fast, doesn't hold back, which has gotten him into a bit of trouble before. But given the fact that he is still in here with 14 players remaining, that it must have gone right for him plenty of times as well. We don't have too many updates from the outer table from prior to the table change. Di Carolus does not hit on the turn, but does pick up a Broadway draw, the same Broadway draw that Veneziano also has. And he, once again, acting very quickly, is going to continue firing. King on the river pairs the board. This would be a chop if it gets the showdown. Let's see if Veneziano is going to fire a third time, probably thinking that there's no other way for him to win this pot.
I don't blame you.
This is probably going to get the job done.
Well done from Veneziano, firing 3 bullets, getting the job done, raking in a very important pot here as we get closer and closer to the money. Like I said, 14 players remaining. The final 11 will get paid. The final table will stream tomorrow on PokerGo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm secretly hoping for some massive clashes so we can bring this baby down to the final table. Meanwhile, Donnie, the deuce to 7 triple draw came back today with 10 players. They've played all day. They're down to 4.
Slowly getting there.
Absolutely mental how slow these structures are. 90-minute levels on the final table day might be a bit much for these 10K events. Going from 10 players down to 4 in 10 hours of play is pretty tough.
425.
Meanwhile, the monster stack also underway at the World Series of Poker. Today on day 1B, 4,375 players in the event. Corneth with a raise, Jack 9 offsuit, Peters with Queen Jack suited.
10 seconds.
Let's see if Peters. There it is. Peters makes a move. Makes it 975. I wonder how much Corneth is willing to risk here as we get closer to the bubble, and if he's going to get out of line in some spots to potentially chip up a bit more.
I think he'll probably pick and choose his spots pretty wisely.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Corneth lays this one down. Donnie, that's not the type of hand to get involved with, right?
No.
If it's like ace-5 suited, we can see a jam.
Yeah.
You got the loudest fan for sure.
Yeah.
I waited till the hand is over to cheer.
Is that David Peters' girlfriend?
I believe that is David Peters' girlfriend on the rail, hanging out.
Sounds like she's been having a good night.
Yeah. Maybe she went to the parade?
Yeah, the parade was wild. I saw lots of posts on social media. people at the parade as Veneciano picks up pocket sixes.
Raise 425,000.
Kulev, king queen offsuit.
Seconds.
1.2 million.
Raised to 1.2 million.
Here comes Kulev. He ain't gonna back down, that's for sure.
Good enough.
I mean, Veneciano also not a fan of backing down, but in this situation, of course, not much he can do. Kind of crazy that most of these players will return tomorrow to play for that $5.3 million top prize. I feel as though if you allow yourself to think of that, you might have a really bad time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's obviously on everyone's mind, but you try to not let it affect your play. One hand at a time. Slowly but surely get there. First goal, getting the money, and then
400,000.
go from there and play for the win.
Get that money.
That's right. Min cash worth $411,000.
It's so insane. Even just saying that is just insane.
I know, right? Kulev here opening up the ace queen off. David Peters is in the big blind with queen 10 of spades. Certainly a playable one for D. Peters. He does make the call.
Yeah, 5.1 behind.
Thank you.
Shortest stack at this table, Ben Heath in the 1 seed with 17 big blinds. Of course, players focusing more and more now on who the short stacks are. Aldo Carolus down to 23 bigs. Peters on 28 to start this hand. Veneciano on a 33. Meanwhile, Chris Brewer trying to get some blood flow going.
It's not that bad. There's a team
Stay
on the
focused.
chip. It's not a big deal, though.
There's a little bit on your time chip, too.
Time chip doesn't really matter.
I know, I'm just like, you notice if the card didn't hit it later.
Smaller than me.
Sure.
Both players check.
Thanks.
10 on the turn. Peters makes a pair.
Seconds. Check.
Peters checks again after some deliberation. 1.1 million in the middle.
Check.
Kulev happy to see a river card here. Jack of diamonds on the river. Peters with the best hand.
Seconds. Sure.
Peters keeps on checking, hoping that Kulev perhaps puts some money in the middle here. Very passive play, Donnie.
No need to get too crazy at this juncture of the tournament. Every chip extremely valuable as we get closer to the bubble. Kulev, though,
25,000.
he's going to go for it here.
He's saying, I've had enough of all this checking. I will probably not win this hand. Is this a hard call for Peters, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky spot for sure. I think Kulev is capable of bluffing. You know, I also think he is capable of having some nines here. Peters correctly assesses the situation, makes the call, and pot is going his way.
Very important pot for David Peters as we approach the money bubble. Kulev taking a bit of a hit here.
Alex, can you please switch your black, your blue, and your green?
I want everyone to win. I want everyone.
Thank you.
I'm not lying. The other table, I just like. I want everyone at the table to be with the other table, I can't speak to. I'm sorry. I'll see myself.
Donnie, if your wife was having a good time on the rail, yelling at you, how would you feel?
Tell her to be quiet. I'm trying to focus. I mean, it's obviously good to have the support, you know.
Okay.
It's just funny because David Peters is so quiet.
Well, the funny
he
thing
doesn't
is,
talk,
David,
and his girlfriend is so outgoing.
David Peters on the table and off the table is also completely different. David Peters is like a chatty, laid-back dude, loves to party, loves to go out, but at the poker table, he is David Peters, the poker player.
And they tell you.
Always cool, calm, and collected.
What is the starting stack? 2K profit. What more do you want?
That's what I was trying to
Peters
figure out.
raising
Yes?
with, or sorry, excuse me, calling with ace check off in the small blind, up against Veneciano. King Queen 9 on the flop.
Main event champion.
Good
guy.
Backdoor spades for Veneciano in play here.
We're playing 1 hour 40 minutes. Okay, good. We're playing 1 hour. We're playing this and 1 more.
Check. Check.
Check, check.
To the money, yeah, it's possible.
Ace on the turn gives both player a pair of aces. Potential trouble for Veneciano.
Really? Hmm? Yeah, we have 7
Can you go check the stacks of the other table? Yeah, he did. I just want to know. I think Phil and Brandon will show up, but I have no clue because they won't update anything. Okay, thank you.
Peters is going to bet $500,000 here after hitting his ace. It's going to be tough for Veneciano to get away from this. He's probably feeling like this might be mine. River card, the 9 of hearts. All of a sudden, Peters goes from potentially winning a sizable pot to potentially chopping a sizable pot.
Yes, I signed the contract. I signed the contract.
Let's see if Peters is going to try to fire again here.
$400.
Yeah, 400,000.
400,000. If Veneciano doesn't waste any time, this pot will be split.
Sounds like we have a bit of breaking news, Remco.
Oh boy.
We have lost a player at the second table. Karai Aldemir,
no,
former main event champion, is out. I believe he went out in 14th place. Action against Martin Cabral. Martin Cabral 3-bet from the small blind after Karai had opened on the button. Karai 4-bet all in for 4.6 million. After a little bit of a tank, Cabral makes the call with King 7 of hearts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Up against Ace Queen for Karai. Jack 9, 5, 5, King.
Oh my God.
I think WSOP.
Karai Aldemir finishes just a few spots short of the money. Martin Cabral looks like he's up approaching 20 million in chips.
Wow. All right, Karai Aldemir out the door.
How typical is it?
Bit
that
of a
they're 110
bad
feet
beat
away?
there for him.
Yeah,
King on the
yeah.
river to
Well,
send him out the door.
That rule too. It's like the main event where it's like 1,000.
Now down to
people. I don't
13
want
players. 2 more eliminations, and we will be in the money. Donnie,
Yes.
King 7, what's going on?
I mean, listen, that's the hand that happened. It's. I have it from the reporting team. I have it from our guys on the floor. That is the hand that happened. Yes, he called the all-in with King 7 of hearts, hit a king on the river, and took out Karai Aldemir. I understand Karai has had his success at the World Series of Poker, winning the main event, of course, chief among them, but holy crap, that's got to sting.
That is a brutal beat.
Good Lord.
Action back on Peters. He's going to raise it up on the button. In case you are just tuning in, we just had to switch tables on the break. All players have to get their equal share of playing on the feature table to keep things fair. The other table does include Phil Ivey and Martin Cabral. Hopefully we get to show them later on. If one of them gets moved or tables have to get balanced, that is still a possibility. For now, we have a few new faces on the stream.
I think Dan has like 10 million.
We've been rotating every 2 hours. Have been with you for over 7 hours, and tonight's stream looks like we're going to be well over 9 hours covering day 2 here. Peters is going to play a flop here against Kulev, who makes the call from the big blind.
Yeah, I was just trying to see stacks.
But we're gonna make money.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Gutshot there for Kulev and backdoor clubs.
And we'll go hand for hand on stone. So like, yeah. I have 9.5. Oh wait, sorry. It's fine. Yeah, yeah. I have 8. Quite a tight stack. Yeah. No, we have a bunch at our table.
These players taking their sweet time. Potentially also keeping in the back of their head that the other table has a few short stacks. Last we've heard, Brandon Steven and Phil Ivey still on the shorter side. $1.4 million is a sizable lead here from Kulev on the 10 of diamonds turn card. Peters lets it go, and Kulev takes this one down.
Skeptical there, Alex.
Hmm?
Very skeptical.
Of what?
You.
Okay.
Ben Heath, so quiet. He was so active when we last had him on the stream. He was dominating the table. It's crazy how things can turn at the poker table. I believe, Donnie, he was up to over 12 million when,
Yes.
when Phil Ivey looked over at him and says, "You having a good day?"
Brilliant.
Ace King offsuit here for Chance Corneth. He's not going to waste any time but to get a raise in here. Venetiano, we all know, loves to play flops. Chris Brewer in the big blind here with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
We are down to the final 13 players. That is correct. 2 more eliminations to reach the money. Play will be halted when we get down to the final 8, unless we play the 10 full levels, which means there's 1 more full level after this one. Corneth bets 300K. Brewer with middle pair.
Get some binoculars.
No hearts for either player. Brewer's going to make the call. We're going to see a turn card. It is the 9 of hearts.
Happy with her.
Yeah.
Corneth is going to check behind. Let's see the river card. It is the ace of hearts, putting 4 hearts out there. Corneth, however, with 2 pair. Brewer with just a pair of queens.
Sure.
He goes check, check.
Yeah,
Corneth happy to see there's no hearts over there, and he's going to show his ace king and take this one down. And the rich get richer at this feature table.
There's a bunch. Heckman, Phil, and
Chance Corneth sitting on 18.3 million.
Everyone's short besides Dan and Martin.
Short as in
like sub 20 blinds, I think.
I think Arthur has.
Chris Brewer with some intel.
He has like 9 or something.
He doubled?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's saying that the other table is full of short stacks.
Right.
I couldn't see all this. Okay.
Donnie, if you're Ben Heath, are you just focused on making the money right now? You have 17 big blinds. There's quite a few short stacks at the other table. He's clearly, folding every hand, not trying to get too creative. But can your focus be just the cash, or do you also have to keep in mind that, there's a larger prize at stake here?
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider both at all times. I mean, you're going to get aces, you're not folding them, right? You're trying to win the tournament as well. Stuff like that. I mean, unfortunately, somebody's going to have to go out short of the money. A couple players here before we get into the cash. These players are going to make very calculated decisions. They're extremely experienced in these spots. Ben Heath did have a lot of chips earlier, is now sub 20 big blinds here. And he's going to do the best to maneuver his way, sort of bob and weave, try and get there as best he can. Positioning at the table, not the best for him. He does have one of the chip leaders, Chance Corneth, on his direct left. So Chance is certainly not going to make things easy on a player like Heath, but 17 big blinds is still a fair amount of maneuverability. It's not 7 big blinds. Could be worse.
Look at Al here, not going down without a fight. Chance Corneth continues for 200K. Al the Carolus is going to check raise here. Let's get a confirmation here on the raise size. 1.2 million, Donnie. Al is not messing around. 3 diamonds on the flop. I mean, I love this. I love seeing this. Just a pure bluff. Chance Corneth kicks it in. Al takes one down.
Decided like 15 seconds ago. I don't think I've ever seen you do the
Don't mess with Al.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Al's relaxed. He's getting the massage. He's ready to battle.
425,000.
Corneth again raising it up, and we're clearly picking up on a pattern here, Donnie. Every chance he gets, Chance Corneth is going to raise it up.
Of course, you know.
Even if he gets check raised by Al a few times, he's going to continue profiting.
He does run chip leader coaching. I mean, there really is no better advertisement than, you know.
He even has the patch out on the table.
Yeah, flexing that muscle. I mean, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
I feel like Veneziano is in the spot where he knows what Chance is doing, but it is so hard to fight back.
Yes, of course. I mean, but that's fine. You know, when you're kind of in the middle of the pack, you know, at times you just got to kind of lay your sword down and let the chip leader do his work.
That is exactly what it feels like.
Can't tell you how many times I've tried to play back at the chip leader on the bubble, and it has not worked out for me.
Most players will be more than happy to see some eliminations on the other table. As we mentioned before, Ivey and Brandon Stevens short stacked on the other table. Martin Cabral on a tear so far, just knocking out Koray Aldemir to bring his stack up to just shy of 20 million. The final table of 8 will be streamed tomorrow on PokerGo. First prize, $5.3 million. Aside from the main event, the biggest first prize of this year's WSOP. You're not going to want to miss that.
Last year's winner of this event, Alex Foxen. He beat Brandon Steven in heads-up play. Steven's still in, with 2 tables remaining. On the shorter side, but he's still kicking.
I'm gonna raise.
Raise.
Yes, we are banning spoilers. This is how it works. Ban, ban, ban. They are happening.
Al De Carlos raising the button with 8-6 offsuit, making it $500,000. Corner with 10 deuce offsuit, seems tempted in the big blind. Do it for Doyle.
1.6.
There we go, 1.6 million. Those are fighting chips from Chance Corneth. Al's gonna lay this one down. Donnie, 10 deuce. I know it's Doyle's hand, but that cannot be in any poker. that cannot be in any chip leader coaching course.
That's street poker.
That's street poker. Yeah, taking it to the street.
That's the coaching you get away from the coaching.
Looks like Phil's all up based on that reaction. And the crowd standing up trying to see it.
Phil's all in.
That looks like Phil.
Sounds like Ivey might be all in on the other table. Chris Brewer trying to get some info there. Ben Heath here, pocket jacks, Donnie. Is this the kind of spot where you're just like, you know what? 2 off the money, I'm good. 411K money bubble coming up. It's pretty windy up on the stage.
Oh
yes.
These fucking emails. Shit so snummy.
Heath is going to raise it up.
Phil has to be short too. Yeah.
Hornet with a7 off in the small blind. Obviously aware of the fact that Heath is very short, hasn't played a hand in quite some time. Ben Heath picks up this pot and
Really? Oh yeah, we also have it. We also have it. One more.
Donnie, yes, we are losing a player from this table.
Yes.
Does that mean we've lost a player on the other table?
We did. Henrik Hecklin.
I guess what's the second?
Finished in the money in this event last year. Has been eliminated. Henrik Hecklin got ace-jack off in against Dan Smith's pocket nines.
Go fuck him up.
The board ran out clean for Smith's nines. 6, deuce, deuce, 10, 4. And Henrik Hecklin eliminated in 13th place.
Oh, wow.
12 left.
Yep.
Money bubble time.
All right, it is time for hand action as Dan Smith now up to 14.7 million chips. He is among the chip leaders. We are on the official money bubble. All these players put up $250,000 to play this event. The next player out gets nothing. The remaining 11 will receive $411,000 at a minimum. Like I said before, tomorrow's final table live on PokerGo.com, 5 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. If you're new to PokerGo, please use promo code
it was 11 for a second.
DREAM30 to sign up for the
You got me
annual
all
subscription.
excited.
That means that you are paying the equivalent of $5.80 per month for all the poker streaming that you can handle. We also have new seasons out of High Stakes Poker, No Gamble, No Future. And of course, we got tons more WSOP coverage coming up. 50K final table is still to come, as well as basically 2 weeks of coverage of the World Series Poker main event.
Well remaining, we are paying 11. We are beginning the hand-for-hand portion of the tournament. 2 minutes will come off the clock for each hand dealt. If you have an all-in on call, just hold the action until I advise you to proceed, please. Alright, shuffle up to your one hand, please.
One hand.
Steven, your one hand.
All right, so the tournament supervisor now running back and forth between the tables and making sure each table plays an equal amount of hands. We are trying to determine who the final player will be to go home empty-handed, so the play will slow down a fair bit, but this does mean that we will have a fair battle for that $411,000 minimum payout. It's been a great night of poker. Much love to everyone watching, especially those that have been with us from the start. It's a massive army. We are almost at 7,000 likes. If you do enjoy the coverage, please smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. It's been a wonderful day of poker action. And like I said before, we are getting closer to the 50K PPC, the Poker Players Championship. Our first day of streaming will be June 20th, day 3 of the event. That is a 5-day tournament. Kornuth versus Kulev.
Why do they do it like that?
Check.
Yeah.
You just have to, otherwise it would just be a stalling contest between the two tables.
Kulev checks. Action on Kornuth.
No, it didn't seem like it.
But,
Check.
Action goes check, check. 7 on a turn.
Who are we going to play? 2 levels until it gets to 9?
Yeah, so I think into level 18 or 9. Maybe it's 8, I'm not sure.
Check.
Lots of very deliberate actions, Donnie, as we are on the money bubble. I'm not going to say that these guys are nervous, but you can definitely tell that the money bubble is affecting the play.
You see that picture of Bobby up there?
I did. So funny.
It's a funny photo.
The hair.
I like the swag, actually.
Donnie.
Yes.
Johnny Be Good says, if you were in this tournament, would you agree to give the bubble person 20K from your winnings? That everyone has to agree?
I mean, I'm kind of just generally for that because it just gets it over with.
Right.
You know, it's like, whatever, let's just move on. Make first place an even 5 million. Give that extra 293, whatever it is, to 12th place, and let's get on with this thing.
I mean,
you know?
It's not a bad idea. I feel like I'm at the South Point Nightly. Like, can we just refund the bubble? Give them the buy-in back? It would absolutely never in a million years happen. Someone like a Chance Kornuth would love for this bubble to continue forever and ever. He's going to obviously raise a lot of hands trying to pick up the blinds and antes. For those asking for a chip count of the outer table, we don't have an exact chip count. We do know who the short stacks are. Of course, Ben Heath just got moved. He's one of the short stacks, along with Phil Ivey, Brandon Steven. And then I think that Al the Carlos, excuse me, is among the shorter stacks as well, who is at this table. There we go. Hit 7,000 likes on the video. Much love to everyone staying involved, engaged with the chat.
I feel like Chris Brewer's done more talking with his rail than playing poker the last half hour or so.
It makes you wonder, how did Chris Brewer get all these chips? Kulev flops top 2 pair. Kornuth again involved. By the way, Chance Kornuth involved in every single hand. He's going to try to just make some money, but that's not going to work against top 2 pair.
And then cash it 411. It's not a huge, I mean, it's 5 million force. It's super top heavy, but I still think that, like, I think once we get money, like, the LP goes away instantly, but yeah, but like, but this spot, I have to be careful.
It kind of bugs me, Donnie, that it feels as though players are stalling a little bit, even though we're hand for hand.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense. But perhaps it just takes that long to figure out what to do with top 2 pair.
Fun turn card here, Remco.
Bring those spades out there. Let's see if Kornuth is going to continue firing. He is going to continue firing 1.1 million. If you're Kulev here, Donnie, are you supposed to deny equity here on the turn? Are you afraid to step into some sort of disastrous cooler? Like, what are you going to do here?
I mean, you obviously have to be worried about stepping into some sort of disastrous cooler. That said, I think you have to continue to play your hand. I mean, I don't think you can just play scared here. If you're going to play scared with a hand like 2-pair in this spot, I mean, Chance Corners is just going to absolutely bulldoze you. Kulev having the 7 of spades is an interesting card for him to have because it does deny some pair plus flush draw type hands for Kornuth to have.
That was a call. Call.
And Kulev is going to just call here. Probably thinking that, you know, if you jam, what's calling you that you beat, you know, are you just going to get cooled off there? So now we await what could be quite an eventful river card.
River card, the Queen of Hearts. Kornuth draws miss, but Kornuth does have one power play in the back of his pocket. He could apply maximum pressure here on Kulev, knowing that we are on the money bubble, and then just basically tell his opponent, good luck, go figure it out. You want to put all that money on the line? Here it is. Or perhaps Kornuth gets the memo here and decides to slow down. I think both options are really possible here.
Is Kornuth going to pull this trigger?
Oh, he doesn't. He checks behind. Kulev gets the showdown here with 2-pair, and a very nice chip up here from the Bulgarian.
You don't want to make me happy, man?
I don't want to fucking
What did he say?
Said, you don't want to make me a happy man? Meaning, I think
Busted
Kulev
that
was
ass.
calling.
Then you go on the blacklist.
Gonna bust it that ass. Spades?
Yeah.
What about my straight cards?
I also have one of those.
Fucker.
Ace 6 of spades.
If I knew that, I wouldn't check the turn.
Earlier today, we lost quite a few legendary players, Daniel Negreanu and Phil Ivey among them. Just a few more names.
Phil Hellmuth.
Sorry, excuse me, Phil Hellmuth. Hellmuth busted out in a crazy hand.
Yeah, you know.
Where he got it in, almost drawing dead.
6 of spades, you almost have it.
We also lost Stephen Chidwick, Alex Foxen, Isaac Haxton. Rick Solomon was in the mix there for a while. Adrian Mateos, Andrew Roble. This field was absolutely stacked. Kornuth, 3-deuce suited. He's going to continue raising.
Call.
We are still on the bubble. 12 players remaining. Phil Ivey is on the outer table. We got some unexpected three-way action here. And keep in mind, we're playing hand for hand. So whenever a hand finishes at both tables, we're getting a new hand. This table has been the slower table so far, which is why we did not have to pause at all up until this hand at least. Kornuth picks up a pair of deuces. Brewer in the lead here with his 8s. Veneziano looking for some backdoor help or perhaps a king or a queen.
Raise. 450,000. 450,000.
450 is the bet from Kornuth. Brewer's going to make the call. I respect Kornuth's aggression a lot, but it's going to take perhaps some more cards that look scary for him to get Brewer off this pair of eights.
Seconds.
1.8.
Oh, wow. He is going to continue firing. 1.8 million is the bet. And Chris Brewer lays it down immediately. Aggression paying off for Kornuth here. And
a little earlier, Kornuth tweeted, "I hope this bubble never ends."
That's exactly right. And that's why you don't see any saver type deals made in these events, because of course the chip leaders can benefit tremendously from being in this position.
There's my man.
See what I can do.
1:20 a.m. in Las Vegas. Let us know where you are watching from. How long have you been watching? How invested are you in this? Very curious to hear. It's been really fun calling the action here. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We've had Cokes, we've had coffees, we've had waters. I've had sandwiches. I've had chocolate-covered strawberries. It's been a whole day and a half here in the booth, so it feels. Oh, we got Moldova in the house. Been watching for 5 hours. Love to hear it. Christy watching, has been here from the start. Rabi has been here from the start as well, watching from Michigan. Love to see it. Kornuth once again, and I feel like I can just sort of copy paste my line here. Raising again, making it 425. Ethan May, watching from Australia, has been here from the start as well. Thank you all so much.
10 seconds.
I've been watching from the start. Just want to let you know.
But you've not been paying attention from the whole time.
Yeah, trying to pay attention to the chat.
I see Teddy MG Perp watching since 5:30 p.m. Teddy, I'm going to make you a moderator as well. I've seen you around a lot. Trust you to keep an eye on some of the people that have ill will.
10 seconds.
Vegas Ivanov, same thing. Make you a moderator as well. Thank you so much for helping us out. Meanwhile, the Kornuth stack is getting bigger and bigger now, almost up to 20 million. Marcel is watching from Prague. He says, Cabral for the win. Thank you so much for tuning in. Always love seeing the international crowd rooting for the players from their country. Kulev from Bulgaria. We're having some issues with the Bulgarian flag, so it seems. We'll get that sorted for tomorrow if Kulev makes it there.
Good aim.
What more do you want?
I wasn't feeling a bad here. Saw a guy win a 4 million chip pot in level 1 with that hand.
Yep. Raph says, Happy Father's Day from Manila.
Spades though, wasn't it?
It was spades. Yeah. Oh, it was against Alex.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I forgot about that. That's amazing, actually. Was Chris there? Wow. The crew's all here.
Din says, watching from the Himalayas in India. Great endurance, guys. Yeah, I'm an endurance athlete. It's the only reason I can do this.
Yeah.
Man, you owned him so hard with that lead river too.
The reason why there's no cards being dealt right now is because we are waiting on the outer table to finish their hand. We are on the money bubble if you're just tuning in.
You had sixes, right? Yeah, it's pretty unlucky for him to have 6-8-6.
Yeah.
I was like, man, Alex is gonna put this guy in a cage right here.
I put him in the cage. Got him.
I could really use a breakfast burrito right about now, Donnie. Breakfast burrito with bacon, crispy hash browns, maybe some sour cream on the side, hot sauce. It's past midnight. I'm gonna start thinking of breakfast.
All in? Oh, that's great news.
Oh. On and a call announced from the outer table.
It's a good card for me.
We're just going to have to wait and see what we can find out about what is going on.
I could just have the Doyle.
I cannot have the Doyle. You can.
I could have
it. Yeah. I could not.
It's a shame they don't have it up on one of the screens.
Yeah, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? I'm with you.
It looks like Bandon doubled. That's the vibe I'm getting. Yeah.
Chris Brewer making a good read there.
Yeah, he's kind of
the information that just reached us says Brandon Steven just doubled up. Martin Cabral raised to 400K. Steven moved all in for 2.2 million from the small blind. Dan Smith requested a count from the big blind and made the call. Dan Smith pocket nines, Brandon Steven ace king suited. King king deuce on the flop, trips for Brandon Steven, and that held up. So Brandon Steven now up to 5.4 million. Dan Smith down to 12.4. Martin Cabral still on 16.5. Action will continue hand for hand. We still need to lose one more player until we reach the money. Justin D with the $10 donation says, you guys earned another half cup of coffee. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
Check. Check.
Pair of sevens for Peters in the lead here against the 9-8 of Big Al.
Check. That's 600.
Al's going to bet 600 into 700. Ryan says, why aren't people raising? Let's go. Do love the idea of
10 seconds.
some more aggression. But of course, everyone knows that a misstep right now can cost you $411,000. Think to yourself how much of a nit you would become with this kind of money on the line. I would surely be nervous. Oh, here's a little gander over at the second table. Cabral clearly on the talking chair still.
Of course he is. Where else would he be?
Ivey on the right there. Dan Smith to his right.
Raise to 425.
Corneth raising it up from the button to 425. Veneciano really, really wants to get involved, but he can't do it with the pressure of the bubble. Corneth, meanwhile, up to over 20 million. Kulev, the next closest with 9.3. This table, not with a really, really short stack. The Carlos sitting on 24 bigs. He is our shorty. We're just waiting for the action to complete on the outer table. Looks like everyone here is enjoying a little bit of a nap until the next hand is played. I think I just heard deal one more, so
deal one more.
We're gonna keep on.
Let's go.
We're gonna keep on playing.
We're dealing.
If you're just tuning in, it's 1:30 in the morning in Las Vegas. We are on the money bubble in this $250,000 super high roller event. The next player out gets nothing. The final 11 will receive $411,000. Tomorrow, we're going to see 5 players take home at least $1 million. The winner will receive $5.3 million. Brewer here raising it up with ace-queen offsuit.
Seconds.
Jack 10 for Kulev in the big blind. Are we going to see a flop here? Is what I'm wondering. Kulev is going to make the call. We're going to see a flop here during hand-for-hand play. Let's see if someone is going to get coolered here. Ace 10-6, a little bit of something for everybody, but Brewer, of course, with the best of it.
seconds.
That's 900.
Brewer going to continue. Kulev lets it go, and Brewer gets to finally win a hand. Is this the first time we've seen him win?
I think so.
Felt like
First hand that I can recall seeing him win.
But I didn't know that. So
Felt like it might have.
What is going on here?
Do we have an all-in and a call?
No, I didn't want to call in a long time. I had to do something.
Oh, there's some
I was blinded out.
pointing
Looks
going
like
on.
we
Oh.
do. Phil Ivey.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Looks like he went all in. Ace
I
3.
think Phil's out.
From the button, Martin Cabral picking up pocket queens.
Actually, yeah, we'll have to.
Phil Ivey.
That's going to be it for Ivey.
Yeah, Phil Ivey eliminated on the money bubble. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day for Phil Ivey, but he is the only one of the remaining players to go home empty-handed. The final 11 receiving $411,000. Phil Ivey walking off the set there empty-handed and probably extremely frustrated, Donnie. What a blow to Phil Ivey.
Yeah, Phil Ivey moving all in from the button for around 4 million, 4.2 million.
It's a big day for me.
So about 21 big blinds or so. Martin Cabral gets a count in the big blind to verify and then makes the call with pocket queens. Ivey has the ace 3 of hearts. Jack 7-7, 6-3. And that is all she wrote for Phil Ivey, eliminated in 12th place on the money bubble. Martin Cabral's stack soars up to 22 million.
It's over now, bro. Now it's Judgment Day.
What?
It's Judgment Day now.
I actually couldn't believe
Yeah.
Like
Now I don't have to fold the fucking pawn.
Right here, guys. Let's do it.
I do prefer when you fold the river, because
Nah, I just fucking stack that shit off.
That's disrespectful.
The thing is, like, I like everybody. I don't like when a guy is like talking shit in the middle of like a hand when he's like some like massive chip leader and just like a fucking rat cartoon character. Like, fuck that guy.
no, he just looks like a rat.
No, he also has a rat cartoon character.
It's a hippo.
Can someone watching this stream do like the side-by-side of a rat and Martin Cabral?
And also a side-by-side with a rat and a hippo for Haley.
All right, we are in the money, down to 11 players, combining at the final table of 9. So we still have some more short-handed play right now.
Seconds.
Corneth raising it up to 425. Peters with King Jack offsuit, 5.4 million, 27 bigs, decides to let it go. Veneciano 9-7 of diamonds on the button. We do know he does not like to fold. Has made it into the money.
It's 125. Or 425. Sorry. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Thank you. It's rare you get 3 out of 4 to tank fold in a hand.
That was his, by the way.
His what?
That was his card.
Did
Okay,
you
the
look
one
at
in
it?
your hand.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't see him look at it.
I don't. You didn't look at it.
He was just touching it.
Alright.
We lost another one.
Did someone just say we lost another one? Let me quickly check the updates. Sounds like Ben Heath is our 11th place finisher. Heath was a chip leader, I believe, with about 22 players remaining. Now out the door with just a min cash. Heath all in with ace-10 of spades against the queen-jack offsuit of Dan Smith. He was all in for only 1.5 million. Heath, of course, was ahead with ace-high, but Smith hit a queen and sent the Brit to the rail. Dan Smith up to 14 million chips. We're down to the final 10. 2 tables of 5, 1 more elimination, and then we will combine for the unofficial final table of 9.
Poor Haley.
Not the longest bubble, given the situation, you know, more than 400K for a min cash, so.
Good luck, Dave.
Sounds like David Peters is moving to the outer table, while 5-handed play continues here on this table.
If she gets kicked out, I start the petition now to get her back. Good luck over there, David.
Good luck, man. Sorry.
We're down to the final 10 for those just tuning in.
I'm gonna raise.
King Queen suited here for DeCarlos in the small blind. Coming in with a raise. 600K is the raise.
Alright, guys. 125, 250.
Next hand, guys, blinds are going up. We're going to be at 125, 250, 250, big blind Annie.
That's okay.
Donnie, do you think that fatigue plays a role in the way these players play late at night? Do you think that play gets tighter as people get tired?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just natural. If you're going to grow tired, you know, you can be prone to some mistakes, do some things that are a little more miscalculated than others. Errors can become either or both greater and more frequent, you know. I mean, it's just a natural thing. That's why some of the best poker players in the world are also experts when it comes to the game of endurance, you know. Just, you know, they'll play super long hours and not only play the long hours, but play those long hours at the top of their game or very close to it.
I feel like at this point, this also applies to us, Donnie, in the booth for 9 hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, if I just keep going, then I'm fine. But if we were to like stop and have a dinner break, I would crash.
Oh, you would.
But if I just keep going through,
yep.
Yeah, but I might take a nap and like not wake up for like 8 hours. It's an extended nap.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I didn't even say that. I said bash.
Queen 9-7 on this flop. Pair of sevens for Veneziano, who checked his option from the big blind. DeCarlos just with a limp on the button.
You gotta love them.
I love them. They're my favorite.
When was the last time you played on them?
I played like a Sunday a few months ago, but like not often. You guys are too good, man. I like to look at my opponent.
Look at this turn card.
25.
It's a very nice one.
Al lays it down, and Veneciano picks up his first pot in quite some time.
Shows it. Shows the 7 deuce.
Nice one.
7 deuce game. Pay up.
Everyone pay that man $100. That's how this works, right?
Yeah, of course. Same in tournaments.
Nothing like winning with a 2-7.
Earlier, Cabral tried to get a straddle going.
No Doyle, but it's pretty good.
I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Add a little handicap for the rec player, you know?
$125 on the small.
125, that's exactly what I got in my hand.
That was traffic. Did you get some about something? Did they let you valet? Oh, okay. Yeah. Good job. Yeah. Good job. Yep. Money makes people nice. Money makes people nice.
Pocket nines here for Corneth, raising the button to 550K. Veneciano with a decision in the small blind for 5.6 million. Decides to let it go. Veneciano has been playing a lot tighter than before, perhaps realizing he doesn't have to get involved, has plenty of chips to work with.
You guys have behind Alex?
Not sure.
What's it say 9 plays pays up?
7.6. 7.6.
How much?
478.
Kulev made the call from the big blind with Queen 4 of hearts. Flop goes check check on 10-6 deuce. Corneth happy to see a turn card, given that his nines are no longer the highest pair out there. If you're just tuning in to our late night coverage of day 2 of this super high roller, we are down to the final 10 players. One more elimination and we will combine for a final table of 9.
Is Dawn sweating? Is Dawn over there? Okay.
That is 500.
Corneth will fire out a bet and take this one down.
Anyone over there with little chips?
I'm not sure anymore.
I would have called a shove there, Steve.
What's that?
Thought you were thinking about shoving.
I was.
I would have called.
A king jack of spades, but it just wasn't strong enough.
He's looking now. I'll tell you in a second.
I've done well with that hand. The one hand I didn't play it with the hearts, I would have had that. That would have been a monster. I would have had probably 11 mil.
When I had ace king.
What's that?
When I had ace king.
No, when what's his name got into it with Ben.
Yeah.
When Kenny got into it with him with the 10s and jacks.
Shout out to Steven for the $5 donation. Much appreciated, my friend. Corneth once again is going to raise it up.
Call. Two players.
Who won the hand?
Archer against a fucking rat. Let's go.
Okay.
Boom.
All right.
Guess what? He stood up and looked over at his chips again. He's like right there. I couldn't do it again.
We've arrived on the river after flop and turn checks between Queen 9 and 10-9. 10 is going to win this thing after the action gets checked down.
Check on the phone?
Yeah, just check down.
Just check down.
Check, 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 check.
How much is it? 250?
And the rich get richer.
Indeed. Chance Corneth claiming earlier on Twitter that he would love for this bubble to continue, but it seemingly doesn't seem to matter. The bubble has burst, and Chance Corneth is still raking in the chips, now sitting on 22.2 million.
Yeah, I mean, even though the bubble has burst now, there are big pay jumps at play that Corneth can still leverage his chip stack against his opponents in some spots, you know.
Wow, look at this. Russell with the $10 YouTube community donations.
No, 10 membership subs.
10 memberships, yeah, it's late. 10, the 10 YouTube community memberships. There we go.
It's late, it's early, it's all the same thing at this point. Sports Boss said, Phil Ivey Bubble Boy, who would have thought? I mean, I thought he was going to make it. I did, you know. It was looking a bit grim there for Ben Heath. He was getting super short. But he ultimately made it in. Ivey is, quote-unquote, Bubble Boy.
Was still a bubble.
What's that? Yeah, Phil was the bubble, then Ben after that.
Oh, Ben busted next?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, so we're one more till the...
One more to the final 30, yeah. Trying to figure out what they have for stacks over there, but...
I can just ask Brandon.
What's that?
I'll find out for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't matter for you right now.
How much is that? 800?
Kulev opening here on the button. DeCarlos calling from the big blind. Queen 8-6, 2 clubs. This could be a fun one. DeCarlos flopping a flush draw, check calling 800,000 from Kulev, who flopped top 2 pair. Kulev now with a full house as the board pairs on the turn. DeCarlos checks again. DeCarlos just over a pot-sized bet behind. Kulev is reaching for chips. 600,000. Notice he bet 800,000 on the flop. Now he is betting only 600,000. This looks to me like he's trying to string along DeCarlos. He makes the call.
It's working.
Club would be disastrous for Al.
That would be an absolute disaster. Deuce on the river.
He does make 2 pair here, 8s and deuces. So There's a chance he could pay this off, but the way he's been playing so far, I would lean that he folds and might have dodged a bullet with no club coming out here.
Only 2.6 million left for DeCarlos. 4.1 million in the middle.
I appreciate it. Looks fine.
If you're in Kulev's shoes, Donnie, perhaps trying to milk the Carlos with a small bet, or
all of it.
Put it all on the line. The Carlos lays it down, and Kulev takes down a significant pot here.
It is,
The Carlos now, by far and away, our short stack at this table, down to just 10 big blinds.
Who was the other one other than himself? Dan?
David.
David.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Venetiano 9-5 suited. First act.
How much you got now, Alex?
9.8.
Thank you.
How much do you have? 20?
22.
Playing five-handed on two tables, waiting for one more player to get eliminated before combining for the final table of 9.
2, 2.
Raise 5,000. Call.
Kulev opens it up. King 8. Cornet calling from the small blind. Venetiano in the big blind with ace 4 off. Gives it up. See a heads up pot here between Kulev, the pre-flop raiser, and Cornet, the chip leader. King 6 2, 2 clubs. Cornet checks. He's now second best. Kulev flopping top pair. Check, check on the flop. Queen of diamonds on the turn. 1.5 million in the middle. Cornet checks again. Kulev checks behind. 4 of clubs on the river.
Trying to think of what's weak 3 that checks twice.
King second.
Like ace 6 or something.
That is 4,000.
Cornet
400.
doing a little talking there,
Not
and then
4,000.
bets 400,000.
You're all good.
Interesting play from Corneth here.
That whole speech play put me off. I call.
I have nines.
Nine's no good.
Kulev calls, and he's going to win this pot.
Ah, that's what's making it. Okay.
Kulev rakes this one in. PokerGo is sending 3 annual subscribers to play in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll. We've already selected one of those. We are selecting 2 more. Just join or upgrade as an annual subscriber to PokerGo. Head on over to PokerGo.com or get.PokerGo.com. Use the promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on that annual subscription. And you will be entered into our Dream Seat giveaway. You guys can find the details at pgt.com/dream. Check out the terms and conditions and the rules and all of that good stuff. Next drawing, July 17th. Carlos here limps in from the cutoff seat. Corneth on the button with ace-5 of hearts. Carlos limping the queen-jack offsuit. Corneth limps behind. Veneziano ace-6 of diamonds in the small blind. Likely see him get involved as well. He does make the call. Kulev in the big blind, 8-4 off. He checks. Gonna go 4 ways to this flop. Six, 6, 2 with 2 clubs. Veneziano flopping trip 6s and the best kicker. He checks, Kulev checks. DeCarlos checks.
$3,000.
300.
300,000.
Corneth bets 300,000. Veneziano calls. Kulev and DeCarlos fold. Heads up to the turn now. Three of spades on the turn. Veneziano checks. Corneth checks behind. 7 of spades on the river. Veneziano reaches.
500.
500,000 is the bet.
It's all right. Long night.
Corneth here, he's got some chips in his hand. Maybe thinking about a call here with ace high. Clubs did miss. He does make the call. Veneziano has it though. Shows those trip 6s. He's going to take it down. Corneth down to 20.4 million now. Was up over 22, so a couple hands not going his way, and he's taking a few hits, but still doing well.
Big Al still the short stack with 9 big blinds. He's going to need to make something happen real soon. Al still enjoying a massage.
I feel like that shirt loses an extra button every time we go over there.
If you're just tuning in, we are down to the final 10 in this 250K super high roller. The final 10 players guaranteed 411,000. We are on a pay jump right now. The final 9 receive $478,000. Tomorrow, the top 5 will receive at least 1.2 million, with the eventual winner taking home $5.29 million, the second biggest first prize of this year's World Series of Poker. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun to watch that final table on PokerGo.
10 seconds.
Corneth again with the raise, making it 550 with King 8 offsuit. Kulev calls. By the way, Kulev was the first player to bust this tournament.
Oh, yes. On his second bullet. Obviously doing much better than his first because he's in the money.
Check. Check.
Corneth with a lock on this hand with his pair of kings. Not much to go on here for Kulev unless he decides to get creative here versus Corneth. Corneth with a bet of 525, and Kulev is going to lay it down. Is Corneth finally going to fold a hand? That is the question. And he does. 7-5 offsuit in the muck. Brewer, ace-9 off in the small blind. Let's see if he's going to attack the short stack of Al DeCarlos.
Yeah, he might just put this all in here.
All in.
Call.
Yeah, there it is. He moves all in.
Quick call.
DeCarlos snaps it off with Queen 5 suited. DeCarlos has had enough. He is going for the double or he's going home. DeCarlos with 41% equity here to double up. Sometimes you just got to make a stand. And Al right now thinking that Queen 5 is the hand to do it with. All right, let's see the flop here. Brewer in the lead with ace-9. 9 in the window. It is a spade, though. 9 and a jack behind it. Flush draw for DeCarlos. Backdoor straight draw to go along with it. Let's see the turn card. It is the jack of diamonds.
Chris forgot about the jack.
River card. 8 of clubs. Brewer is going to win it, and I completely did not see that 9.
Are we going to quit now or play the 32 minutes?
Full house for Chris Brewer. He sends Al DeCarlos to the rail.
He just said it.
DeCarlos eliminated in 10th place. We are now down to the final 9. Chris Brewer rakes in this pot, and we are going to go on a short break as the action will continue with the final 9 on this table. So we're going to get Martin Cabral back on the feature table along with Dan Smith, David Peters. They're all going to merge here to a final table. We're taking a short break. Action will continue after the break. The day is not done, ladies and gentlemen. Catch you guys in about 10 minutes.
You just do it.
Huh?
You don't need luck. You just do it.
All right, welcome back to what is now the final table of the $250,000 super high roller. Martin Cabral and Chance Corneth battling for the chip lead. Brandon Stevens and David Peters are our short stacks. My name is Rem Karinkama. Donnie Peters still alongside me. Donnie, we are 9 hours into this stream. It's been an absolute riot to cover this event, start to finish here on day 2. We've seen lots of crazy things happen. We've seen many top players come and go, but ultimately it's going to come down to these 9 players tomorrow on the PokerGO Final Table stream. We've been told we're going to finish out the level and then bag up for the night and then return tomorrow for the PokerGO stream.
That's what we've been told. I'm kind of in the I'll believe it when I see it mode at this point. I feel like we've been told a lot of things today.
Cabral here immediately raising it up with ace-7 suited. Peters with ace-jack.
Yeah, could get this in. He's got 17 bigs. Good 3-bet shove spot.
All in. I don't know how much he has. 4.3.
Venetiano is going to lay down his king-queen offsuit. And Cabral lets go of the ace-7.
I was gonna have to put this away. Change hoodies.
The final 9 players guaranteed $478,000.
I did not know her.
He knows her.
Yeah.
Is his wife? No.
Girlfriend.
Yeah? Really? No, I don't believe it. No, like seriously?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Why don't you think so?
I mean, David, I know him for years.
You know David for years?
Yes, of course. He's a good guy.
The best of the best. You have enough to give you some change for the green chips, buddy? Can I give you some change?
Henrik is not here anymore, so it's okay.
I got you, buddy. Here you go. There you go. There you go, buddy. I got you.
Invite me to Wyoming. Then we can talk.
Okay. If I'm going to buy my house, Kansas or LA, I said, no, Wyoming.
If you don't invite him, you don't have to talk.
I'm in Wyoming. You can go there. Beach in Wyoming.
Huh?
Concentrate.
I'm okay, thank you.
10 seconds.
It's probably walk, yeah? It's probably walk.
Probably.
King Jack of clubs for Brewer. He's got plenty of chips to play with here. 29 big blinds.
I get that low against Dan.
850,000.
That one I would have showed Dan.
Call.
Call.
Donnie. Cabral announcing it as if Brewer is all in.
This girl is on fire.
Check. Seconds.
Brewer and Cabral
Check.
both checking the flop. And now both check the turn. Jack on the river. Brewer had the best hand. Still with the best hand, but improving his actual holding, picking up 2 pair here with that Jack on the river.
The bet is 1.5 million. Seconds.
Cabral gives it up. And Brewer takes the pot.
Okay, that's my turn.
Stop. No. Kolik? Že širokou chrání, jo? Jo. Stoupni si za mě a podívej se, jestli mi vidí do karet, jo? Nějak se tam natlač, díky.
Excuse me, sir. Will you take your drink off the table?
Sure, of course. Sorry about it.
That's his small blind. That goes there.
That's a small blind. Thank you.
Koukni, jestli mi tam nekoukají, jo?
Corner then Cabral very close in chips, 85 and 82 big blinds respectively. Donnie, very impressive showing by Martirosian, who was getting pushed around by Cabral when we had them on the stream earlier. He now back up to 71 big blinds.
Oh yes, that could be quite a fun battle here.
Sorry?
You're gonna get a walk.
Martirosian certainly
If I have King's
not
plus,
one
I
to
play,
shy
otherwise
away
you got it by
from
me.
big pots.
But you already text me invitation?
Email.
Email?
Email.
To my lawyer or?
To your lawyer.
To my lawyer.
And your publicist.
Huh?
Veneziano here in
My
the
publicist,
cutoff
yeah.
seat.
You know him?
He's going to give up the Queen 8 of hearts. A little bit of thought.
See? I get my
What is
walk.
it? So,
I get my walk.
chop?
No, yeah, sure. I haven't looked yet.
Okay, I look. I play King's plus only.
King's plus only.
What do you have?
I haven't looked at my card yet.
No. 3, 5. Peanuts, yeah? Basically peanuts.
Basically peanuts.
Cabral with King 9 off in the small blind. Might take some aggressive action here against Brandon Steven, who is sitting on just 15 bigs.
20 million.
20 million is the announced bet.
You got it? Show the flop. Show the flop. Let's see if he's lucky.
You don't have 20 million.
I do.
Yeah, he does.
I do, believe me.
Oh, actually, you don't now.
Believe me.
So does that mean the
Now
hand's
you
dead?
do after winning the hand.
Does that mean his hand's dead?
You didn't before that.
I had a 10-4, 10-3 all day. That's all I had, 10-4, 10-3, 10-4.
I had 20,625,000. So if you want to apologize, it's time.
No, that means your hand's dead. Give me my chips back.
Right? Poker News, write it down. Chance was miscorrect, 1 time only. But it's nice guy, so it's okay.
Isn't it funny how Brandon Steven is complaining about the bad cards he's been getting, but he's made it to the final
That
table?
was the bet.
Well, you know, he got aces to kings basically on the bubble.
Maybe to make it 20 million.
Right?
You want me?
I would love to.
I can do that for you. If you ask nicely, I can do that.
Pretty please, Martin, make it 20 million this time.
Please, nicely and loudly. I almost not
That
hear
was
you.
about as nice as you get.
That is as nice as I got.
This is your maximum.
Yes.
That's
You
pretty
guys
good,
happy to
actually.
have Martin Cabral back? What do you think?
We don't have to say as much anymore, that's for sure.
He's got Brandon Steven right next to him.
You know I'm a punter.
Yeah, we saw it today.
I just wanted Cowboy Dan here at the table with us, that's all.
Honestly, I think you're advertising. It's the only thing that makes sense is you advertising.
Out of my word.
No, you did
Yeah,
not.
it's been a bit quiet, Donnie. I forgot he's here.
Close to
He has been
close
quiet.
to 20, but
500,000.
40 times less.
Yes.
I didn't find my balls. I didn't find my balls
Oh, yeah.
for the move.
Cabral here opening the button. King deuce off. Corneth big blind. King 8 off.
I think I should go 20 million. He was right. I made mistake.
You might have a chance. Don't worry.
Corneth makes the call.
Two scruffy looking kings here going to battle. Ace, 9, 10, all diamonds on the flop. Corneth with the only diamond in play.
Tell me how much you have? Loaded?
We started the final table with 21.45.
Thank you. Very nice from you.
Brandon Steven caught between two of the talkative players at the table. He's getting this money's worth.
Bet.
I don't need 10 seconds.
325,000.
Cabral continuing. Donnie, from Corneth's perspective here, clashing with the other big stack, how do you go about this?
Cautiously, but I also don't think that Corneth is really going to be the type of guy who's going to back down.
Yeah, it's not a good seat. It's a great with the veil looking.
Check.
I can see the board fine. But.
I think we'll play on this table. 10 seconds. Check.
Both players check on the turn. River card, 7 of spades. Corneth with the check mark, even though he just has king high.
Bet. 1.5 million.
Corneth leading out here for 1.5 million. Cabral lays it down and Corneth takes this one down.
If I make 20 million, you would call?
No.
I made mistake. Mistake then. I didn't
Brandon,
find my
have a piece-
balls.
Have a piece of gum.
Cinnamon. Smells great.
Yes.
Wait till later.
Does it tingle?
Yeah, my tongue's a little cinnamony, so imagine what that's gonna feel. Anybody else?
I'll think of it. Why not?
I fucking laced it all with some shit for you guys.
And seat 7.
That's why you didn't offer me.
Having a little difficulty seeing your cards in the scan box.
There's Dan Smith. Haven't had a look at him yet at this final table. Everyone's passing the gum around.
Yes. Both
Who
the
is
cards. Thank you.
Whoa.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dan.
And the booth says thank you. Raise 500,000.
Cabral not slowing down the aggression, Don. He's
Certainly not.
coming after Corneth, who we both know loves to play back. I feel as though Corneth and Cabral are in a bit of a battle to assert some dominance, perhaps heading into tomorrow's final table. Waterosian in the big blind is going to make the call. We're going to see a flop here. Ace, Jack, 10, rainbow.
Why not say that? I'll tell you, I think that's the shit.
Bet 400,000.
Continuation bet from Cabral gets it done.
My life. My life.
Text me that I
Kulev here finds a real premium. Ace-king offsuit. Kulev started this hand on 40 big blinds. Currently 4th in chips. He's going to come in for a raise.
500,000.
Happy Father's Day, everybody. Just realized that.
Thank you.
Queen 9 suited for Veneciano is going to end up in the muck. Brewer quick to fold as well.
You got about 6 kids.
Let's see what kind of tricks Cabral has up his sleeve.
6 kids.
500, yeah?
500,000. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Take it back.
V pohodě to je? Není to vidět, jo? A když budu dělat menší úsilí, tak to taky nebude vidět. Rozumíš, jo? Já si dám hodně pozor. Když co?
Yeah.
Waterosian making the call from the small blind. Smith considering seeing a flop here with 8-7 offsuit. He's going to let it go.
It's impossible. We made it, yeah? It's impossible.
I'm pretty short though, so it's going to be pretty tough for me.
Huh?
Jack 10-9 on the
Yeah, but
flop.
you're still here, hey. Come on.
Smith would have flopped the straight,
Maybe
Donnie.
some idiot W with Queen 4. Hey.
Would have.
Hey, maybe some
Low
idiot
end of
W
the
with Queen
straight,
4.
but
You never know.
still a straight.
There it is. Like
I was
that.
down to 380 today.
Huh?
I was down to 380.
Yeah, I believe you. Oh, really great achievement. I'm serious now.
Playing good. So you're playing good.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
You can see something, yeah? Okay, thank you. It's really hard here, yeah? I don't know how to play. It's like ridiculous, really. Huh? Yeah, this is the worst hit for sure. Like at least I'm playing like really like transparent, so it's like
I don't know.
I
I'm
can
trying to
see
figure that
anyway,
out.
yeah?
I kind of want to get food.
Doesn't matter.
Top pair, tough figure for Kulev on the turn. Martirosyan considering a lead out here.
1 million.
Pardon me?
When I think of you, the first thing I think of is transparent play.
Which one?
It's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, sure.
down to 380 chips.
1 million is the bet for Martirosian. Action on Kulev here. 95% to take this one down. Potentially lots of money on the line here on the river. Donnie, how much does it affect Kulev's decision here? Oh, wow.
Are we playing?
He lays it down.
What are we doing? Like 10 bank today, you did? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Kulev lays it down.
Pretty surprised about that. I mean,
he's got the ace blocker.
Yeah, you turned.
I mean, especially against a player like Martirosian, who can certainly come with it with some different holdings. He can get creative, you know. So I'm just surprised that Kulev just didn't want to see one more, see what developed on the river.
I was so happy
I'm
before
caught
you
off guard
told
here.
me. I was thinking it's like 10, 11. I can grab dinner after.
You can get dental, but not less places.
I'm not eating that late.
Fair.
I have very good schedule.
I'm out.
No, you are not.
I'm fucking out.
Not in a million
I'm
fucking
fucking
years.
out.
Come on.
100%. I hate it.
What's happening? All of a sudden, everybody started talking.
I can enjoy.
Free ride.
I'm feeling pretty tired, Donnie. I cannot imagine what these players must feel like.
I might have to go out of that.
I have like no cards today. No cards at all.
Deuces for Brandon Steven. He is still our short stack with 12 big blinds.
What do you mean? Yeah, but we are continuing the same thing tomorrow.
You'll come back to the same table, same seats.
Everything same. Yeah? We just like continue. Yeah?
Correct.
We're just playing 10 more minutes.
Corneth, ace 4 suited.
Did you ask if we're just playing 10 more minutes?
No, I did not. But we play 10 more minutes.
Raise.
They usually stop it and call the hands.
Huh?
50,000.
They usually stop it and draw for him.
Yeah, you're right actually. I don't know.
Oh wait, we might want to Google if we go here too.
I think not that important, but you're right.
Kulev in the big blinds.
Probably Zooble.
Ace 3 suited. Let's see, who's gonna want to maybe see a flop.
I can just go hot game watch and
You?
go small.
You? Tired? Not yet. No? I was sleeping bad.
Oh really?
I have no energy today, you can see that.
But I might just
No, normally I'm full of energy today. I'm running so bad, man. 2 sets only today. What are the odds? What are the odds?
Ace, king, king on the flop here. Both players flop an ace. Both players have a backdoor flush draw as well.
Či ho čeknu? Jo. No jasně no. A tak on měl rybí table, že jo? On měl prostě takový table, kde musí dát bezvariantně, že jo? A on není dobrý, víš, jakoby, on není moc dobrý. Jako je, ale není, rozumíš, co říkám, jo? On není dobrý hráč žádnej. Jako jeden, no. Jeden. 1,5. Jako to je úplně snový stůl na tohleto. Je to prostě škoda, že vypadnou ten, ale jako jinak v pohodě. Ta hra je lehká, když všechny all-iny vyhrajou. To je hrozně lehká hra. Co? Ne, už jsem mi prohrál, jo.
Corneth continues for 250. Kulev makes the call. We're going to see a turn card. 4 on the turn. All of a sudden, Kulev picks up a flush draw, increases his chances of winning this pot. The diamonds coming in for Kulev would make this river card very tricky if Corneth decides to check behind. He does check behind. Big river card coming. Is the Jack of Spades. We're now looking at a chop.
By mohl vyjít normálně. Jsem vlastně pod mikrofonem, tak opatrně už nemůžu.
Kulev checks again. Let's see if Chance is going to pull something creative out of his hat. We've seen it time and time again from him.
$10.
1.25.
He is going to fire at it. 1.25, putting the pressure on Kulev. It's pretty strong. Two-pair combo with the kicker here, Donnie, right?
Yes, it is.
Ace.
It's going to get called, though.
Yeah, it's going to get called, and the pot is going to be chopped.
Chop, chop.
I thought you said top, top.
No, I said chop, chop.
Anthony,
On the turn.
we done?
But not on the river. One more card each. And I had a 4.
Mitch, if that's how you decided chop pots.
Yeah, that's a really sneaky way to win. You bang off the ball in the middle.
I had pocket twos, but I once.
I should have 3-bet.
Huh?
I probably would have 3-bet.
I wasn't going to give you a chance to 3-bet me. You would have called or folded. Yeah.
Alright, I'm going back to checking that on the flop. I was really sad when you checked the river. Just gonna snap it off.
I don't get it.
Don't they usually draw for hands with 10 minutes left?
Yeah, I don't
Not
get
at
it.
the final table.
Oh, so we just play till 10?
Because it doesn't, there's no need to
Oh,
stall.
good point, yeah. Oh, my hand feels heavy. Like, holy shit, it's
Inky.
got inks on it.
A lot of ink on those.
Row with
It's
fives.
definitely
We
not
both
my
know
time,
that.
by the way. It's definitely not my time.
This time I agree.
Cabral looking at other players' stacks as if they somehow doubled up and he wasn't aware of the hand taking place.
Raise 300,000.
Oh, it's called. That's a call.
Correction. Call 250.
Cabral deciding to limp instead of raise this time.
Jack 10 was
He's
fine.
definitely mixing it up. Smith on the button. Haven't seen him do all too much. Probably happy to get a good night's sleep. Return tomorrow to battle it out for that 5.3 million first prize as Kulev in the small blind finds queens. Earlier we saw him fold ace-king. Might have raised a few eyebrows, but can't see him folding queens here.
10 seconds.
It's just kind of like he played the ace-deuce of clubs on day 1.
1,325,000.
That's a big mouthful, Donnie.
Oh yes, 1,325,000 is the announced raise from Kulev.
Yeah. Mine was, he bet 800 with like 70 behind, and I was like, yeah, still don't have to work very often on the river.
I feel like Chance Kornuth has unlimited energy.
See the back of Martin Cabral's head there as he stands up. David Peters taking a little bit of time here with the 5-4 off in the big blind.
Interesting.
Might just be giving a little tank for this being the end of the day.
25?
That is 1,325,000.
Perfectly announced by our dealer. By the way, let me remind you that tomorrow's final table coverage can be found exclusively on PokerGo.com. If you're not yet a subscriber, use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. Brings the cost down to $5.80. And I did not expect this. Look at Mr. Cabral getting in the mix here. We know there's only 1-5 remaining. David Peters folded the 5-4.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Indeed, Donnie.
Over 3 million in the middle.
This is a big one.
Winding down towards the end of the night, and these guys are just gonna go at it. pair versus pair.
Jack, Jack 7 on the flop.
Jack, Jack 7, 2 hearts, Alex. You're welcome.
Cabral can't help
But it's
himself.
really too big table.
But yes, if you've enjoyed the
Write it down,
content
Poker,
today,
it's too big
please
table.
smash that like button, subscribe
big,
to
yeah?
our YouTube channel.
Way too big.
We've picked up a ton
Even
of new
for
subscribers today. We're so happy to have you all as part of our crew. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live again. Let's see if we can pick up 10 more YouTube subscribers before the night is done. Can we do 10 more? Thank you all so much. We've been streaming live for 9.5 hours. Donnie and I are in need of a little bit of sleep. Martin Cabral clearly not in need of any sleep. He's going to keep going all night. Much love to all our new moderators. We're going to have some epic days of 50K PPC coverage coming up, Donnie. We got an $800 deep stack to go along with it. And Cabral is a non-believer. What are we seeing here?
Good luck, Alex.
We're seeing a pot of more than 6 million chips going down right now. Kulev with 6.78 million behind. Deuce on the turn. A total blank here.
Wow. Donnie, if you're Kulev, are you starting to get nervous here?
I mean, I think it's only natural to be nervous here. I mean, might be some jacks in the range of Cabral. But I also think there's a lot of hands that are going to be some pairs like Cabral has. There's going to be some flush draws that if he goes for it here and puts it in, I mean, I don't fault him for it at all here. We can obviously see that he does have the best of it. I also think a bet here from Kulev, whatever sizing he goes with, can, there it is, can look like an ace king, ace queen of hearts type of hand as well.
Kulev moves all in. Cabral asking for a count immediately. Is that because he is considering the fact this could be an ace-king type shove?
I mean, yes, but you also see Cabral often ask for a count, so I wouldn't read too much into that.
This is 5. Play as 1.6.
I would assume that Cabral is aware that
That's what we said about narrative.
he asks for a count here. The dealer has to break it down, count it out. And Cabral gets some extra time to think while that happens before the clock starts ticking.
6775. Correct?
6775.
As Chance Cornet there is reminding the dealer should now start the clock. Count's done. All in is for 6,775,000. Cabral stands up here.
Absolutely massive pot here.
Yep.
Cabral, we know, only has one out if he does decide to be a non-believer. He does fold. Kulev rakes in a massive pot.
Ace king of hearts, Alex? Yes or no, be a man. You hit it, eh? I read you like a book, like an open book.
Be a man, Alex. Come on. Show him the ace-king.
Time bank.
It sounds as though we are finished for the night. So one more time, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure your friends and family find out about our channel tomorrow on PokerGO.com.
If everyone says yes, you can't even ask because like there is 0.001 that everybody say yes.
What you ask for? We're gonna bag everybody up now. 2 o'clock restart.
No.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I wanna play one more level. Doesn't matter.
No.
All right, we're gonna bag up the chips. We're gonna return tomorrow.
And we play there,
Tune in
over there,
for
yeah.
the live stream at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern, only on PokerGO. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. It was an epic day. It was an epic night. And they'll be back tomorrow to play for $5.3 million. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.